Welcome, ladies and gentlemen of the old world, to the Total War Chaos Clash. Today we have a competition between some pretty solid players here. We have Anticity versus Aerocrastic in the first round, Valkanos and Kane in the second, Crabbling versus Dob Plays, and Felcon versus HDS. And today I will be joined by the legendary Italian Spartacus. How are you doing, man? You ready to go?
I am doing well. It is good to hear your soft, dulcet tones.
It's been a long time,
have
man.
some fun. It has. This is not the ever chosen invitational, but we're gonna have some fun here today, nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have had, I believe we had about 43 competitors playing today. So these are the individuals who have made it to the top 8. As far as the structure of the event goes overall, the round of 43 was best of 1. The round of 8, which we're going to be playing through right now, is also best of 1. But when we make it to the top 4, we will have 2 best of 3s, followed by a third place match, which is also going to be best of 3, and a best of 5 final. And the reason why we're doing best of 3s is because the games in Domination mode are actually quite a bit longer than the traditional kind of old school Warhammer 2 land battles. But very excited. We got some ever-chosen champs. We got some tournament winners. It will be a Royal Rumble indeed.
It will be a chaos clash, some would say.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And the first match of the day is going to be a battle between ever-chosen champion Aerocrastic and Anticity, of course, who's won many faction wars among just countless community tournaments. And it's going to be a classic grudge match of sorts, as we do have a battle between Khorne and Tzeentch. So I would imagine they're probably not the two friendliest of the Chaos Gods, huh?
You know, you'd actually be surprised. Like the typical kind of thought here is that Khorne, being the almighty master of the air guitar, skulls and skulls thrown, would be the antithesis, would be a casting lord like Tzeentch, but that's actually not the case. The big arch enemy for Khorne is Slaanesh.
That's weird.
So
yeah, I wouldn't have expected that.
It's more of like Khorne kind of like even. There's interesting relationships between all these gods, right? Between these 4 great chaos gods, and how they kind of look at each other in antagonistic ways. How even though you, like I said, you look at Khorne, you look at Tzeentch, and they do kind of have different ethos. They can appreciate certain things about each other, but it's like at the end of the way, the hedonistic lifestyle of Slaanesh, Khorne's like, no, that won't do.
Yeah, I would have expected
that.
I would have expected them to hate magic the most. I mean, they have like a lot of their units have built-in spell resist. Now, as far as this matchup goes, it looks like we got to reload real quick. I think the players might have reset their armies, so we'll reset this real quick, and we'll be back in just a second. But yeah, as far as the matchup goes in my experience, Khorne does have a ton of spell resist. Like all their bloodletters and various demons have between 25 and I think 50%. It's pretty wild for sure. So there's a ton of spell resist on those rosters. And yeah, Tzeentch, of course, is very good at sniping. Even if your lord has like a ton of spell resist and whatnot, you really want to make sure to bring like a durable lord or a lord that isn't super valuable, so you can kind of avoid getting sniped here. So, but yeah, we are going to be getting this started in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Players just had to reset. I think one of them had a connection issue, and we'll get this going.
Yeah, we do have people kind of joining in from all over the world, all over the nation, wherever we're from, and it does kind of result in these like little tiny hiccups here and there with the connection. But these people are dueling here. They're fighting in a massive tournament towards something. Correct? They're fighting for a little computer here. A little one.
The prize is pretty huge considering the nature of like the GPU prices right now. This is a pretty big one, so you can go ahead and give a rundown on that real quick.
So here's this bad boy. It's designed for streamers, for 4K gaming, for content creators, or just anyone who wants to have a spaceship that you can also call a computer. So it's got that Intel 12th gen chip in there, that i9-12 whatever. It's got DDR5 memory, which is just that like next edge of memory. It's absurd how sweet it is. So you're going to get some higher clock speed, some greater bandwidth for a game. It's going to be really great for games that are CPU intensive, which Total War Warhammer definitely is. But when it comes to the GPU, it ain't no slouch. It's got that sweet, hot, and heavy RTX 3080 Ti, so you can watch way too much good stuff in 4K. Yeah, you get ray tracing, get the DLS, awesome action. And then when it comes to the actual storage on here, you get some solid state PCIe 4.0 storage going in that, which is lovely. And take a look at the art. Take a look at all of that Warhammer 3 goodness on it, which is great.
Absolutely. So that's going to be the prize going to the individual who wins today's tournament. And we'll be getting to the finals here in a little bit. Of course, we have to get through the round of 8. Now, a couple things. The tournament is going to be played on the new Domination mode. So for those of you guys who haven't seen Domination mode, it's very, very different than probably what you experienced in Total War Warhammer 2 multiplayer. Essentially, there are 3 capture points over the course of the map. Each of these said capture points is going to be giving you consistent victory tickets towards obviously your final goal of getting 5,000. So once we do get into the game, we'll make sure to show you guys all of that goodness here. So yeah, quite excited for that. Heading back to the brackets, we can talk about the players a little bit. Of course, if everyone playing in today's tournament is a creator within Total War's program, so Anticity is a YouTuber, but also he really started out as like a really highly competitive tournament player and still is to this day, but he's branched out into doing campaign. And Aerocrastic, of course, we've seen in a multitude of huge events. I think 2-time Ever Chosen winner. He's played in several of those, but I think, right? He won twice, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he won twice. I believe he won the Vampire Coast one in a really, really close final, I believe, against Talaxla and Soothsayer, another legend of the community. And yeah, overall, I mean, most of the players here are either coming from tournament backgrounds, but there are also some folks who do have more of a campaign background because it's a very, very different game type. Like a lot of Total War Warhammer, 2 like pros, quote unquote, these folks who are really experienced in multiplayer, I find like have to relearn it because the mechanics of this game type and it's very different. So it's kind of everyone starting from like a more level playing field, I would say.
Right, which is really cool here. Like you're going through these people's names and almost everyone on this list is predominantly a multiplayer person. But even Kane over here was saying like, I'm really new to multiplayer. I've never really done this. I'm so excited I'm in these finals here. So it's cool to see him like jumping all the way into it. But it's like you said, it is a much different type of what's it called? Not play style. It's a different type of mode that I think is really exciting. Like we're so used to having these open field battles, and now we get a very more objective-based style of multiplayer that I think kind of plays along with a lot of standard competitive multiplayer formats, right? When you look at a bunch of other games.
Correct, yeah. It's more similar to like a traditional RTS experience. And, the like in Warhammer 2 battle, for example, right? You'll have like a massive land battle. And in that case, you're going to be running into, you're microing a larger army, but there's no objectives. It's, I would say, very high micro in the beginning, and the micro kind of dissipates over the course of the battle. Whereas in domination mode, in my experience, it's more about the kind of allocation of resources. So knowing what you need to send where to win what engagements. Also, of course, it's a little bit less micro in the beginning because your armies are 7,200 gold instead of 12,400. So it's a very different paradigm for sure. But again, allocation of resources, balancing your reinforcements correctly, making sure to summon in the right units, like all of those things, in my experience, are very, very important. So we've loaded in here to the first map. So I'll give you guys a quick breakdown of how domination mode works. Looking up at the top here, you can see the victory tickets. When an individual reaches 5,000 victory tickets, they simply win the game, regardless of the nature of the battle on the battlefield. So you could be playing a very tanky faction. Let's say you're sacrificing damage output to have a tanky roster that's more focused on holding objectives. Well, even if you're getting smashed in the battle, if you play the objective game correctly with like Nurgle, for example, you can still win. So each objective will unlock at the 3-minute mark. So this gives you time to kind of play for position a little bit and just figure out where you want to go, see what your opponent's up to. And also you'll have time to summon in about 2,000 gold or so worth of units. So you can kind of accentuate your plan a little bit further. But each objective will give you 5 points per second per objective. So if you have all 3, you're getting 15 per second, et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of the basic rundown of things. And you'll also see the spawn zones here if you want to kind of tell people about those a little bit. We do have the Vanguard ones and the ones in the back, it looks like.
Yes, you have these different reinforcement points, as they are called, where you will be summoning in all of, well, you guessed it, your reinforcements here. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. So enemy Vanguard reinforcement points only allows for Vanguard units to use those, correct?
Correct. So for example, if you're playing Khorne has a couple Vanguard units. They have the Chaos Furies, which are kind of a flying harass unit, and they also have the classic Khorne dogs, or the Fleshhounds of Khorne, which are really, really solid. So, units, for example, if you were playing Skaven in this game mode, you could summon in some Death Runners up on the Vanguard points and creep up on somebody's objective, for example, whereas units that do not have the Vanguard trait, as you'll see here in the Tzeentchian army, they're all going to have to be spawning here in the back on the basic reinforcement points. So, yeah, it's very neat. And there's also a little bit of a come from behind mechanic. So essentially, if you're really far behind in points, each player is going to be getting 16 supplies per second, which is the exact equivalent of gold. So it's like 16 gold per second to spend on reinforcements. But if you are behind, you get a little bit of a boost in that. Now, taking a look at the Tzeentch army here, I'll take a look at the Army of the Changer, and we'll have you look at Khorne. It is going to be some blue horrors of Tzeentch. Now, these guys are pretty cool because they are a melee unit, very good at holding objectives. And they also have some shooting ability. So Tzeentch is kind of very dynamic in that way that even their like basic melee infantry can shoot down big monsters and big threats and things like that, which I like quite a bit. You'll also notice that the Tzeentch army does have a kind of a blue bar above the head. So all of these units have a shield on top of their basic health, which does regenerate over time, making them obviously surprisingly durable. You would think Tzeentch would be a little bit squishy with these kind of little blue horror monsters and things like that, but they're actually quite good. So we do also have Kairos up in the sky. He is the namesake of Tzeentch here. We got a couple iridescent horrors, which are these kind of sniper characters on discs, and on the far side we got some blue horrors of Tzeentch as well.
Very lovely setup there. Now, when it comes to Khorne, we're going to be seeing a nice, solid front line of lots of Chaos Warriors. Now, these are the only Warriors of Chaos that we see in Total War Warhammer 3. The only other ones would be in the Tzeentch roster that are Knights, but you're going to see these frontline Axe Infantry bros going to have a nice, juicy 100 armor, a decent melee attack and defense at 44 and 40 respectively, with Frenzy on them.
Yeah.
Then moving over to the left side, we also get the Chaos Warriors of Khorne, but with halberds, giving you that AP and anti-large, helping you to pop soul grinders, get into any of those spawns, any of that juicy center. And then in the very back, we see some Skull Crushers. Now, these are different from Blood Crushers. Skull Crushers do have Chaos Warriors on top, versus the Blood Crushers is going to have that Bloodletter. And look at that front and that tussle already going down here in the center, with Kairos jumping into the leadership elements of Aerocrastic's army.
Yeah,
now,
so this is kind of an interesting thing. In Domination mode, you do not have to bring your Lord in your starting army. So you can bring your Lord as a reinforcement piece, and what this does is it makes whatever infantry or hero your Lord. So Aerocrastic chose to make the Chaos Warriors his Lord here, and the reason why is because Tzeentch is freakishly strong at sniping Lords. As such, you start off, you wait for them to use some of your Winds of Magic, and then you summon in that bad boy a little bit later on. And I think this is a very good tactic because most of Anticity's army is kind of focused on sniping. He's got 2 of these iridescent horrors on the discs, which can shoot. Kairos, of course, has the blue fire and pendulum, I think. It actually looks like pendulum, but a lot of good sniping. And honestly, the damage that Khorne is taking here from the big chicken just kind of charging in from Kairos is very, very superficial here. And the Chaos Warriors should be able to kind of endure that for a period of time. And also, I do like the Gore-Beast Chariot. I think that's going to be kind of useful because Tzeentch Forsaken are extremely strong. So having this Gore-Beast Chariot on the other side to try and run them down is good. And look at this in the distance. We have a huge Vanguard. The Hounds. Who let the dogs out, man? It's going to be Fleshhounds of Khorne all over.
Who?
Yeah, I think they're going to be coming around the back. But of course, we are at the 35-second mark, and the objectives will be unlocking here really soon. And we'll see who's going to be making the first play, or if they're just going to go fisticuffs and ignore the objectives, which is very much on the table if they choose to do so.
Indeed, and you do see a lot of fun action here. These iridescent horrors trying to snipe out some of those Gore-Beast Chariots. The Furies above the Chaos Warriors of Khorne with halberds trying to find some willing prey. Now, you were telling me that the Furies for Tzeentch are particularly good, right? Because of that barrier aspect. Is that true?
Yeah, they're good. They're obviously very good at cycle charging. That's one of the playstyles that they really want to kind of focus on. However, the Khorne Furies have access to the actual frenzy mechanic, so their damage output is quite a bit higher. In straight combat, the Khorne ones will win if they just fight to the death, but if the Tzeentch ones fight and then decide to retreat and then come back later, they will have the advantage because of the regenerating shields. But in the end, it looks like Khorne's going to be playing for the middle objective, or maybe just pushing up into the Tzeentch army. The Khorne dogs in the back, the Fleshhounds, as well as the regular Chaos Warhounds, look to be getting some sort of a surround, kind of eyeing these Forsaken of Tzeentch. But you know, the Khorne dogs hit very hard, but they don't have good armor piercing, and you know, Forsaken of Tzeentch are quite armored. So this is not a fight that Aerocrastic wants to take, and I'd be surprised if he doesn't run back here. A little bit of a lapse in micro, because the danger of like trying to spawn camp your opponent or sitting by their spawn, which I don't think is a very good tactic, is that your opponent can summon in reinforcements very, very close by, and many of these Khorne dogs are going to be caught here. Now back in the middle, it looks like we got some chariot action.
Yeah, I was going to say that just like you said, that worked out really well for Anticity. He got a little quick charge on there, got a little health off those Khorne dogs, but now those Gore Beasts are having to contend with Kairos and some spawn action, and they're taking quite a bit of damage, already down to 50% health. You can see that action kicking into them pretty hot and heavy. And we do get, when there are large spikes of damage, there is an increase in supply, correct? So
yeah,
how does that really work out?
You get a little bit. It's not too much. Like right now, you can see the damage that Anticity has done is giving him +1 supply. However, on the flank, we have a big engagement as these Skull Crushers of Khorne move in. Now, they are shielded and very heavily armored, but the Flamers of Tzeentch have amazing armor piercing and also imbue weakness to fire on these units. So it's brutal damage, and the fact that Khorne is taking a lot of these fights in the choke point could be slightly precarious for them, but the Khorne dogs do get through the middle and actually
sneaking right through and lancing it.
Beautiful play right there, jumping on top of the Flamers of Tzeentch, and in the backfield, we do have a pretty advantageous battle here for Tzeentch. You can see the Fleshhounds of Khorne being hunted down by the Forsaken and Furies. And looking at the overall damage value on the battlefield, Anticity is just running away with this game. A huge Pendulum on the choke point, just annihilating those Chaos Warriors and Blood Crushers. And this is looking like it could be a relatively decisive victory here for Tzeentch, as many of these early engagements seem to be going in their way. But Khorne has now broken through the front line, so maybe the range units will be a little bit more vulnerable now.
Yeah, and that's kind of the big thing now when it comes to Khorne, right? Khorne has to weather these long distance shots from so many different factions just to get up into that face and do the damage. I mean, they're not going to be moving as slow as Nurgle, that's for sure. And when they get up in the face, they can do quite a bit of damage. But that's really going to be the name of the game here for Aerocrastic, is trying to weather through all these flames. Even when he's got dealing with Anticity's blue horrors here shooting into his flank, and he's having all these this action coming in from the Forsaken and Furies all over the place. It's just as important to get up into the face of them as fast as you can.
Yeah, it's certainly tough, though, for sure. It's certainly tough. There's a Tzeentch army ability going down right there. It's a little bit of a bombardment. Not too much damage, but it looks like these Skull Crushers of Khorne, are they still fighting? They're still steady with 23 models, and Khorne was a little bit blobbed up there, but they still do have a ton of halberds and durability in that regard. Now, in terms of the score, currently Aerocrastic is up by about 500 points, but again, you can see the army value in terms of damage done is being heavily led by Anticity. You can also see banked resources, so you can see if players are saving up for something expensive. Now in the backfield, it looks like Aerocrastic is going to be summoning in some more Khorne Dogs, a very cost-effective unit. They do have the Brass Collars of Khorne, which also imbue them with, I believe, 50% spell resist. So this is different in Warhammer 3. In Warhammer 2, magic damage was kind of like units that did magic damage and spells. But now in Warhammer 3, there's a differentiation of that, whereas spell resist and magic resist are kind of different things. But honestly, Khorne's doing pretty good on the objective game. Objective number 1 is being taken by Tzeentch, though, it looks like. The spawn of Tzeentch have moved over there, and I think Khorne is just trying to...
sneaky spawns.
Yeah, they're trying to just get their value back here, it looks like, for Aerocrastic.
You know, and we talked about this a little bit ago about like domination mode and how this kind of changes up the kind of multiplayer situation. And in an actual field battle, we would have had a pretty good indication of who was going to win by now. You know, like a lot of good trades would have been done. Certain portions of the armies would have been smashed out, and we'd be like, all right, well, it's a pretty hand in. This person's going to win over this. And now we can see what we're, almost said 6 minutes into this, but we're a good ways into this first match, and it's not a clear cut as who's going to win, right? There's still plenty of chances to come back because of the reinforcement capability.
Yes and no. I would still say, though, like, it's not as different from Warhammer 2 land battles that people think in terms of like value accrued. Like overall, I think the amount of damage Anticity has done is really substantial, and I think that's going to give him a pretty high probability of winning this game. Now, of course, there is more of a potential for comeback because the objectives can be played in that way, but I think for Anticity to kind of throw this, he's just gotten so much damage. Like, we had multiple blob fights, okay, with Pendulums just nuking the Khorne army. On top of that, we also had Khorne moving through a choke point right here with their cavalry and getting hit with Gaze of Fate, and then the Flamers of Tzeentch just roasting an 1800 gold unit. So I think the value that Anticity has gotten is going to be a little bit too much for Aero to come back from. Now, in terms of the comeback mechanic, how it would work is Aerocrastic, I believe, let's go and take a look, is up by a couple hundred points, but he's now been 2-capped by Anticity, so Anticity is doubling his score. Once Anticity was to get up by, let's say, like 1,000 points or something like that, Aero would start getting a little bit of extra resources. He'd go from 16 per second to maybe 19 to 20, give or take. But, you know, that doesn't really matter if you're behind by like 3, 4, 5,000 gold value, right? Because your army on the field is going to be so much smaller. And you can see that being reflected here as Khorne is looking very thin on the battlefield. We have some halberds fighting on the far side objective here against the Forsaken of Tzeentch, which is fine. But really, aside from that, the old Khorne dogs don't really have too much going for them here, I would say.
Yeah, I just watched that pendulum go down on those halberds, and it was pretty brutal. And I mean, since we are dealing with Demons of Chaos, as their leadership starts to go down, they won't flee unless they're a mortal unit. They will start to insubstantiate and just kind of dissipate into the nether there, you know? They'll just kind of completely fade away. And we saw that with some of those Chaos, I keep wanting to say Khorne dogs, now that you said it so much.
Yeah, it's very accurate.
Chaos, the Khorne hounds in the center started to just disappear because of their leadership dropping all the way down.
Absolutely, and now we do have a Khorne Lord coming out, so the Herald of Khorne was summoned a little bit later, so obviously Aero decided to go for a bit of a wider build, right, using the infantry, but I think the blob engagements he took were a little bit dangerous. I think he probably could have played a little bit more kind of conservative, maybe just grabbed an objective and forced the Tzeentch armies to kind of come to him and use his... Like, Khorne's mobility is probably better than Tzeentch's. Tzeentch does have Chaos Knights and Furies, but Khorne Dogs and their Furies and some of their other mobile cavalry units are very tough to deal with, but at this point, it looks like it's probably going to be a 3-cap. Tzeentch does have the first 2 objectives. They're about to grab the 3rd one, and now the little advantage that Aerocrastic did have is going to be dissipating. It looks like some Khorne Hounds coming on the flank here, as well as some Chaos Warriors with the dual weapons. These guys are awesome. They hit incredibly hard with 57 weapon strength, but I really think they're just going to run into so many problems. The spawn of Tzeentch have armor sundering, so when they hit them, they'll lower their armor down to 70, allowing the other light DPS Tzeentch units to really shine here.
So help me out in describing this, because some people that are probably new to this maybe don't understand, because they're looking at Khorne right now and they're wondering why aren't they seeing Scarbrand? So why choose Herald over Scarbrand? Obviously, it allows you to go wider, but what particularly are those strengths?
Yeah, so Scarbrand is, and obviously in the current game, we do have 7 factions that are playable in multiplayer, and each of them has a very unique kind of paradigms and matchups and circumstances. So in some situations, having the big expensive lord isn't necessarily going to be a good idea, simply because it's a big target, so somebody that has a really good shooting like Tzeentch might get a ton of value for free by sniping it down. Whereas in other matchups versus factions like Nurgle, who don't have good sniping, having a big world beater lord like Scarbrand is going to be very good. In this case, though, yeah, the last fight going down, Chaos Warriors here, the Locust of Wrath and Horde of Khorne.
The pendulum's going to hit him too.
Yeah, definitely some filth as it just kind of plows through those units here. And the dual weapon warriors are doing pretty good, mind you. The Chaos Furies, the Spawn, this entire Tzeentch army is actually taking a little bit of a beating here. And Arrow has narrowed the gap a little bit in terms of value. And if he can overwhelm this position, it could be a start of some sort of a comeback. As on the far side of the battlefield, we do see an objective taken by Arrow Krastic. Some Chaos Warrior Halberds somehow were able to ninja it from these pink horrors of Tzeentch, but he would have to basically get 2 objectives right now and hold them for the rest of the game. And I think he knows it's not possible. Yeah. And he is going to be GJing out as the forces of the Changer claim first blood in today's tournament.
And it is the wily ways of Tzeentch that this would happen. I mean, you look at Kairos Fate Weaver, who is a greater demon of Tzeentch, who has 2 heads. One can see the future, one can see the past, but they're blind to the present.
Yeah, absolutely.
They ordained it coming.
Yeah. And he got pretty good value, so you guys can see the starting armies here. So the top army that you see in the post-battle screen is going to be the starting force, and the bottom one is going to be the reinforcements. So you can kind of start to get an idea of the plan of the players, but really the initial engagements went so poorly for Khorne, which, again, it's very similar to Warhammer 2. Like, most Warhammer 2 land battles were probably about 5 or 6 minutes long, and they were mostly... Right. There would be about 2 to 3 minutes of jockeying for position, and then there would be a fight that lasts a minute to a minute and a half, and then it was more or less decided, right? So this is not that different. Some games will go really long down to objectives, but some games like this, 2 armies are just going to clash, and if one army massively outvalues the other, the objectives are more so in that situation kind of forcing you to fight. It's like, okay, you can't run around the map and draw kite me and do all these things that we experienced in previous titles. Basically now, you have to fight me. And so the objectives are just there as kind of hey, this is how I'm going to close out the game if you don't fight me type thing. But
now, are there any limitations upon unit selections when you're choosing these armies?
Yeah, so there's unit caps. So basically you can only pick a certain amount of a single type of unit. For example, you can only have 4 corn dogs in your army. You can only have a certain number of range units, which I believe caps at 12. So there are limitations on armies, which of course, if you get into multiplayer, you can see. And again, looking at the Khorne army, we didn't see great value. Warriors got sub 100 value, just got annihilated in these blob fights. Even the very expensive Skull Crushers that cost about 1,800 gold only got 563 value overall. The Corn Dogs, who usually almost always get put upwards of their value, they cost 700, but they only got 374, and that really was the tail of the tape. Just nothing in the Khorne army really paid for itself. The engagements were a little bit rough, and fighting those Tzeentch armies with all that shooting and the choke points, I think just played into their strengths.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have noticed this, right? By looking at even just in campaign how strong Tzeentch can be.
Yeah.
And even Khorne itself is stupid good in campaign and is a lot of fun. But I think once you come into a multiplayer situation where you do have to deal with, like you said, that complete weight of fire that can completely outtrade a lot of these pure melee damage that Khorne can do. It's just Tzeentch can burn it out so quickly, and no pun intended on that one.
Yeah, in my experience, it's been a relatively even matchup. I found that Khorne can actually trade super well against Tzeentch, but yeah, again, fighting him in the choke points, I think, was a relatively tough one. And not bringing your Lord is obviously also a little bit of an ambitious play, right? If there had been a greater demon of Khorne in there, a big, Bloodthirster flying up in the sky, interrupting the engagements, and they have good spell resist, so they're kind of hard to snipe, that could have really changed the paradigm of that fight for sure. Or even bringing in a Herald on his lawnmower, on the chariot that he rides, would be very good at penetrating into the Tzeentch shooting. So then, in the end, it's a little bit tricky, but there's less build roulette in this game mode a little bit because you have time to summon reinforcements, whereas in Warhammer 2, if you load it in with kind of a bad build, you could just run into a huge roadblock there. So
right.
The next map is going to be the Galleon's Cove here. This is a Vampire Coast kind of themed map. You can see the Vampire Coast ships out there in the distance. I don't know if they're Vampire Coast, but it looks pretty cool.
I'd say it. I'd go with it. I'd say it is. Close enough.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
I just saw your icon. Is that so?
Yeah,
for those that don't know, is that Wookiee on a greater unclean one?
It's just a Nurgling, actually. Yeah, it's just Wookiee on a little Nurgling, which is fun. But the next match is going to be a showdown between Valkanos Of course, if you guys haven't seen Valkanos, he is an excellent YouTuber who covers Total War multiplayer. He's did some really excellent coverage of the last Warhammer World Championship we had, and does continue to put up battles to this day. So make sure to check him out if you haven't. And then we have his challenger is going to be Kane SG, who actually said he was shocked he made it to the top 8. He was saying actually before the game, he's like, I have like never played multiplayer before. This is like the first time I've gotten into it. I have no idea what I'm doing, and here I am with a bunch of titans of Warhammer multiplayer. So I'm really actually interested to see what he brings to the table. I did watch some of his games earlier in the tournament. He had some super impressive victories over really, really strong players.
I hope he's just the underdog that goes the distance. I hope that's what happens.
Yeah, just the Dark Lord of this tournament.
Nobody saw it coming.
I'm
the
interested
little
to
boy
see.
from Kokomo.
So we've seen obviously Khorne, we've seen Tzeentch. I think that those are probably two of the favorites in terms of their strength. I think that another faction that we are able to show today, which is very exciting, is the Ogre Kingdoms. I think that Ogre Kingdoms are probably like top 2, if not one of the best factions in the entire game of the 7 that we do have in multiplayer. They have some insanely good units. So I'm really, really excited to kind of show you guys some of the Ogre Kingdoms units and talk about their tactics. Also, Ryan, something that's very cool is that the Ogre Kingdoms, in Game 2, we have a ton of units that have stock, right? The stealth units, Nasty Skulkers, we have Death Runners for Skaven. But the only faction in Game 3 that currently has stock until the old factions are added back in is the Ogre Kingdoms. They have the Noblar Trappers plus the Gorgers who can really sneak up on objectives. So you'll be sitting there, with your Nurglings, feeling all cozy, thinking your back objective is safe. And then suddenly, a bunch of stealth Ogre units appear and just like take the objective from you. It's a really strong mechanic in this game mode.
Dude, the Gorgers are mean. 100 weapon strength, AP, and anti-infantry. They are just disgusting.
Oh, and they're
literally looking and everything.
And they're unbreakable, and they also regenerate as well, which is pretty insane.
Frenzy, I love them. I absolutely love them. I think they're of the units in the Ogre roster, campaign and non-campaign. I think they're one of my favorite units.
Yeah.
And I don't really look at Ogre Kingdom's units as like ones I've had favorites for, and I've played against them in tabletop for years. Like I think they're really cool in Warhammer 3. They're a lot of fun.
Was it kind of like that in tabletop in your experience as well, where you would have ogres like having like Noblar support or chaff support to kind of like prevent them from just getting taken out and shot to pieces? Like, what was kind of the paradigm of that? Because in this game, like, if ogres do go unsupported into spears, they kind of have a really bad time. But if they do have the Noblars kind of eating the damage for them, they can fight on top of the Noblars pretty well in my experience.
So the big thing for ogres in tabletop was that they had like, you look at like a unit of ogre bulls is like 6 to 9, and they had stupid high toughness. So it was really hard to get wounds on them. And in addition to that, they had thunderous charge. Now, the way Total War Warhammer represents that is by the ogre charge, which guarantees that they will always get half of their charge bonus, right? So thunderous charge in tabletop allowed them to basically get immediately, as soon as they charge, before weapon attacks, they immediately get a hit. So I played High Elves, and when the ogres would charge into my toughness 3 paper High Elves, it would rip through them. Just the thunderous charge would like kill like a quarter or a third of the units because of just the amount of damage it can do. So they didn't necessarily rely on chaff because they were so durable. Sure, they could get shot apart, but a lot of the times you'd need high weapon strength range to do that damage. And any of that time you'd have the high weapon strength, you just want to, I say weapon strength, I'm so used to playing Warhammer. You'd want to use it towards any of their bigger things, like their artillery pieces or stone horns. Their artillery pieces were disgusting. Even lead belchers were disgusting. Like they had a small range, but they could do so much damage if you were playing an army like, again, any of the elves that have toughness 3, and that just mulches them up.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome, man. And yeah, in this game, they're a little bit more dependent on their chaff for sure if they're facing halberds and spears. But thankfully for them, Tzeentch does not have that. So, okay, looks like we got to load in again.
Oh,
so
that was
give
weird.
A second. Yeah, we've been running into this. Just do also note we're on an early version of the game, so there are some things that'll be getting updated here. So let's go ahead and reload that, and we'll get it started in just a second. Perfect.
Yeah, as always, guys, with these kind of early access builds, this is an early access build, so there are always things that are subject to change. So don't look at any of these numbers as, cried and creed. There's a chance that they could be changed before the actual launch of the game, coming out February 17th, just around the corner. 5 more days for those that are itching to get into it.
Yeah, it's going to be great. We got a little bit of a look at that Ogre army there, and we did see that many of the units that are very, very, common stay, like the Hunters and the Gorgers, were in the initial army pick. So I'm quite eager to see what he has in his reinforcement pool. But Yeah, Tzeentch does have a fair amount of armor. That's something that a lot of people haven't really kind of accounted for in some of the early games.
Right.
I probably played like maybe 125 Domination games, and typically Tzeentch...
A subtle brag.
No, it's not a brag. A lot of them is getting wrecked, just destroyed by Anticity. But the Forsaken and the Doom Knights, as well as the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch, seem to be like really, really big players for sure. Those guys just cause a ton of problems because people like look at Tzeentch and they're like, oh, like blue horrors, pink horrors, you know, the big chickens. Like none of them have like a ton of armor, right? So you come in with a bunch of archers thinking it's going to be good, and then Tzeentch shows up with like 5 Forsaken, like Doom Knights, Chaos Knights, and you're like, oh, that actually went really badly. So yeah, that's very much the paradigm of that matchup.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to have you explain once we get into the game and you can actually show this, because obviously we can't right now. But hunters have a mechanic, and I want to hear how you explain it about how basically if they're alone they get a buff.
Yeah,
if they're not around people.
It gives them a little bit of a speed buff and like some other things like that. It's honestly something that. How it works in Total War Warhammer with like characters and heroes and whatnot is you can cut their abilities. So like you can kind of fine tune them. If you have like a big greater demon of one of the chaos gods, you can change their abilities up to make them cost a little bit less. So you can cut the ones you don't want. So typically people cut abilities like that and just go for the most effective ones. But again, if you are in a situation where you want a super mobile army, it might be worth keeping, but it is nice to be able to kind of adjust and fine tune your units and do all that stuff. But
okay, because I was looking at that ability, I'm like, does people really use this in multiplayer? As far as like, okay, yeah, you get a speed and leadership buff, but they have to be away from that. They cannot be within 30 meters of another unit.
Yeah, it's okay, but typically they're going to be a little bit closer to your army. Like having a unit out on its own, especially against Tzeentch, is very, very dangerous because Tzeentch has snares. They have the Gaze of Fate ability on Kairos, so you can lock things in place, and then from there you can basically get your hero units, whether it be the Iridescent Horrors or the Pink Horrors or Flamers of Tzeentch or Soul Grinders, whatever, any number of like amazing sniping and shooting just to focus them down. So you want to kind of stay a little bit more consolidated until you really feel the pacing of the battle. But again, sometimes Tzeentch comes in with like elite armies where it's going to be like Forsaken, Soul Grinders, and you can then go a little bit wider like that. But yeah, Tzeentch I think is like probably top 2, top 3, maybe one of the better ones. It's hard to say because only a handful of people are playing the game right now, right? You have have, of course, the folks who are doing the early access events, but really like we will see the true nature of the meta once, you know, the game goes live and there's thousands of people playing multiplayer. That will be the time where we'll really see and can make kind of calls on things, I think.
Yeah, that's always like the interesting thing is when you take a look at this early access portion of the game, you do get a lot of people making some quick, sharp judgment calls about, hey, this is going to be that's going to be this when it comes to meta. And it always shakes out different a month or two after. When people get through the game, they actually are able to devise different ways to approach certain matchups and certain army comps and stuff like that. It's probably the most fun part of like competitive multiplayer is watching meta kind of shake itself out.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Absolutely. Like a wet dog in winter.
Yeah, it's going to be quite fun to see. And obviously, so right now we have 7 maps in Domination mode, but I do believe down the road we'll be seeing some new ones and some open field maps. Currently, in my experience in Domination mode, artillery does struggle a little bit because there's a lot of like, you know, choke points. But there are 2 maps that are very, very good for artillery. We have the Death's Pass as well as the Crossing of the Sea of Claws is okay, but Broken Lake Gully. So those 2 are really like shooting heavy maps that probably something like Vampire Coast would be really good on. And then maps like Galleon's Cove are more of like a brawler map where there are some line of sight. So having a couple sparse shooting units, I think, is good, especially if they're mobile. And that's something we see a lot in Game 3, right? Have you noticed that like all the artillery is mobile and like, you know, really, really quick?
Which I really like. And I think like for future, like quote unquote DLC and like how this game can develop down the road, like there's even more options for mobile artillery, right? Kislev could have horse-drawn cannons rather than having bear-drawn ice sleds of doom. So there's a lot of like really fun, cool stuff like that, right? Like you said, like everything is mobile. Even Kugoth, who is a mobile artillery lord,
man.
which
Kugoth
is
so haggard though, man. Like he runs out of ammo so quick, and then he's just like he's like some giant angry toddler on his like toilet seat, just like chasing it. Like,
seven flings of my unholy scourge, and I am out of ammunition.
Yeah, it's pretty funny for sure. So here we are in the match, my friend. We have the Ogre Kingdoms. Their lord is going to be Scrag the Slaughterer. Now, this guy is pretty beast mode for sure. He's a caster for the Ogre Kingdoms. He does have the Ogre Charge and all those cool abilities, but the main things are Troll Guts. So they have the Lore of the Great Maw. This is a healing ability. And the other one he brought is the Tooth Cracker, which gives armor and missile resist. So if Tzeentch is like shooting at a high value target, you can give them a little bit of missile resist. Aside from that, we got some Noblars. These are the brave champions of the Ogre Kingdoms, and Yeah, they just get in there and take a beating for the ogres. That's pretty much it. And the hunters are quite cool. These are the SCM characters, and these guys are excellent because of anti-large melee and anti-large shooting. They do have a couple abilities. The players did not bring them, but they have abilities like a shotgun type ability and then like a special spear throw, but typically people just bring them bare bones. Lead belchers in the back, heavy shooting, very similar to Shopty Great Bows and Deck Gunners. And last but not least, we have some Gorgers here for the Ogre Kingdom's army. These guys are probably the best unit on the roster. Really, really good, and they do not mess around. Now, what do we see for the Forces of the Changer?
Let us take a look, because we got Kairos Fate Weaver leading the way here. Now he has gone with that regrowth, getting some healing and some harmonic convergence to get some buffing in there. And take a look, we're going to finally see some Chaos Knights of Tzeentch getting that high armor, charging mobility upon the battlefield for the Tzeentchian forces, and then just a horde of Forsaken of Tzeentch. Now this is, I would assume, you can help me out with this, I would assume this would be very good in a matchup against Ogres, just to have a nice armored front line with the Forsaken to hold, while you use the blue or pink horrors to do some damage in the background. Is that the kind of strategy behind that?
Yeah, more or less. Forsaken aren't bad here for sure. They have really, really good damage against light armor, and most of the Ogre roster, like the only armored units that the Ogre Kingdoms have, are Iron Guts. I believe some of the Lords, like I think the Tyrant has a little bit of armor and the Iron Blaster, but for the most part, like everyone is sub 50 armor, so the really high DPS of the Forsaken is obviously quite good in this matchup here. But for the most part, yeah, they can do an okay job. The problem with Forsaken is they do get wrecked really, really badly by Gorgers. Gorgers are just anti-infantry armor piercing, and like what damage the Forsaken can actually do against the Gorgers is pretty much mitigated by their self-healing, because when these guys are in combat, they do heal, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have to take a look here. I think it's somewhere in the tooltip, but yeah, I guess that was something they changed, but yeah, I'm pretty sure they heal.
The Gorgers will get a heal if they are around the big boy. What's his name?
Scrag, yeah.
Yeah, Scrag. If he has his cauldron, which he does have, it looks like Valkanos took the cauldron on him, so he will be able to give them buffs and healing. And that scales throughout the battle, which is even cooler.
Yeah, so you can see here the Cauldron of the Great Maw. So the effects increase with each kill being made. It replenishes hit points of the Gorgers. So a really strong combo, making him one of the more kind of preeminent lords. So Ogre Kingdom's shooting here against Kairos up in the sky.
Kairos, man, already 50% at barrier.
But the chicken is getting cooked for sure. But the problem with this is that even if Kairos gets blasted and takes like 800 damage, he can just run away and hide and then let his shields regenerate and come back. So we did run into that problem in Warhammer 1, and I do think it's something that needs to be addressed potentially, is that they have infinite healing on their shields, much like Vampire Counts had infinite healing in early Game 1 and Game 2. But yeah, it's the nature of the beast. And again, apologies for the lag. It's some of the players are connecting from all over the world. I believe we have one player from the US and one from Singapore here, so there will be a little bit, but this should be the only match today that does have this kind of lag, and hopefully from there we will be okay. So
to point out something you brought up a little bit earlier when we were talking in the pre-battle stage, Bob, take a look over here at cap number 1. So we all have here in the forest some Gorgers that are either going to go grab that or wait in the woods. And we also have Kane bringing up some Chaos Knights of Tzeentch to that first cap point. So it should be pretty interesting to see how that plays out. But just like you said, those Gorgers are really great to just kind of have and wait, use to kind of think, oh, I'm going to just take this first cap point, not have a problem, and boom, you're getting pounced on by Gorgers.
Yeah, the Gorgers are definitely a good ambush unit. Like, I would really like to see some Noblar Trappers up there too, just to support the Gorgers a little bit, but I don't know how the fight would go versus Chaos Knights. I think if the Chaos Knights do not get the charge and the Gorgers get the jump on them, they might actually be able to win that, even though they cost like 400 gold less. That could be a variable for sure. So here comes the Lead Belcher shooting in, tearing into the Forsaken that are charging right up the middle. Some nice firepower.
So here's the cool thing about those Lead Belchers. Those aren't like cannon shots or anything like that. It's literally everything that they can find. They put forks, knives, spoons, buckets, cannonballs, whatever they can find, because those Lead Belchers, they are holding a cannon, and they'll put whatever they can down that thing and shoot it out. So that's kind of the cool like little lore behind them, is they're just literally launching whatever they can, whatever scrap they can get their hands on, and jump and jam down those barrels. They're going to launch down range at you.
Yeah, absolutely, my friend. And the 2 Hunters can also engage. They have pretty good armor piercing and melee, so they can help out against the Forsaken. You can see the Tzeentch shields have been broken, and true HP damage is actually being taken on the Forsaken of Tzeentch right here. And I think the Ogres have adequate counters for sure, like getting the Gorgers on top of these Forsaken with Scrag as well, who's an anti-infantry armor piercing character, will be very, very good at tearing them down. Now, up on the high cliff, we do have the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch moving towards the objective. Gorgers are on top of it, but the Gorgers are invisible right now. They're in stock. So even though we can see them, the Tzeentch player is not able to see them. And objective number 3 is being played as well. Some blue horrors of Tzeentch are moving down there, but it looks like some Gorgers are in position. And a big AoE spell, Toothcracker. Entire Ogre army gets a bunch of armor.
Yeah, Toothcracker is a great ability, and at the same time, that's also going to heal because of the lore attribute of the lore of the Great Maw. I personally, and you can help me out this, you know a little bit more from a competitive stance. I find the lore of Great Maw to be particularly good. It's got a lot of utility to buff things, it's got a lot of utility to heal things, and it's also got like basically an ogre version of the Foot of Gork.
Yep.
What has been your experience with the lore?
Yeah, the Ogre's lore magic is very, very strong. It's a great one. Tzeentch probably has some of the best lores of magic in the game. Kairos especially has access to healing and sniping, which are like two of the most cost-effective things. But look at the big flank here. We actually get the Gorgers coming across, jumping on top of the blue horrors here, who are kind of taking it on the shields. But for the most part, the Gorgers, look, we get the unintentional cinematic shots with the lag, which is pretty hilarious. But the Gorgers definitely will tear apart those
punch.
guys. Yeah, it's looking pretty good for the Ogres in the fight. You can see the damage value for Valkanos is about 2,000 to his opponent's 800, and he just seems to be getting the better engagements on most of the battlefield. The Gorgers on the top look to be moving to ambush those Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. And down on the bottom, Tzeentch is being given the objective. It doesn't look like it's being contested, but Ogres have access to Saber Tusks as well, which are like these really, really fast kind of, I guess, a Walmart version of the Khorne Fleshhounds. But they can get down there and tear those guys to shreds too. And yeah, Gorgers are not going to go anywhere, man. They're so tough to remove.
So for anyone who maybe has played Warhammer 1 and 2, how would you compare those Tusk Hounds to, say, maybe Norscan Ice Wolves or a Chaos Warhound? Where do they kind of fit in that spectrum of?
Yeah, they're like monstrous.
Attack?
They're like monstrous Warhounds, so they're a little bit different. They're large entity size, so things that are good against big targets are good against them. But typically, very different functionality to Chaos Warhounds. Both are mobile and can shut things down, but they can be used as like more of a brute force unit as well. And here the Gorgers are now just going to town here on the blue horrors of Tzeentch, just getting torn to shreds and taking like no casualties in the process. Also here the Gorgers backed up by Scrag, which is such a powerful combo because of the healing, tearing through the Forsaken, and the Tzeentch army seems to be folding like a piece of paper here in the front.
Yeah, and you can also see in the back here, you got Kairos who try to jump onto these lead belchers, and the hunters are now just chucking in those anti-large spears right at him and doing raw damage into Kairos, right? That's no barrier damage, that's right in the face.
Yeah, you can see the lower health bar, like you said, and it looks like there's some sort of, an Arcane Surge being used by Tzeentch, which is one of their army abilities, but the two hunters can easily go back there, and if Kane isn't careful, those two hunters could most certainly kill Kairos. Kairos is a very good spellcaster, highly mobile with great abilities, but he's just a terrible combatant. He only has 20 melee defense, and I think that kind of pertains to his ability of not being able to see the present, correct, in lore?
Yeah, it's actually like 100%. I was going to say, well, Turin, funny you bring that up. Yeah, it's because he can't see the present, and he's particularly vulnerable to melee physical attacks because he doesn't see them coming, more or less. Like he doesn't know if it's coming from what angle or whatnot, and it can particularly hurt him.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Chicken's getting hunted for sure. He's going to be put on the spear here most likely. And if Kane
focused down,
yeah, he's got to be careful. He's got to pull back. Valkanos for sure needs to move these lead belchers like a little bit away. And the Chaos Knights get a nice little charge in the middle, hammering into the Noblars. But Ogre Kingdoms do currently have two objectives. Tzeentch is one, and I think if the Ogres really want to go pedal to the metal, just full wild hogs in this game, they could certainly take that third objective too with some Saber Tusks and units like that. And yeah, Kairos, losing Kairos would be a disaster for sure. I don't know if the forces of Tzeentch would be able to come back from that.
And Scrag's ability, his Cauldron, I believe it's map-wide. It's not a limited range buff, which is even cooler.
Yeah, that's what's really crazy about it. And that's why, like, pretty much in every Ogre Kingdoms game you're seeing, and again, guys, apologies for the lag today. There's not a whole lot we can do when players are connecting from all over the world here. But this should, again, be the only game that runs into this situation. But yeah, it is map-wide. Gorgers are just super, super meta in this matchup. Currently, 2 objectives to 1. Players are getting 5 points per second. These seconds a little bit longer than usual. And something else to note, if you guys see a unit that's really, really beat up, like these Forsaken of Tzeentch, as the commander of that army, you can actually choose to send them back to your summoning pool, at which point they'll start healing, and they'll become available to you again to summon back at full health. So there are times in which you want to do that. So here, Kairos has actually been tanking this pretty well. It looks like the hunters have been having a little bit of trouble connecting. I've noticed the big Tzeentch Greater Demons can be a lot harder to bring down than you would expect.
Yeah, especially if their attack animations are pretty wild. And I've also found that ogres are so big that they kind of like interrupt each other's attack animations, just butt into each other and just gut plate it. So it could be hard to kind of peg down these single entity monsters, like you said.
And I think, now that he's pulling back the lead belchers, that's going to make it like the hunters can actually get on top of the big chicken here and probably drag him down. Then the lead belchers can get back to shooting at some Chaos Knights and things like that. But honestly, Tzeentch not doing a terrible job kind of pushing back here. We do see some Chaos Knights moving down, but honestly, it seems like there's nothing in the Tzeentch army that is effectively killing the Gorgers. Kane needs to get slightly better positioning. He needs to get the Pink Horrors back here, or some sort of Flamers of Tzeentch back here, and just absolutely shoot the Gorgers, who are very weak to missiles. They only have 15 armor and no missile resist of any sort. That's definitely the best way to take them down, but with Kairos dying here, like, I simply don't see a way for the forces of Tzeentch to really get back in this game. I think they would probably be going down pretty quickly after that. We have a couple of Chaos Knights still running around, but they're kind of getting grinded down by Gorgers as well. All the Forsaken are more or less crumped. And now look at this. We have a secret agent play as the Noblar Trappers have been summoned on the far side of the map and will be moving across to Objective 3 here.
So these new little Noblar Trappers do have an ability called Noblar Traps, which reduces speed, charge bonus, and it also does damage per second.
Yeah.
So at what point can they use this? You know, it does say can use if not moving. So does the Noblar Trapper just have to be stationary, then it uses it? Like, what's the kind of activation protocol, I guess you could say, behind that?
Yeah, so its range is 5 meters, so it's pretty much just like right on top of the Noblars, and the effect range is very tight there. But basically, yeah, it's, the enemy, it affects grounded units only, so it doesn't hit flying units, and it can use. So yeah, if they're standing still and somebody like moves next to them, they like get you with the little trap. Basically, is how that works. So pretty good to like sit on the edge of objectives and like. You can see now that Tzeentch is abandoning the objective because they know they're losing the fight in the middle, which is like a perfect opportunity for the Ogre Kingdoms to move over here and just jack this objective. And that's what we were talking about in the pregame with like how good stealth is. And here's another opportunity, like you talked about earlier, of crumbling. So demons, much like the undead in game 2, do actually crumble down, but it's unstable and banished. It's a little bit different.
Right. He'll just sustain damage over time, more and more until he just eventually dies off.
Yeah, this is becoming pretty crushing in terms of the value. It looks like it's doubled. So basically, Valkanos, our Ogre Kingdoms player, has killed twice as much value in his opponent's army. And on top of that, he does have, I believe, 2 objectives right now. The middle one is being slightly contested because of some of the blue horrors which are flanking around. But it's only going to be a matter of time before they're taken out. 2 Noblars going to secure the high ground objective. And down here on objective number 3, we do have the old Trappers moving in. So the Noblar Trappers are going to be on top of that, and they'll be taking that. And it looks like the Ogres probably will end up with a 3 cap in conjunction with a massive crushing army lead. And the score is still like a little bit up for Ogres, but it's not enough for Tzeentch to be getting bonus units yet.
Right. And I think we can probably take a look before it dies off. If you look at the dead center here at the second cap, you can see these gorges. If you hover over them now, because of Warhammer 3, you'll get any active effect in the upper right corner of their little character icon. So we can see they've got Frenzy, but now you get to see the Cauldron of the Great Maw or stuff like Troll Guts that's active. So anyone who's new to the game, you can now see these effects a little bit more apparently as to what's kicking off. Like, hey, something's been lit on fire because of a flaming attack. So it's got a little less barrier of entry when it comes to people coming into the game, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. And the Ogres have actually summoned some big cavalry too. So now we do see the Mournfang cavalry with great weapons. These guys are pretty big world beaters for sure. They hit very hard. They have great armor piercing, and they're, you know, like I said, Ogres don't have much that is like super armored in the roster, so you can definitely get some armor value out of them. And, you know, now if Tzeentch tries to move up to reclaim this objective, the Mournfang cavalry will just be waiting there for them. And it looks like the big chicken has finally been, he's been cooked. Down he goes.
Cooked.
Yeah, he has been cooked. And the middle objective is being taken by the Ogres. Objective number 3, like we talked about, is being ninja'd by the secret agent Noblar Trappers here in the bushes, just kind of cheering and cackling. Super awesome. Tzeentch is trying to send some blue horrors over to capture it, but they're just going to be so far behind in points. And, you know, there are times where if you're far behind in points, if you're at least winning on the army value, you can come back. But this looks like one of those games that I think is going to be very decisive here for the Ogres.
Yeah, in conjunction across those point values and that gold, it's kind of hard. So getting into a more personal question, extra crispy or original recipe when it comes to chicken for you?
Oh, are we talking like KFC? Because I haven't had KFC.
Oh, absolutely.
I haven't had KFC since 2005. I played high school football, and our coach after a game took us there, and I got like super sick, so I just like refused to ever eat there again.
Sorry, I just hit like a PTSD trigger.
No, you're all good. Yeah, no, it was quite funny. I think a couple players on the team got sick, so we just like, you know, it was never to happen again. But yeah, I mean, in terms of like, you know, fried chicken in general, yeah, like I don't know, I'm not picky. It's very good if it's made properly. But Tzeentch moving out, we got the blue horrors just kind of like shuffling down here with what little units they have. This is a little bit of a mistake. If you were behind like this, what you would want to do is consolidate your forces. So get a couple summons, get your army together, and then push in like unity. They're kind of using the just the waddle down tactic, and you can see they're paying a little bit of a price here. Although the Ogre Hunters maybe don't want to move in here. A little bit risky of them getting shot.
Yeah, I mean, like you said before, anytime you're a single entity model and you kind of cavort into the wildlands of Tzeentch alone, you will get focused down hard and fast. Like, watch these. I mean, these hunters charged into this with pretty much full health, and they've lost a quarter of health already. They now also have those spawns locking them in place. Like, there's a lot going on really hard and fast now.
And now that we have a little bit of downtime, obviously, because, a little bit laggy, so we can kind of talk about some things. So in terms of the objectives, some of you guys are probably wondering, like, well, how does it determine who is going to be capturing the objective, like who has better weight? Well, there's a scale. So here's how it works. Lords and infantry have the most capture weight on objectives. Lords, though, it's different because I'm talking about lords that are not huge monsters. So like Ogre Kingdom's lords are fine. Lords on horses, foots, basic mount, they have pretty good capture weight, pretty much the same as infantry. However, if a lord is monstrous, so we're talking like Kolek Sun Eater or like, some sort of a huge monster like a Dread Saurian, they will not have as good of capture weight. So the highest tier is going to be infantry, as well as lords and heroes who are not monstrous. And then after that, you get into the tier of like cavalry and like basic monsters. And then there's flying units. Flying units are actually not able to capture objectives at all because they have the advantage of being able to cover the whole battlefield, but they cannot actually capture objectives there. So that's something to kind of note. And it looks like Tzeentch is going to move down here with their dreaded Chaos Knights and maybe try and slam jam, space jam these Noblars. But again, Ogres are just crushing them so hard in the fighting, and on top of that, like, it's going to get worse for them here. Look at these Chaos Knights.
Look at this Mournfang charge over here, right into these remaining Chaos Knights, under that exposed back into those pink horrors. Like, I mean, yes, that's a pretty juicy charge right there.
Yes, the dreaded laggy charge. As the it was just like a slideshow, dude.
It just stops right in front of him.
Yeah, it was basically just giving us some trouble there. The Chaos Knights riding the beloved Chaos Ponies, but the Mournfang Cavalry with their great weapons obviously will massacre Chaos Knights. Pretty much what they're designed to defeat. And the last of the Tzeentch front line is buckling to the Double Hunter plus Scrag, and I think that from here the pink horrors of Tzeentch probably going to be pushed back into the pits from whence they came. Although, do they get the triple cap here? It doesn't look like it. Yeah, Ogres are still... These Noblars are just somehow holding on to this objective, but probably not for too long. I think they're going to be feasted on by the Changers' forces down here.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Like, it's definitely swinging pretty hard in the direction for the Ogres at this point.
Yeah, it's looking good. So at this point, obviously, Tzeentch can keep trying to fight. I don't think there's too many avenues for them to maybe... I'm trying to think if there would be any ways for them to get back. I think the Ogres would have to make a pretty catastrophic play. Like, if Tzeentch, for example, had a metal caster in their reinforcements, they could summon that in and maybe get like a big final transmutation right here to nail this like blob of Ogre characters, which would probably accrue them like 3,000 to 4,000 value and maybe help them get back in the match. But really, the come from behind mechanic should be kicking in relatively soon. So you can see our Tzeentch player is currently getting 23 resources per second, whereas his opponent is going to be getting 16. So you can see there is a compensation for losing right there, which does come into play when your opponent's very, very far ahead of you in terms of score. But really, I don't know if it's going to be enough. I do not know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, man. Like, bringing in some spawn to kind of help in this little situation. Those Mournfang... Where'd those Mournfang go? Oh, they're over here. Okay.
Yeah, they're still fine.
Well, I got them totally like, wait a minute, did they just get deleted?
They just waddled even further into the trees, and they got some additional. They got some additional armor and missile resist, which is pretty much going to make them impervious against like most of these units. Like the pink horrors are already not an armor piercing unit, so they're going to really struggle against 90 armor, let alone 120, plus the 22% missile resist on top of that. It's just going to be brutal. And I think that though Tzeentch did take that bottom objective, it's going to be taken here by the Noblars here in just a second, with the Gorgers backing them up. The Tzeentch army should get folded, and yeah, you can see another unit of Gorgers being summoned out by the Ogre Kingdoms and Valkanos to move down there to go shut those guys down. I think that's going to be game here in a second once that third objective gets captured.
Game, set, blouses.
Yeah, pretty good. Hunters have been really, really meta, though. These guys, I've seen them in most matchups because, pretty much every demon roster, if you're looking at Nurgle, they have great unclean ones, they have heralds, they have like a fair amount of large units. Oh my god, I'm hearing like the sound effect of the dragging food pot right here.
So you hear that thing just shucking across the ground.
Yeah, it sounded like some like industrial metal or something. It was pretty crazy. But yeah, the hunters are pretty much ubiquitously good. I think against Cathay, maybe you wouldn't want to bring them, and maybe against Kislev not so much because their factions, they do have some large threats, but they're not quite as like easy to lock down, and they do have a lot of shooting. So like big ogre targets are a little bit vulnerable to that type of shooting. But yeah, the Mournfangs have just absolutely stuffed Tzeentch back in their spawn zone here. But Tzeentch, of course, has other areas. They could spawn over here if they want to, or their Vanguard, they can move and start playing this way. But they're choosing to just kind of keep pouring into this fight here, which I think is just like sending their forces into a meat grinder. Because this is really the focal point of Ogre strength here, right? We have Scrag, we have the Ogre Bulls, we have Gorgers, and also the Leadbelcher Overwatch Fire. These guys have just been sitting back here the whole game. And let's see what kind of value they've accrued. Oh my god.
Man, 73 kills on them. That is pretty glorious.
More importantly, they've almost doubled their value, which is really good. And I like looked at the Ogre from the side, and I actually thought that this one was wearing like a fedora. Like from the side, it looks like he was just
Hey,
like wearing.
It's a trilby.
Yeah, it looked like he was wearing like a fedora with his like top hat. That was so funny. I was like, oh my god, is he actually wearing a fedora there? But that wasn't the case.
Like that's probably the some of the most fun when taking a look at a lot of the art direction with a lot of the ogre units, right? You just have such fun stuff, especially when you look at the man-eaters, right? Who have a bunch of different like accoutrements all over their characters, little pirate hats and stuff like that. Like, it's been a lot of fun to take a look at a lot of these factions coming to life. Even looking at Tzeentch's army across the blue and the pink horrors, like in tabletop, pink horrors split into two. Oh, you killed one pink horror, it became two blue horrors. And just to kind of look at these guys up close and see how cool they are, they're like their little flappable jaws and everything. Like look like the guy from Ghostbusters, Slimer. What was his name?
Oh man, I can't remember his name.
Right, the little green dude. But it's like, it's so cool to see a lot of this all kind of come to life finally, like in a culmination into the Warhammer 3.
Yeah, absolutely, man, absolutely. Third objective is now being taken by the ogres, I think, the gorgers. Oh, and this is also something else to mention. So you're probably wondering, like, how would the ogre kingdoms ever actually capture objectives from, let's say, infantry? If infantry have more capture weight and they're like considered monstrous, they would have less theoretically. So if we're talking like Kroxigors or like Chaos Spawn, yeah, that's true, but in Total War Warhammer 3, Ogre Kingdoms, their basic Ogre infantry, as well as like any of their Ogre type units, like Gorgers, they have the same capture weight as infantry. So that makes Ogres able to kind of compete with other factions, because if Ogres had to rely on just Noblars to have capture weight on objectives, it'd be pretty bad considering their leadership is almost nothing. And they just get like steamrolled by almost everything that just gets on top of them right away. So Ogre units in general do have pretty good capture weight, but yeah, looking like some serious lag here as they fight. The Tzeentch effects obviously could be a little bit at play, but I think it's just the fact that one player is connecting from Singapore and the other from the States. So,
yeah. I mean, like we said before, that does definitely happen. It used to happen a lot in the Ever Chosen too. We had people joining from, almost said something else. We had people joining in from Germany and stuff like that, and it definitely does lead to some issues here and there when it comes to setting these things up.
Yeah, absolutely. But this one's pretty close to over. And again, most of the other players that we've seen today, I haven't seen any lag in the tournament aside from this match here. So we should be okay after this. But the Gorgers on the low ground objective, just kind of grinding through the Forsaken and the Chaos Knights. The armor piercing on these guys is insane. You can see they've already racked up 132 kills, many of which are chaff units, but like 2,000 value accrued because of how well they dominate Chaos Knights. It's pretty insane. Like the healing in tandem with armor piercing bonus versus infantry and being unbreakable is so good for kind of playing these objective-based games. And the third objective here looks like it's going to go back to the Ogre Kingdoms, and Tzeentch is simply just running out of steam, even though they're getting extra summons.
So, I have yet to see the Knights on discs used in multiplayer. How do they kind of push into everything? Are they quite good?
Yeah, Doom Knights are good, and not in every matchup. But if you're playing someone where like Cathay or Kislev, and you want some big armor to like shut down missile pieces, like they can be very, very good at that, and they're incredibly mobile. And also they have access to these shields, right? So they can regenerate. So this is like a classic example of like huge misplay here. Like Tzeentch should not be summoning and fighting into this blob. They could leave one chaff unit, but Tzeentch, what they should be doing, for anybody who's kind of a little bit curious, is they should be summoning out of these reinforcement points and moving up through here and up through here. The Ogre position on this side is so much weaker. If they had summoned like 3 or 4 of those units over to this side and moved across, they could have easily taken objective number 3 and maybe could have even pressured objective 2. That would have then forced the Ogre Kingdoms to maybe move down this way, which would have then opened up objective 1 for some sort of a vanguard play, something like that. Like just summoning into the Ogre meat grinder here is definitely not what you want to be doing. The Great Maw is certainly being fed well today.
Yeah, and that's the kind of the cool thing about Domination is when you do get in a situation where they're pushing into your spawn like that, you have the ability to
thank the dark gods. That game is over. All right, so
oh Lord, it's finally happened.
the lag will be gone now. All right.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, GG to those champs though. And again, guys, we apologize for that. The other game should not be like that. It was just that one particular set. So but yeah, Kairos getting wrecked early was like a big variable. Not too much to articulate there. Scrag and the Hunters were really strong. The Gorgers just insane value. Leadbelchers 2,000. Just most of the Ogre units performed super well, and the Tzeentch ones just kind of ran into their counters. Forsaken get countered by Gorgers. The Chaos Knights get countered by big armor piercing. Just against Ogres, you probably need more like just cheap units and then shooting to. And Flamers of Tzeentch too are super good here against these units, and we didn't see any of those. And Kairos isn't that good in this matchup either. He's known for his pendulum, which isn't good against Ogres at all. So just kind of some off picks there, but nonetheless, well played to Kane here for getting this far in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. And would you say then that Tzeentch in an Ogre matchup like this has to do you said like, hey, you just go for the blue horrors and the pink horrors, like give them less juicy targets to go for and just overload them with chaff stuff. Is that
Yeah,
what you're
yeah.
saying?
Like, more importantly, shooting. You need shooting against the Gorgers and some of those units if you can. And Tzeentch has some of the best shooting in the game, and we didn't see that utilized here at all in this matchup. So I think that was a little bit of the kind of the paradigm of that. Now, as far as the brackets go, so taking a look here at the brackets for the day, we now have Valkanos versus Anticity in our first best of 3, which is going to be coming up after Crabbling and Dov plays and Felcon versus HDS. But now we have Crabbling versus Dov plays for our next Duel of Fates. So those gentlemen will be joining here, and we'll be getting started. I hope to see some Kislev. I think that most players probably consider Cathay to be one of the weaker factions overall, but it would be really interesting to see if somebody's kind of schemed something that we haven't run into yet.
I was going to ask you about, how do the factions kind of fall on not necessarily a tier list, but
yeah,
what would you say is the top most faction, the bottom most faction?
So if I had to give my anecdotal opinion, just my personal experience, I think that the strongest factions in the game are Ogre Kingdoms. So if we were saying like S tier, I would say Ogre Kingdoms, I would say Tzeentch, and I would say probably Khorne. If I were to say A tier, I would probably say Kislev as well as Slaanesh. And then B tier would be Nurgle, and then probably C or D or F tier would be Cathay, depending on
the entire bottom bracket.
they just hold the reign over all of those different spots. But there is one Cathay build that is actually quite strong. But again, like everybody's gotten so used to it being their only good build that like people start to counter it. But Cathay, their Dragon Lord, Miao Ying, is super good. She's really strong, great combatant, great mobility, great healing, and damage.
Support.
And also the Terracotta Sentinels are probably one of the best units in the entire game. They're super good and really...
And they're so cool looking,
yeah,
too.
They look so cool. And they basically more or less carry the roster, in my opinion. But I think this next matchup is actually going to be Crabbling on Kislev versus Dov on the Ogre Kingdom. So this is a pretty fun matchup. This one's like fast and furious. You have the winged lancers, the hussars riding about, lancing things down. You have leadbelters shooting down the cavalry. It's really, really fun.
Yeah, and the cool thing, too, about Kislev is their entire army is hybrid. Everything's either got a pistol or a bow that they can shoot. So you're going to see just a lot of gunpowder flying all over.
Yeah, and that's really good against ogres because like even the basic infantry have excellent shooting, so they can shoot it. It's not like tons of damage, but they could wear down like basic ogre infantry and things like that and do pretty well. Now the map is going to be Death's Pass, which is a fairly kind of open map here, so we can take a look and you guys can see what it looks like. It basically has like a big opening in the middle. This is probably one of the few maps that has good shooting, but if you don't want to play the middle, you don't have to. You can play the two sides. So for example, oh no, it actually looks like it's going to be Kislev versus Tzeentch. Okay, this is a cool matchup. This is a fun
last minute change here by Dov.
Yeah, this is a cool matchup. I like this one a lot. The Kislev has some great options with their Bariots. The Bear Chariots are very strong here.
What are those?
Yeah, the
Bariot, the war sleds, correct?
Yeah, the war sleds. They're just chariots pulled by bears. Basically, the Bariots can really do excellent work against all of the Tzeentch infantry. So if you're looking at Kislev's chariots, they counter Forsaken, they counter blue horrors and pink horrors if they get into melee with them. And then if Tzeentch decides to come in with ranged, let's say Flamers of Tzeentch or some sort of a flying monster, they have shooting on top of them as well, much like war wagons in Warhammer 2. So those guys can actually trade pretty darn well there. So we're going to be loading in here in just a second. And ooh, look at the Lord here. It looks like we have Tsarina Katarine versus the Exalted Lord of Change. Should be fun.
It's gonna be the daughter of Boris Bocha himself.
Yeah.
So in a game style like this, Domination, where you do have these 3 points you have to capture, you have got Kislev's faction ability called By Our Blood. And for those that haven't really kind of clued into this yet, looks like we got a little issue here. We got to reload. Kislev gets stronger the weaker it gets. And depending upon the lord you're playing with, you do have abilities to stack that. And in campaign, it is different than multiplayer 100%. But the way By Our Blood works is that as the leadership of a unit gets to, is it wavering, I believe? Once it hits wavering, they'll get unbreakable for 30 seconds.
Correct.
Correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Yeah. So they basically get unbreakable. It can only proc once, but for the most part, yeah, it's a really strong ability. It kind of gives most human factions, Empire has Flagell and Sigmar Sons, a couple unbreakable units, but it's a really nice thing to have on these niche units. But Kislev's entire roster becomes super, super durable. And those guys can just kind of stand and fight on objectives. And their base leadership values are honestly pretty high as well, which is really, really nice. Right. Kislev is probably my favorite faction to play. I wouldn't say they're quite as easy or intuitive as some of the demonic factions. I think Khorne and Tzeentch are just all very straightforward and very good at what they do. Kislev requires a little bit more finesse, much like Empire does in Warhammer 2 and Warhammer 1. But if you can like kind of mix and match all of their hybrid units and the utility of those units, they can do some great work for sure. So
yeah, we'll just be sitting there. We got it all set up. Yeah, and I agree with you there. I think that like that whole buy our blood mechanic and being unbreakable, how would you say that kind of plays into domination mode? Is that a particular strength, allowing them to hold on to things a little bit longer?
It's honestly good for both domination and land battles. It's just like in land battles, like you can, with high elves, a tactic when they first came out was to use Lothar and Seaguard are obviously a hybrid unit. They're bow units with spears, pretty much like a more advanced unit of the Kislev Kassar with spear. And you use it in the same way. Sometimes you don't have to defend your backfield like you normally would with other human factions because the Kislev missile units can protect themselves, which is really nice. Right. And they're like a lot of factions, especially like Slaanesh, for example, have like insane shock value, right? So they move in there, they just get a ton of damage in these big alpha strikes, and they expect your formation to crumble so they can penetrate further into your army. But with Kislev, even if a really low tier unit like a winged Kossovite Dervish or like one of their chaff units gets buckled quickly, it'll continue fighting to the death for about 30 seconds because of the buy our blood trays. So that makes them very, very tough to remove and for their formations to break. But really, the name of the game for Kislev and the best unit on the roster that I've seen so far in the games I played has been the Bariots. The Bear Chariots are just insanely good value for their cost.
Yeah, and I really enjoy the overall aesthetic of the army too. Like, it looks beautiful. It's awesome. Like, y'all these like really cool, like Slavic looking everything.
Yeah.
And it's just such a fun army. Like, just watch them Slav squat with the Streltsy all over the place.
It's
like,
really
I
good.
love that.
It's great.
I love it.
Very nice touch. So for the Kislevite army, we've loaded into the battle now. We do have the Tsarina as the Lord, and she is certainly pretty formidable. She has really good blob punishing with her activated ability called the Frostfang here. She's got the Ice Maiden's Kiss, as well as the Heart of Winter. Heart of Winter is a very expensive spell. It has a progressive spell kind of damage. So as units are in the Vortex longer, they take more and more damage and they get slowed more. It's really good if you're in like a final kind of cataclysmic battle on an objective. You can pop that and basically just get like huge, huge damage on those guys, which is awesome. Yeah, and the rest of the army's Bariots. Like I said, like in the pregame analysis, Bariots are good against everything on the Tzeentch roster, more or less. So we're going to be seeing Bariots, and then we do also see a Patriarch who does have an AoE healing ability to heal the Bariots. Now, for the Tzeentch army, what do we have, my friend?
It looks like we're going to be seeing an exalted Lord of Change, who has the Lore of Metal, giving us access to Searing Doom. Now, the cool thing, too, about the Exalted Lord of Change is it does have Portal Glyph, allowing it to have 2 charges of Summon Furies, bringing in those barriered Furies to help out in the way. And across the rest of the battlefield, we're going to be seeing a nice, good front line of some Forsaken, giving in that heavy armor. Then a nice back line of some supporting blue horrors with a little pink horror action in there as well.
This is going to be some danger for the Tzeentch army for sure, because they don't have any like mass to really stop the chariots from running through them. I mean, the big chicken can, of course, get in there. Yeah, they're so cool. The Bariots are like the coolest unit in the game. Look at these things. And bears are my favorite animals. I'm a little bit biased, but nonetheless, blasting into the Forsaken, immediately getting through the shields, and due to the fact that due to the fact that it's powder weaponry, it's very hard to dodge, and you can immediately see that Job's Exalted Lord of Change is getting hammered pretty good, and Katarine is getting really aggressive. Look at this army charging in.
Right through all of these horrors. Oh man, ripping through the shields, bulldozing them, and those bears are feasting right now. Yeah. Oh man. And they're Katarine going with a looks like a Heart of Winter in the background, maybe to slow him down. Let's see what goes down.
It's either that or it's Frostfang, which is her ability.
Yeah. Oh, Frostfang. Yeah.
That was her activated Frostfang, and it looks like Kislev did summon in some Kossovite Dervishes, which are the very cheap kind of skirmish type cavalry. And the Patriarchs moved in, and like I said, the Tzeentch army didn't have any mass. They didn't have any like Chaos Knights or Doom Knights or anything that could really get in there. And now Zav is summoning a good counter, which are the Screamers of Tzeentch. These are armor piercing and anti-large, and if they had been in the initial army, I don't think Crabling would have been able to just get so deep into that force. And more Kossovite Dervishes are moving in. Talk about aggression, man. He's going pedal to the metal.
Yeah, and I do really, really like the new Kossovite Dervishes. He just summoned up a Snow Leopard as well to get in that anti-large AP damage with a little bit of that frost action.
Yeah.
But those Kossovite Dervishes, dude, they're so sweet. I mean, they have a really nice 92 speed, 28, 24 melee attack and defense. I love them.
And Dobbs did respond with the final transmutation. Alas for him, though, it only hit 1 chariot, so that was really, really unfortunate. As far as the value accrued, it was a massive lead for Crabling in the beginning, but the longer that the Kislevite forces overstay their welcome in the Tzeentch spawn zone, it's giving Dob the opportunity to get his reinforcements in immediately, whereas the Kislevite forces have to summon across. Some Dervishes also getting hammered by Forsaken here, and Crabling is sitting idle right now with his Snow Leopard, so a lot of little things might give Dov an opportunity to kind of find his way back into this game here. But again, the objectives still don't open up for another 30 seconds, and we have an absolute stampede of these bears just through the Tzeentch army.
They are pretty beat up, but I mean, like you said, the Patriarch here does have 2 awesome abilities. He does have his Salyak's Lullaby, which he's used 1 charge of. He gets 3 total charges of it. And then Taurus Battle Hymn, which does increase melee attack by 40. So he does have those 2 little things to help reinforce the line. But that Patriarch's now getting swarmed by some Forsaken while the Bears go to jump on one of these points for a quick gap.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it looks like the objectives are going to be played now. The Barriots did pull back, and they found an overextended unit of the Forsaken of Tzeentch, which, again, they're a hard counter to. Bonus for infantry, armor-piercing shots. Pretty much everything about them is to deal with Forsaken.
Seriously.
Yeah, it's crazy. And Kossovite Dervish is moving in. It looks like Crabling did summon some armored Kossar, so these lords of the Bicep Day at the Gym are going to be moving across and heading over to objective capture point 3, while Katarine and her Patriarch, her minion, are going to be trying to contest the middle, which is currently not owned by anyone. Nobody's actually taken the objectives yet.
Man, to be totally honest, this is the first time I've actually seen the light war sleds in the game.
They're so good.
And they're just to watch like the Streltyon back, like shooting from all different directions on the wagon portion, to watch the Bears buck through things wildly. Like, this is awesome.
It is. It's really fun, man. And the Forsaken of Tzeentch are going to be trying to charge them, but the Barriots are not going to be having any of that. You know, bears are actually very swift animals. A lot of people think because of pop culture that they're slow, but they're actually very quick. And they're going to be pulling those sleds very, very fast away from the Forsaken. However, this will be yielding the middle objective most likely to Tzeentch, although Katarine and her Patriarch, a nice slow going down there from the Frostbite spell coming off Katarine. And what are the reinforcements going to be for the Kislevites? All right, so I think everybody's been waiting for the Winged Lancers to arrive so they can make Sabaton memes.
Let's see it.
Here they are. I've loved this color scheme too. I really, really like it. It's kind of like, the red and white. It's awesome.
So this is a cool thing about the new multiplayer setup, right? You choose a race. So in this case, we have Crabling has selected Kislev, and then you choose any of the minor factions or major factions to then be your color scheme. This will not negate any of your choices.
Not to interrupt you here, but a huge spell going down. So Final Transmutation getting nailed on Katarine. It also hits the Snow Leopard and the Patriarch. So that was a huge power play by Dob. Dob was behind by about 2,000 value, but now he's closed that value to almost like 400 or 500, and it looks like we have a relatively dead even game in terms of value, as the Kislevite forces find themselves a little bit overextended. The Tsarina got a little bit too crazy there, and now we might get all of these Screamers and the Exalted Lord of Change himself descending, and Katarine could be in some huge danger. Her passive has procced. She's unbreakable for 28 seconds, but otherwise she would have broken if she wasn't a Kislevite. And here come the Winged Lancers!
Man, that was brutal. Like, that Final Transmutation went down, and then the Salyak's Lullaby to try to counteract some of that damage. Then as soon as that wore off, I just watched their health tank. But now you got not Kairos, but the Exalted Lord of Change completely surrounded here by the Hussars, being supported by those Forsaken as well. A nice little blast coming in there. It is getting really juicy up in that little pocket.
It's a really, really pitched fight because, again, the Kislevite endurance, like most humans would have buckled and ran, but due to the Kislev passive, Katarine and her Patriarch both stood and fought, and they actually got some good damage on the Exalted Lord of Change. And now it's kind of like Crabling, they're just back and forth. Like, Crabling was in danger. Now Dobbs' forces that kind of stayed there a little bit long did get punished, but that passive for Kislev can only proc once per character, so it's not going to be able to proc again. And once again, the Winged Lancers arrive and lance down a bunch of the Screamers, pushing them back into the skies, and maybe they're going to be able to wrestle the middle. We'll see. And Katarine is being targeted by some sort of witchcraft, it would appear, from Tzeentch.
Yeah, it looks like so during that big kind of pocket battle, Crabling positioned his armored Cossairs out on the flank of it, and they were just able to hammer into some of those Screamers of Tzeentch. Like we were talking about earlier, having this ability to have these hybrid units be able to support your units in combat by killing anything that they can up in the air or on a flank is just such an awesome ability for Kislev here. Got these Forsaken, though, trying to charge into the meat of Crabling's army.
That's not going to go good.
Hammered.
That is going to be an absolute disaster. These Forsaken are just going to get lanced so badly by the Kislevites. Oh, so cool looking. And the Chariots will also be able to scream in, so they'll pull back now that the shields have been broken, right? Another flanking charge coming in from Winged Lancers, and when the Barriots get in there as well, it's just going to melt those Forsaken super hard. But, I mean, both armies are super damaged. There is a minor lead for Crabling in terms of value, but it's certainly not point of no return. If Dob is able to get a really good spell cast, like another big Final Transmutation like he had before, that could easily bring the game back here.
You know, we've seen 2 or 3 of those really big sweeping engagements, right? Right in the very first one with the sleds just kind of barreling through things. And then Dobbs' response with that Final Transmutation was really good. We got another Final Transmutation dropping down onto Tsarina, trying to get that damage. And you can see Crabling's pulling it away, not trying to get it up in the face of the Patriarchs and all the other single entity models. But that's putting Tsarina pretty low, up to 25%.
Yeah, I think a little bit of patience. I mean, it wasn't a bad one, but I think a little bit of patience could have been prudent, like waiting for a big Alpha Strike from Kislev. He's just trying to, snipe Katarine, who's a relatively incredibly resilient, so she's going to take that like a champ for sure. Now, objective number 1 is actually held by Tzeentch. It looks like there were some armored Kossars that tried to take that. Objective 2 is also owned by Tzeentch. 3 is owned by Kislev. So though Kislev is winning a little bit in terms of the army trading, Tzeentch is a little bit ahead on objective play. So that is something to consider, but it looks like Kislev and the Lords of the Biceps here, the armored Kossars, and just, I love how they live
double
in, like,
peeking on the bicep.
I love how they just like live in this like frozen wasteland, yet they're wearing these like sleeveless shirts into battle.
Yeah, exactly. Tear off the sleeve. It's hurt their arm. Like
they got to flex on the demons for sure. But nonetheless, yeah, objective 2 is going to be taken. A lot of the Tzeentch forces, the Forsaken, are getting buckled. Screamers are a good answer, but not if they're unsupported. They're pretty terrible in terms of like taking damage. 22 melee defense, 20 armor. You know, Kislev can really shoot them down. And yeah, we got armored Kossars and more armored Kossars coming in with their pistols here in the middle.
So something that CA Duck was talking about in one of the streams, and I want you to kind of elaborate on this, is the way that magic damage works now as it pertains to its little icon. So if it's a vortex spell, if it's a breath spell, or if it's a wind spell, damage is now different in Warhammer 3, right? It allocates differently according to that little telegraph.
Yeah, you would actually know a little bit better than me. I'm kind of a bit of a potato as it pertains to learning new things. But yeah, in general, I know like a ton of the magic spells have been reworked. Like Fate of Una works very differently. Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma works differently. Like magic, really in general, the way healing works, like fire damage now, actually when something is lit on fire by fire damage, it halves the rate at which they heal. There's tons of new ways and like interactions in this game. It's a very different experience. And that's why we've seen people who, in today's tournament, for example, we saw many campaign players and folks who didn't play a ton of multiplayer actually have some good wins over, you know, consistent tournament players, which is very, very exciting to see some kind of new blood being brought into the scene here for the Blood God. Looks like we got some Warbear Riders in the back. These are really, really cool unit, and they're going to be absolutely a great utility piece against Forsaken, Chaos Knights, a little bit weak against Flamers of Tzeentch, and I'm surprised we're not seeing that from Dov, like some Flamers, although I suppose might be a little bit hard to protect, and Kislev really has a super entrenched position in the middle. So Dov now needs to just like organize a big counter push and then push back in. Or maybe play the side objectives with some mobility. We'll have to see.
So we were talking a lot about how barriers and how they regenerate, and I was watching that Exalted Lord of Change who got a full barrier regen and was able to just kind of got a little too cocky with its flying and got next to these armored Kossars and got 2-3 full volleys, popped those shields, and now is taking that raw damage again. So it's like these barriers are a really great mechanic for Tzeentch. You can do a lot of fun with cycle charging and using them pretty well, but you do have to also be careful at the same time when you're up against an army like Kislev, which just has access to it's so cool to watch like the shots like blink off these shields and everything, then to watch them explode.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree, man. And a really, really nice play on the far side as well. So basically, Tzeentch knows it needs to win the middle. This is like a big epicenter of combat, very important. And they decided to pull their units off the back objective. But Kislev, being a very mobile faction, was able to get some Kossovite dervishes who don't really have great capture weight, but they can, of course, steal an objective over time. If this was an infantry unit, it would capture probably twice as fast. But here he is able to get objective number 1, or at least start to get it, and that is going to be forcing the forces of Tzeentch back. So what's nice about this is now the Kossovite dervishes, if Krabling has really good micro, can simply run back into the hills, right? And then all of Dov's army is being focused on this 400 gold unit, while the Kislevites just kind of sit happily on the middle objective, just cackling, singing some war hymns, and hanging out with the Ice Queen here, which is certainly great. Who knows? Yeah, the light war sled's moving across with the Snow Leopard as well. Maybe looking to get some freebies here. Certainly these Forsaken are looking quite buttered up for the charge.
Well, and that's one thing to kind of, oh man, that was juicy.
Yeah, it was
and one thing to kind of note too about Krabling's army is he's had almost the same army from start to this point. You know, the war sleds are in, Katarina is still in, and the Patriarch. But we've seen a lot of units swapping out here for
Dov. So, Big Bird's down for the count. Oh. He gets sniped. Oh, look at the dramatic fall. Oh, the face plant. Yeah, that was not fun for him. So with the Lord of Change being dead, Krabling has accrued a pretty big lead. That is going to be GG, and Dov will tap out. So that was a really, really cool showcase of Kislev. We saw the Bear Chariot opening, which was very aggressive, but he got a little bit aggressive and almost got counterpunched by Tzeentch a little bit too effectively. He pulled back. Dov was behind. He had a really nice final transmutation, nailed the entire leadership core of Kislev. If Katarine had broken there and, you know, the Patriarch had fallen as well, I think Dov would have just won that game. But Kislev endures, man. The By Our Blood and all the armored Kossars. And then when the Winged Lancers finally arrived and were able to lance those guys back, it was a super cool game, man. That was a really fun one.
Yeah, they had a lot of really fun big alpha strikes in there, and like you said, you know, it became a point where it was just any man's game because of the big sweeping back and forth between final transmutation and everything. Very, very, very fun to see. And I think now, so we've seen Kislev, we've seen Tzeentch, Khorne, and Ogres, but we've yet to see Nurgle, Cathay, and Slanesh, right?
Yeah,
And
those are the ones we haven't seen yet. Yeah, correct.
and we won't be seeing any Chaos Undivided, correct?
Yeah, because Chaos Undivided is extremely unfair in multiplayer because normally you know what your opponent's playing, so you can fine-tune your army against them, but you can't prepare against the demons of Chaos Undivided because they can just bring things from any of the 4 Chaos Gods. They can't bring mortals, but even still, it's very, very tough to deal with. And yeah, man, I really like that build from Crabbling. I mean, I use something pretty similar against Siege. I use, I think, like 2 Bear Chariots and then like some Archers and other units, but he just went all in on the Bariots. And yeah, great value on those guys. And overall, most of the Kislev army performed. We didn't see Dav bring in any of the Flamers of Siege. I feel like with their armor piercing, if they can get one straight volley on the Bariots, they can really melt them. So I really would have liked to have seen some Flamers there. Again, I could be completely out of left field with that, but I think that could have been a useful addition for sure.
Looking at Dav's army and his reinforcements, he did have 3, it looks like.
Yeah, he had
right?
some in the pool, but we just didn't end up seeing those.
Right.
So now we have the bracket here. Crabbling has advanced on, and Crabbling will be facing the winner of Falcon and HDS, which is going to be our next match. So if you guys don't know Falcon, widely considered by many to be one of the GOATs of Total War Warhammer multiplayer. He has won a ton of community tournaments, ever-chosen tournaments, just an absolute champ. But he does like playing, I think he likes playing Cathay and Kislev, so it should be interesting to see how he fares against these demons of chaos here.
He does love his dragons, and he will get that in Cathay, but it looks like we're going to be seeing Falcon on Slanesh. He's just switched over to Slanesh,
No
which
way.
is going to be pretty juicy. Yeah.
Oh man, we haven't seen it. I was hoping for some Nurgle. I think like of all the early games that were being played, I think I was one of the only people who was playing Nurgle. I don't know if too many other people played.
It's indeed your favorite Chaos faction.
They're not as bad as people think. Like I know a lot of people, because when you play Nurgle, you don't have as much battlefield agency, right? Like your opponent in many ways is dictating the maneuvers, but like you can still play that way and really endure and play the objectives pretty well. But I do think Nurgle's kind of underrated, and I think when people really kind of get their hands on the game and practice them, they'll find that like Nurgle versus Kislev, I feel is a good matchup for Nurgle. I feel like Nurgle does pretty good against most factions. I mean, I'm trying to think what the worst matchup would be. Probably Nurgle versus Tzeentch. Because they have so much.
They can just burst him down with, and the fire does not.
Well, the
help.
problem is with Nurgle, it's not too hard to catch like foot-based archers, right? So if you're chasing like, let's say some Kossars or some archers in Cathay, they only have like 30-something speed, so you can catch them. But with Tzeentch, the Flamers of Tzeentch and the Burning Chariots have like 50 and like 80 speed respectively, so they can actually kite you with their shooting, and then their armor is really good at peeling off your mobility. So if you have Rotflies and some of the Furies chasing them, they can use Doom Knights and their own Furies to kind of fight you back in the air. And usually Tzeentch will have the Air Force advantage against Nurgle because of the Doom Knights, because of the Lords of Change. So it's just a tricky matchup overall. But yeah, a fun one. So the next map is going to be the Crossing of the Sea of Claws, my friend, which is a very cool map. It's kind of like a Norskin encampment. 1 objective in the middle, of course, and 2 on the far sides. But each objective is very, very different in terms of terrain.
Yeah, this should be exciting to see too. Like I said, I'm excited to see Slanesh kind of going fisticuffs here against what looks to be Kislev. It looks like we're going to see Kislev for HDS and Slanesh for Falcon. And Slanesh, it'll be their first time seeing them here in this competition. Slanesh is a very crazy faction, right? We're going to see AP, we're going to see a lot of fast movement, but very glass cannony.
No, it looks like he switched. I think they're still doing their picks right now, so they're
Slanesh and Khorne.
This is a wild one. And, oh no, wait, they switched. Okay, it's Kislev versus Khorne. So
no!
I know, I'm so excited to see Slanesh, but Slanesh is good, but in a best of 1 situation, I understand the apprehension on their sides. Like, because obviously it's best of 1 until we get to top 4, then it becomes best of 3. So we'll go to best of 3s after this round, and then players cannot repeat their factions, right? In a best of 1, Slanesh is super high damage, but super squishy. If you make one mistake in a tournament like this, where obviously there's substantial prizes on the line, you could just be wiped out, and that would be really rough. I think having Slanesh as like a best of 3 faction is going to be a lot better for like if you win game 1, for example, and you have a little bit of a cushion and you just want to like alpha strike your opponent out with Slanesh and you can afford to take the risk. I think that's a pretty good call. And of course, the format of today's tournament is blind pick. So Slanesh might be a safer pick if you know what you're playing against, whereas some of these more durable factions are a little bit safer in a best of 1.
Yeah, and I mean, I personally, when I've played a lot of stuff in campaign and whatnot, fighting against Khorne as Slanesh is not very fun, especially when you're just talking about straight up Demonettes versus Bloodletters, right? Bloodletters have AP and anti-infantry, so they're going to rip through your Demonettes who need their charge to really get a lot of value at it, because that is Slanesh's big thing, right? They get their flanker attack, it doubles their charge bonus on hitting the rear or flank of any unit. So those kind of fun mechanics are really hard to pull off if you're not really on top of your micro, like you said.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, man. And in general, Slaanesh is just very, very tough to play, but very rewarding if you have good micro. Slaanesh is also very map dependent because on open field battles, they're quite exceptional because they can always surround you. But if there's a lot of terrain and choke points and things like that, it can work against them because it forces you into head-on fights. But that's the thing about domination mode is with the 3 objectives, if somebody's just turtling on one objective and waiting for the Slaanesh Alpha Strike, they can go capture the other 2. And then when that player has to move out and go capture the other 2 objectives, Slaanesh can appear from the shadows cackling and just isolate your units, your slower units with their 100 speed on pretty much everything. Like
seriously, even their soul gunner is like what, 95 or 105?
It's insane.
Like that?
Yeah, it's I think it's like 80 or 90 or something like that. The Slaanesh cavalry are all like 90 to 100 speed. The infantry have 54 speed. The Marauders have I think 40 something. And yeah, the Inkari, he has I believe 100 speed, and the Exalted Keepers have 80 speed. They're a little bit slower, but yeah, the whole roster is super, super quick.
Yeah, I hope we see some today, but Kislev versus Khorne will still be fun. Hopefully we'll maybe get a mix-up in Lord, maybe Kosteltian or Boris Ursus. Love to see some fun action with Boris's abilities like his armor or Shard Blade, which are two great items he has access to. A lot of fun to be had there.
Yeah, one of the great things in general about Falcon's playstyle too is even though he does, he's played in tons of tournaments, he's often won major events and whatnot, he's also a player who brings fun stuff. Like, he doesn't always just do the most, like, meta kind of try hard stuff per se. Even if there's a lot on the line, he'll still bring in, like, weird stuff. Like, when we had the Lizardman DLC with the Dread Saurian and Marcus Wolfhart and all that stuff, he was playing in the Everchosen.
I remember that.
Yeah, and he got to the top 4, and everybody was like, oh, it's going to just be the really good units. And he shows up with like a Dread Saurian, which was considered at that time to be one of the worst units in the DLC before it got fixed. Mm-hmm. And it's just like he managed to win with it, and like nobody was expecting it. So he's that kind of a guy. He's going to bring like those type of units and really go like super off meta for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of like that's the crazy thing about a player like Falcon. Like, Falcon's helped me a lot in learning a lot of multiplayer stuff. And it's just his kind of like overall methodology and way he approaches it is just, he knows so much.
Yeah, he absolutely does for sure. And I think in terms of facing Khorne with Kislev, the Bariots are really good because again, like Khorne's big strength, like they have the really solid infantry because Khorne infantry trades super well into Kislev infantry. The Kislevite units like fighting against like Bloodletters is kind of tough because they're armored, but like all of the Bloodletters have amazing armor piercing and bonus for his infantry, which means they do bonus damage against infantry. And I mean the Bariots are just so good because the Bariots counter every single Khorne infantry unit, including halberds, because they can shoot them. And then if we're talking about Khorne mobility, we have Blood Crushers and Skull Crushers. You know what else counters those? Bariot shooting. So the Chariot shooting counters them pretty well, and they're just so good. I mean, you don't have to play that playstyle, but I would be surprised if Falcon doesn't come in with at least like 1 or 2 of the Chariots. Maybe in the reinforcements at the very, very least.
And one of the cool things, I mean, we can show this off really once we jump into the game, is that in Warhammer 3, we now know unit mass. In Warhammer 1 and 2, it was just, okay, this thing's a small infantry unit. It's going to get bulldozed by a much larger thing. So we now have kind of an idea for the presence of something on the battlefield. So you can kind of look at something like a barrier, the light war sleds, and get a direct idea of how punishing these things are going to be from just looking at their mass, comparing it to something else's mass, and having the ability to just use that mass against the majority of the Khorne roster, even though they have to watch out for stuff like Chaos Warriors or Khorne Halberds, that's anti-large NAP. They can still at least move through almost everything with relative ease.
They have really, really good mass. A couple things I'm trying to think what could be really good against Khorne as well. Katarine is obviously pretty good because if they have a blobbed up halberd unit, she can use her Frostfang and her spells to kind of nuke them a little bit. Kosteltine is certainly not bad. He's durable, and Khorne does have really excellent sniping. If we're looking at Khorne's like greater demons, like the Bloodletter and Scarbrand, they can definitely kill your lords very quickly. And Kosteltine is very tough to kill because when he gets below a certain threshold of HP, he starts to heal himself and gets all these like defensive buffs for his melee defense. So he's certainly a raid boss for sure. I really like Kosteltine. And Boris Ursus too is quite good here. He's anti-large, he's armor piercing. I mean, that's like a lot of the Khorne roster. Khorne dogs are large, the Bloodletters are large, like just tons of great targets for them for sure.
And lock things down with his Shard Blade, reduce their speed, do some damage to him.
Yeah, he's got a sweet beard too.
One of the best beards, man.
Have you ever let your beard get that wild? Or your beard always seems pretty nice.
Honestly, it's pretty.
Like, have you ever gone wild though? Right, like now. Straight up wild, where it's just like a flowing mane that like goes over your shirt?
I tried, but like you start to like, maybe TMI, but you start to just like suck in random patches of hair every so often, or you'll eat and you're like, that's my hair. I don't want to see that. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
get it. Like, you have to really like maintain that thing, or else it just gets out of control too quickly.
Yeah, no, I completely hear you. Yeah, I can't really grow a beard, sadly. It's just like, it's always just like a super, super pitiful, like, missing hair and patchy and just like all this stuff. So, yeah.
It just takes time. Once you get to that point, you just got to push through it and keep going. You'll look haggard for like 4 to 5 months, whatever, but you had a mullet for a long time. You're married. You don't have to worry about these things.
Yeah, but the wife still doesn't like the mullet. It's like, even though like it's like the scene in 300. Remember when Leonidas like looks back to his wife and she like kind of nods her head. It's like that, but then there's there's like some parts in there like where she like doesn't, like there's some disdain in that look,
FELTs. I pray you live forever.
Yeah. So it's rough for sure.
Oh my god.
Mullets are kind of, I don't know. I've seen a couple people in my hometown with them. I don't know if they're like making a comeback or something, but yeah,
they are, man. They are.
I was looking at some old pictures of my dad playing like baseball back in like the 1980s with like his friends in LA, and they all had like mullets and like those super like ridiculous short shorts on. I was like,
yeah, those short shorts with like a gecko safari, like gecko Hawaii on them.
Oh my god, the neon color aesthetic was so haggard of that time. Yeah,
man, I literally just bought a gecko Hawaii shorts just the other day, and they're neon as hell. So it's coming back. It's coming back.
Yeah, it's pretty great. So we're loading into the first battle here, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, this is such a cool map.
It is the Crossing of the Sea of Claws, and I will take a look here at the Khorne army. So, what do we have? We got 4 Khorne dogs. So these are the Fleshhounds of Khorne. Quite good against Kislev, and honestly, it's not that like, oh yeah, they have a really good counter against the Kislev roster. It's more that Fleshhounds are just so strong that they're good against everything. Honestly, they outdo Jade Lancers. If they get the charge on Winged Lancers and Kosovo Dervishes, they can actually beat them. They're just like so durable. 95 speed, great melee attack, really good weapon strength, solid charge bonus, physical resist to boot. Like, they're just a nightmare to deal with for sure. We do also have the Exalted Bloodthirster. He's a good choice. A little bit more dynamic than Scarbrand. He can fly up in the sky and he can get really good kind of cycle charging and alpha strikes, and he hits super hard. Can definitely fight the Kislev Lords, although I do see Boris and his mighty beard there in the distance, so not going to be super easy. We do have the Lawnmower of Khorne, the Blood Shrine, which is a SEM chariot. Very good at getting into armored infantry and killing them, and also does have healing in combat. And last but not least, some Khorne warriors with shields. So looks like we're seeing a familiar pattern with Kislev here.
And we do see the same thing, kind of that Crabbling habit, some differentiation here. We have a Frost Maiden of Ice. It's going to be bringing both the Ice Sheet and Ice Maiden's Kiss, 2 of the cheaper abilities here. But I think this might have been, and you can correct me here, you would definitely know, this might have been a misplay on Falcon's part on accident, but Boris is on foot rather than being on a bear, on his trusty Erskine. Do you think that was a mistake, or is that intentional?
I think knowing Falcon, it might be intentional. But
okay.
I don't know. Like, yeah, it seems like he should definitely be on a bear because he's just going to be running on foot. And, he looks like he's had one too many.
He's lagging behind right now.
He's had one too many pierogi. He's going to definitely struggle.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah. So we got a Frost Maiden device. Pretty decent, obviously. Khorne does have some really good spell resist, but having the slowing abilities isn't bad. A single Horse Archer for some skirmishing and poke, and triple Barriet plus the character Goon Squad with the Patriarch to provide healing. Now, I wonder if Boris is just going to sit on the middle objective and just, like, fight there all day. Yeah, bringing him on foot is very strange because like Kislev is such a mobile faction, and the entire build from Falcon is mobile. But even if he did that as a mistake, he's probably in chat with his opponent right now, being like, "Yeah, it's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. I'll just bring him on foot."
I'll make it work. Yeah, and Boris does have the heroic resilience ability here. So as his hit points drop below 50% health, he's going to get melee defense 14 and leadership 8. Coupled with his Buy Our Blood ability, if he's wavering, anything like that. He does have Shard Blade and Fury of Ursun on him as well, which will rampage him, but it will give him a 25% AP and base weapon damage bonus.
Yeah, it's pretty good for sure. And nice damage coming in from the Barriets. Able to get some sniping here on the Fleshhounds of Khorne. And now it looks like the Lawnmower is coming in, the Blood Shrine, the Harley Davidson of Khorne. Going to be trying to move in and maybe bump and grind with those chariots, but I think quickly realizing it's not great. And yes, once again, the Winged Lancers have arrived, and they are here in the back with their awesome lances and looking to maybe fight some Khorne dogs. That's one of the intuitive uses of them. Basically, if the Khorne dogs get a little bit too aggressive, if you get the charge square on them with the Winged Lancers with their charge bonus of 60, you can really melt them. But for Kislev, like, you don't have to take the fight here. That's the thing. Like, you don't have to fight this. You have a minute and a half before the objective opens up. You can simply skirmish like this. And a lot of people were talking to me about how skirmish isn't really going to be like super viable in Domination, and although it may not be as good as it is an open field battle, it's still not bad. Like, you can skirmish and accrue value, and then you can go for the objectives in the mid game or like in the early game, like after the initial like opening phase like this. There's certainly a lot of ways to play.
I mean, Domination is definitely an endurance game, right? Like you're not going for the quick alpha strikes here and there like you kind of do land battles.
You can. You definitely can. Like, it's harder though, because if somebody's by their spawn and you push in and try and alpha strike them, they have a massive advantage on you. Spawn camping is really not strong, and some people may be able to spawn camp, but usually that's only if there's a huge mismatch in skill, or if somebody brings like a build that's really inefficient. Like, that allows for that, because typically with equally skilled players, it's very, very hard to do that in my experience, because you're just getting reinforcements immediately. Like, you can be, if they're in your spawn, you have so many advantages over them.
Okay.
Yeah, but you can still alpha strike. So look at Boris. Boris has finally made it to the middle.
Waddling in, man. One of the more important czars in Kislev history.
Yeah.
One of the most important ones post the Great War with Chaos. Uh-oh, dude, look at the Exalted Bloodthirster.
You better watch out, though. This is a really risky fight for him to take, because if the Bloodthirster lands here, all the chariots can shoot him, and also, the character Goon Squad. So the Winged Lancers are jumping on top of the Bloodthirster. Not going to do crazy damage because of his armor, but if Big Boy Boris gets there, oh my god, look at him just trample those Kislev.
Yeah, it's like, move!
Poor
Guard Blade get locked in place, who knows? Well,
Yeah.
45 reduction in speed.
No, there could have been a Frostbite spell, perhaps, but in terms of value, Falcon is playing this almost like a Warhammer 2 land battle. He's like not giving Khorne any engagements. He's just like poking and prodding them and using the mobility of Kislev, which I really like. I think in the earlier stages of Domination mode being played by a lot of these creators, like everyone was just kind of playing these like melee grind builds, but it's really cool to see a player of Falcon's caliber come in here and use these like dynamic kiting builds and mobility. And yes, even though, Khorne does have the objectives right now, Falcon's probably going to be able to get them back without too much trouble. We'll have to see, but you have to be really careful with his playstyle, because even though you are outvaluing Khorne, if you let them get too far ahead, they can win by holding one objective against you. So hopefully Falcon knows that and doesn't because he could go in and wrestle this middle objective, I think, 100%.
Yeah, and just to kind of jump on that, you were talking about how like there's this constant like trading back and forth. Well, Falcon had these horse archers on the right, which are now getting hit by these Chaos Warhounds, but they were just kind of kiting back this Blood Shrine of Khorne, getting it down to 50% health. Like, looking at the gold comparison of those units, like that's a great trade for Falcon, just to kind of neutralize a mobile artillery piece.
Both players are banking quite a few resources right now. Currently, if we're looking at Falcon, he's banking 1,400, and HDS is banking about 2,000, which makes me think that HDS is going to be summoning in like a Bloodthirster, or maybe like a Skull Crusher, something like really, really expensive from the looks of things. But now the big man Boris is up on the objective, and he's fighting against the Chaos Warriors of Khorne. The Cultists of Khorne, all of the demon factions essentially have a cultist, which can summon their respective demons. So here you can see the Bloodletters are going to be summoned out, and that will be very good at shutting down the Kossars, who are trying to shoot the forces of Khorne off the objective. But look at the big Cav Alpha Strike coming.
Yep, and we also got some Blood Crushers coming in too. So it's going to be both Winged Lancers and Blood Crushers coming in from both sides, bringing in some of that Cav heavy play on the battlefield.
Absolutely. Far side, Hound's able to catch some of the Horse Archers of Falcon, so a rare lapse in micro here. But it looks like Kislev is finally committing to the middle fight a little bit. In terms of value, Falcon is just crushing his opponent 4-1 in terms of damage done. And this is a tactic that we sometimes... Yeah, it's huge. We sometimes see it in Domination mode where you focus on value trading, you let your opponent capture the objectives, and it actually then gives you, even if you're winning on value, the losing bonus to your army. So you're getting slightly more units, which I think is something that might be...
Look what's happening with Boris right here in the center.
Yeah,
sorry to cut you off.
No worries, boss. He's battling the Greater Demon, and it looks like he's kind of getting spanked a little bit because he's quite surrounded.
Yeah, he's getting surrounded. They pop Deathbringer on to give him that 50% bonus across the board. Now, we do have Boris, who's going to start getting... Now, he's unbreakable because he's going to hit that Wavering, I think, or maybe he hit it already, but he is getting in a pretty big world of hurt right here, going with that Alpha Strike in onto Falcon.
Yeah, big catch for sure. Boris Ursus unbreakable because of the Kislev trait. Deathbringer is the ability on the Exalted Bloodthirster that gives him 50% more damage. And now it looks like HDS is actually kind of catching up. He was down by like 3,000-4,000 value, but Falcon having Boris get caught and beaten like that, I think really equalizes the game. And now with HDS holding the objectives, this could be a huge upset for sure.
Wow, that was a really like brutal strike. I figured like, okay, he's kind of on his own right here. He's surrounded by these Chaos Warriors with halberds. Maybe there's some kind of big play coming in with Falcon, but now, I mean, we've got Boris who is broken. He is running away. He has gotten beat up pretty hard by that big returning Alpha Strike from the Exalted Bloodthirster, man.
Yeah, in the early game, Falcon playing very, very well, but now I think he's getting a little bit too aggressive on the middle. I mean, I guess he could keep value trading and try and wear down the Khorne army.
Boris,
and
no!
Yeah, Boris is getting absolutely whipped by that big boy now, and, on top of that, Chaos Warriors too, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's having some problems. He's got his cool halberd, but not going to do too well for him. Boris has fallen. He's been slain by the Exalted Bloodthirster, but alas, Boris can be brought back, but at a great price. Now, Kislev needs to start capturing the side objectives. Like, that really needs to happen. They need to slow down their opponents, get the 2 side objectives, and then from there they can keep trying to value trade because that'll give them more time. But right now, HDS is getting 15 per second, which is just brutal.
Yeah, and we do have Falcon making that move. Costivite Dervish is on the first cap, and then the third one's getting some Wing Lancers in from Falcon. Keeping that pressure in the center, of course, but he is trying to kind of cap these. You brought this up about how cavalry is not going to cap as quickly as, say, infantry. So the slow cap on the first point, why these Costivite Dervishes is going to feel some wrath from these Bloodletters of Khorne coming in that direction.
Yeah, he's really not playing the objective game, and this is something Falcon and I had played a couple games in the previous few days, and he was mentioning that he gets so hyper focused on the battles and value trading that he kind of forgets to play the objectives here, and you can see that coming into play a little bit as Khorne actually. Even in terms of value, Khorne has actually now equalized the value. I think that Kislev committing to the grind here was a mistake. I think if Kislev had just taken their 4,000 gold value that they had earlier, the lead, and then just started to play the side objectives with their chariots and their cavalry, I think that would have been the way to do this. Like, trying to melee grind with Khorne with Kislev, you can, but it's not going to win you the game in my opinion.
Well, yeah, and I look at this point. I mean, HDS is 1,000 tickets away from winning when Falcon has absolutely 0.
Yeah, just the dreaded shutout, dude. Who would have expected this? We do have some armored Kossars with great weapons moving across, but the problem with that is there's a greater demon up here with flying. We do also have the Bloodletters on the ground, which can make very quick work of the armored Kossars. And on the far side objective number 3, it looks like some Kislevites have finally made it there. But this would have to be like a miracle comeback. Like, Falcon would somehow have to capture all 3 objectives here to like get back in this game, which Falcon is getting a massive lead in terms of supplies. We can't see it right now because we have the perspective of HDS, but Falcon's getting 32 supplies a second, so he's certainly getting more, but I simply think there's not enough time for him to capture the objectives, and though he's getting an epic charge here, I think that's going to be that's probably going to be GG for him.
I agree, man. Like you said, the amount of allied tickets, or the victory tickets that he's getting is just, he's going to win that so quick at this point.
Yeah, a super impressive performance by HDS. He clearly, was more than happy to just kind of play in the middle, and he got really good gooning with the Exalted Bloodthirster. The Boris thing, I mean, it must have been a mistake.
I mean, it had to be. That's what I was going to bring up. I feel like that Boris not being on Erskine was a big thing that worked against Falcon. By not having that mobility, not having all the damage that Erskine's going to bring to the table, and the durability that Erskine brings to this.
And the dreaded shutout from Khorne, man.
Wow, brutal, man. Decisive victory indeed.
Yeah, that actually truly was a decisive victory because Khorne was taking over in terms of damage value too, and like a huge, very rare misplay from Falcon not playing like with his mobility. Like, he had all the mobility, but he just like after the initial skirmish, I was super impressed. Like, great value. You get an army lead on your opponent, and then go play the objectives and like use your maneuverability to pull them apart. But I guess with Boris being on foot, he kind of wanted to commit more to a blob fight, but. Like, Boris is strong on foot and all, but like he probably costs like half the Greater Demon's cost, and we really saw that reflected in their Duel of Fates there.
I think so. What we've been experiencing here, every time we jump into a game, it's had a desync and we've had to reload, and I think that might have caused an issue with Falcon because I took a look at his Boris loadout prior to it, and he had Shardblade, Armor Versa, and Erskine itself. So. I think that might have caused just like a little lapse there. And it's just kind of one of those things where you have to look at every little thing before you jump into games because it's so easy to forget, I loaded all my spells onto my
it's not even
on accident, stuff like that.
It's not even the abilities. It's like it's more like because to bring him on foot like that, you would have to kind of like strip him down to his bare kit. So it seems like it might have been we'll check with him later. But regardless, that is going to be advancing for HDS. A super impressive performance, and his opening build I thought was quite good. Like, the lawnmower thing kind of got shut down. He endured well, but yeah, Kislev was playing so good in the beginning, but it's just like not playing the objective game really punished them there.
Yeah. I mean, it was cool to see a fight like that too, because we had seen Kislev kind of work very dominantly. And even to see Kislev in that match, it was going down. You even said, like, hey, it's 4,000 and 1,000 damage. And then right after you said that, there was an Alpha Strike from that Exalted Bloodthirster. And it just it resulted in that just like cascade of damage for Khorne. That was just neck and neck from that point on and increasing. Like, it was pretty brutal.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So we're going to take a quick intermission here. We'll be back. We are setting up our next best of 3. And we'll be back with a duel between Anticity and Valkano. So it's going to be a clan duel, actually. We do have ODM facing off against RTK in the semifinals of the top side of the bracket. The winner of this will be going on to the grand finals to face the winner of the bottom side. And then we will also be having a third place match. So now we've gotten through the round of 8, and we are going to be having 4 best of 3s, if I'm not mistaken. So certainly a lot more competition coming, and players cannot repeat factions they've already played in the same best of 3 series. So you'll be seeing a little bit more diversity in terms of the factions that are being played. But nonetheless, we'll take a quick 3 to 5 minute little break here, and we'll be back with the semifinals then.
Alrighty.
All right, and we'll see you guys in a minute. Cheers. And now, ladies and gentlemen of the old world, we are back in business once again. We have the best of 3 between Anticity and Valkanos, which is going to be coming up right now, and the map is going to be the Silver Spire. And it looks like it's going to be a Tzeentch versus Khorne matchup, very common. These players, of course, will be going on to the grand final, and the winner of that will be earning quite a substantial prize. If you want to walk us through the prize for first place today.
I would love to, Turin. So the first place prize for today is going to be a awesome PC here. We also do have 3 PC Game Pass prizes that are courtesy of Microsoft, 2 12-month subscriptions for first and second place, and a 3-month subscription for third place. So big thanks to Microsoft for those. Just learned how to use my tongue today. Not a Slanesh joke, but when it comes to this PC, it is a beast. It was designed, of course, with streamers, content creators, and 4K gaming in mind, and it is courtesy of Intel. So it's got that latest 12th gen chip, that i9, that is that glorious beast in there. Also, you're going to be looking at DDR5 RAM on this beast as well, which is the top tier of RAM. So you're going to be getting that greater bandwidth, those higher clock speeds. And as far as the GPU goes, you're going to be looking at an RTX 3080 Ti, gives you that ray tracing and DLSS, as well as a PCI 4.0 on the storage. And lastly, custom art on that. So you've got basically the key art for Warhammer 3 with Katarine versus a Bloodthirster of Khorne looking metal.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome, man. Yeah, I don't know what any of that stuff is, but all I know is I got a 6-year-old potato that could certainly use some updating. But yeah.
See, just go ahead and turn one of those too. If you just pull another one out of the back,
yeah,
you know?
Sign me up, man. But yeah, it's going to be fun. So now, back to the action here, we should articulate that these are going to be best of 3s going forward. So the grand finals, the round of 4, the third place match, these are all going to be best of 3 duels. So should be quite fun to see what they have here. But it is going to be Khorne versus Tzeentch. Players are still kind of confirming their armies here, and we'll be getting in as soon as the matches load up. I think something that we're seeing is a bit meta against Tzeentch is obviously really high-level Tzeentch players, at least as far as the early run goes, really enjoy using these sniping tactics to try and goon your lord. It's something that we've seen Anticity do a lot in practice as well. So I think going with armies, believe it or not, where you don't bring a lord, I think is going to be a little bit more viable, which is wild. So
yeah, you talked about this, right? How it's like you bring in that lord and it comes in as a unit and not a lord, and it gets you a little bit of flexibility away from getting sniped out in that early portions of the game.
You want to know like the most MLG strategy of all time, the most pro gamer move?
The pro game strat, please.
You ready for the pro game strat? Hear this out. So in Total War Warhammer, this is something that was shown to me last night, which is hilarious. In Total War Warhammer, if your lord dies, okay, in battle, your whole army suffers a penalty, right? Like leadership, you get a penalty for your lord having run. But imagine this. You play Ogre Kingdoms, okay? You bring a Noblar as your lord and have your main lord in your reinforcements. Then the Noblar counts as your lord, and what you do as soon as the battle starts is you send the Noblar back to its spawn zone, and then you save up and summon your basic lord. Therefore, when your basic lord dies, it never counts as your lord having died because he's not your lord. The Noblars are. So it's like a little bit of like a weird gamey thing where you can make your army essentially immune to the lord leadership penalty of losing a lord, which is really hilarious. When you send a full health unit back to the spawn zone also, if it's full health, you get a refund of half its cost. So basically for 100 gold with the Ogre Kingdoms, you can make your entire army immune to the penalty. Isn't that
juicy?
Yeah, I think that'll be something that's probably like patched eventually, but it's pretty memey for now. I mean, it's really not like something that you're going to see a lot, and it's really only super viable with like ogres because like the Noblars are so cheap. But yeah, it's a really funny tactic for sure. But anyways, loading into the main battle.
Dude, look at this map. The lovely Silver Spire, you know, one of the more important mountain ranges here for the Wood Elves, a very important location here. You get the basically where the spirit of the Lady of the Lake resides in some of the older lore. Yeah. But a particularly beautiful, like I love a lot of these maps. Like we saw that one with the Sea of Claws before. Like a lot of these are so cool.
You just have the Wood Elves like sitting angrily in the hills, just waiting to be added to the game. Which is pretty great.
My time will come.
My vengeance will be ours. So for Valkanos' army, the prediction about the no lord thing is actually accurate. So he, instead of using a legendary lord, he brought a cultist of Khorne, if I'm not mistaken. No, he actually brought these skull crushers or blood crushers as his lord. Okay. He's got 2 cultists on the ground, which are very good because you can summon bloodletters and they're shielded, they're durable, really good fighters. Double shielded Khorne warrior, which against Tzeentch is quite good because blue horrors and pink horrors, of course, have good shooting. Flamers will circumvent the shields, but the other shooting will not. Then we have double blood crusher. Now these guys are pretty awesome here because they wreck Forsaken, They also have spell resist, so they have 25% spell resist. So if they're getting hit with like pendulums, things like that, they can endure it pretty well. And look at the Kraken King going for a hard sniping build. 2 iridescent horrors plus the dreaded Kairos Fate Weaver.
Yes, sir. I mean, so those iridescent horrors, even though they are the lords of Tzeentch, they do not have any spells. They're just here to do some damage in conjunction with Kairos, who's got that pendulum as well as harmonic convergence. Now, we do have 2 abilities on Kairos, and I don't know if we've actually seen them activated here today. One is Gaze of Fate, which is going to lock something down for 14 seconds and reduce its melee attack, and also Oracle of Eternity.
Yes.
Since Kairos Fate Weaver was thrown into the Well of Eternity and the only Greater Demon of Tzeentch to come out alive. That's why he's got 2 different heads. But that is going to give him a damage distance of 44%, allowing him to get out of sticky situations. And then a lot of backline work with Blue Horrors and some Spawn and Forsaken of Tzeentch in here.
Yeah, a little bit of poke going down, but honestly, like this damage to... Well, although I think that Valkanos may have made a mistake right there, summoning some Furies, because it just kind of... Intensiti's Air Force is so much more dominant. We're seeing Harmonic Convergence coming out. Like, he kind of just fed his opponent a little bit of value, although he does have the advantage here of being able to summon in more Furies himself. But he's going to need more than that to push back the Tzeentch Air Force, because Kairos is there also, which is a little bit problematic. Probably just doing like a slow march up would have been a little bit of a stronger play. Granted, the damage value is somewhat even, but, you know, overall, Khorne is going to be losing most likely 2 Furies here, and... I don't think Tzeentch is going to be losing too much. What little value they did take, they can regenerate their shields and just cackle in the Changer of Way as they do. And
you know what?
Khorne's moving up.
You know what's really fun about Warhammer 3 here is that we do get these really kind of fun Air Force battles in the first foray of the game, right? We didn't really get that as much in Warhammer 1 and 2. We had larger creatures in the air, and we did have, of course, Furies. Not Furies. We had Furies that were active, but it's like you already have these cool Air Force builds and stuff like that chipping off here for Tzeentch and whatnot, so a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Tzeentch is one of the kings of the air. I think Khorne can fight them in the air if they bring their demon up in the sky. Like, if there had been a Bloodthirster up there, like, Tzeentch would have no chance. Like, Tzeentch would have to run. But, you know... Summoning in like 1 flying unit when your opponent has a massive Air Force dominance like near you is definitely just kind of feeding them free resources. It's not the end of the world though. Valkanos is only like behind by a little bit of value, and honestly, like the really good part about Valkanos' build is like there's nothing to snipe. Like that's a good target. Like there's literally nothing. I mean, we could see a pendulum on the Warriors, which we most likely will on the Chaos Warriors of Khorne, but aside from that, like the 2 little iridescent horrors don't really have much value to be generated, and I'm quite eager to see how the mobility, the Blood Crushers and the Fleshhounds hiding in the bushes, what kind of work they'll be doing here.
Yeah, and it's like you said, like we see that a lot with Tzeentch, is just not trying to give them any good targets. And I think that's going to be the name of the game when you're fighting against Tzeentch for like the long haul, until anything kind of changes with balance and whatnot, because they can just do so much damage so fast out of nowhere.
Yeah, so Khorne is grabbing the 2 objectives right now, and it looks like Tzeentch is a little bit apprehensive to engage. He could be using the tactic of letting his opponent essentially get a little bit ahead on points, and then he uses the overwhelming numbers of basically losing points that he gets to maybe try and run him over. Not 100% sure. It looks like maybe he's going to go for the 3rd objective too, though. His army's kind of squaring up. It looks like he wants a Royal Rumble, and I wouldn't mind seeing Khorne go and try and, if they're going to play this style and try and play for an objective win, I wouldn't mind seeing them go for that like far objective in the back and really do that. But I'm surprised Khorne hasn't gotten more aggressive, although I guess the Spawn are a really good deterrent, because the Spawn of Tzeentch have good mass, so the Khornate Cavalry really aren't going to be able to get through them super well.
So one thing maybe you can help explain here, why go with the Iridescent Horror of Tzeentch without spells versus the Flaming Chariot? Like, what makes this so much better over the other?
Flaming Chariot's less accurate. These things are like really good pinpoint snipers, so if there's any like Khorne SDMs, they can really just like pick them off. And they're super cheap too, and not bad in combat either. So the Flamers of Tzeentch certainly giving these Khorne lads a nice bath here, and they're getting taken
roasting.
Out. Yeah, huge armor piercing. But Khorne's finally getting aggressive. We're seeing the Cultists come out, and Khorne's army is really aggressive. I'm surprised we didn't see it earlier, but ooh, big pendulum, but not that bad. It just kind of tickles the pickle of these Chaos Warriors of Khorne. Really not that bad.
Just right over the top on it.
But Tzeentch is getting big value. A lot of Khorne units kind of idle here, trying to find a way into the back line. But yeah, they're going to be intercepted by Furies, which they could certainly kill. We'll have to see.
Look at this Hound pouncing on that left side over there, like you were talking about. This Cultist of Khorne getting focused down.
Yeah.
The Flamers getting hit now over with these Blood Crushers on that far right side, trying to shut down that flaming tech.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, though. I mean, there's a lot of chaff, a lot of Furies to kind of support them. And now the second objective appears to be taken by Tzeentch. So it looks like Tzeentch is going to be grabbing this bad boy, which will... obviously, Khorne has a little bit of a lead. The 3rd objective is still up for grabs, but Anticity is like really focusing on the fighting. He's not even playing the back objective. I think he just wants to accrue a pretty good lead, and really that is kind of the playstyle for Tzeentch. But yeah, you know, it's just really tough for Khorne to get into the back line. Like the Khornate build with the Blood Crushers just can't really effectively get through the chaff and the spawn while getting just roasted by these Flamers of Tzeentch, which have already melted multiple infantry units.
Yeah, I mean, watching them like, what, 2-3 volleys to fully take out that, well, almost fully, it's still on operation over there, but to really roast that Chaos Warrior unit was pretty brutal.
And a really good play there. That was beautiful by the Kraken King. So basically, the Fleshhounds of Khorne tried to penetrate through into the backfield of the Flamers, but they did get roasted or caught by a Gaze of Fate from Kairos, locking them in place. Although one Khorne Dog does get back here with some cavalry, and you can see how quickly the Flamers die. I mean, a matter of just a couple seconds, and they just get melted.
Fully knocked him over, but you know, they do have some Furies coming in trying to push that stuff away. I was actually kind of worried for Kairos for a second, but he got out of that situation. I thought he was going to get like a surround on some other stuff going here.
And you know
and also...
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. No worries, boss.
I was just going to say something died right here.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, so
you go for it.
What's going on is Khorne is really like starting to catch up in terms of damage value. Like much of the front line is melting, and the fact that Valkanos did find a little bit of an opening to work through and get on those range units is really paying huge dividends here. And yeah, you can see Khorne kind of clawing their way back. They were down by about 3,000 value, but the sustained fighting ability of them and the Khorne Dogs and mobility are so good.
Yeah, getting these Blood Crushers and Khorne Dogs right into that little flank over there is great. Like you were talking about, like he got into that little pocket, and then he was able to just start taking apart one range unit at a time. A Pendulum coming down this big pocket here in the back near the Cultists,
nice.
Ripping them both in health, down about 25-30%. That was pretty juicy. I loved it.
Absolutely. 2 objectives are being held by Khorne right now. If I were the Khornate player, I'd probably try and capture objective number 3, knowing you're probably going to be losing the middle here at some point. And start using the Khorne mobility. Just, you know, the Hounds and playing that kind of open field game. You know, Tzeentch can kind of do it, but typically Khorne Dogs will outtrade most of the Tzeentch mobility. Not the Chaos Knights and the Doom Knights, but the cheaper stuff, like the Furies and they even trade okay against Forsaken. But yeah, it looks like Khorne running out of steam a little bit in the middle, and that's largely due to the fact that their army was falsely inflated by the Cultists, because we had 2 summons of Bloodletters fighting, which obviously give you a ton of stopping power, but they're going to be disappearing as they are a summoned unit, which only lasts for a short period of time. And I think that's why the ebb and flow of this middle fight is starting to even go back into the favor of Tzeentch after those summons wore off.
Yeah, and we're also seeing something where the death tickets. The death tickets of Battlefield. No, the victory tickets here for Khorne are pretty high, right? We're looking at 2,400 towards that 330. You were saying that maybe this is a tactic here to try and pull, or anticipated to pull much further ahead for then Khorne to kind of try and take it back. Or I'm sorry, vice versa. I'm looking at the colors and what's green, what's red. So
no worries, man, no worries. And yeah, I think Anticity was trying to get the middle objective for a long time, and he should be getting it back now. Objective number 1 is being taken by the Kraken King as well. He did send some pink horrors back here. A Vanguard play from the Khorne Dogs, I think, would be very strong, using a Vanguard deployment on the northern side of the battlefield to kind of just work down that seam, because a unit of pink horrors will melt in a matter of seconds to like a Fleshhound of Khorne. It's going to be an absolute massacre. But Tzeentch has secured a pretty big lead. Is Khorne defending the back objective? It looks like more or less their army has been kind of tabled off the battlefield, as to use a tabletop term here. I'm really not seeing much. I'm not seeing too much left. I mean, they are consolidating some units. We see some Bloodletters and some Chaos Warriors of Khorne, but Kairos is quite healthy. The Iridescent Horrors are in good shape. Forsaken are all over the place, and there's still multiple units of Tzeentch spawn, all of whom are having their shields heal up now, which is so crazy. And yeah, just going to be a really, really big menace to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, those shields are not anything small, right? Like, if you take a look at even just like the spawns of Tzeentch, those shields, that's a 278 barrier that to eat through first. Or the horrors, what do they have? Like, is there like 600 or something like that?
It's something in that ballpark. It's like between 600 and 1,000, I think. It's definitely
1308 on those horrors. So it's like they have to eat through a whole chunk of health even to get to their raw health. Now, one thing you can maybe help out when it comes to army comp for myself and people that might be new to this is why have we not seen a lot of the exalted versions of, say, Bloodletters or exalted pink horrors, stuff like that? Is it strictly from a cost analysis perspective?
It's matchup specific, because the thing is, again, Tzeentch, like I said, bringing expensive targets for them to cast pendulums on and to snipe is really, really dicey. So you usually want to go wider and swarm them. And also, you know, the exalted ones are pretty good against like Cathay and maybe Kislev, like, because they're really cost effective against their infantry. But in this matchup, it's just a matchup thing, really. And we have been seeing a fairly narrow spectrum of matchups today. It's mostly been Khorne and Tzeentch, and with a couple of Kislev games thrown in there. And I'm surprised we haven't seen more Ogre Kingdoms. But now that we're in best of 3 territory, I think we're going to be seeing more of that. But man, oh man, I'm trying to think if Valkanos has any way to scrap back in this game. I mean, obviously pretty cost-effective fighting here with the Bloodletters versus Forsaken. That's very good for him. Chaos Warriors moving up. And there's just so many Tzeentch units all over the battlefield. It just seems like Valkanos is not going to be able to get enough. Because I think that if Anticity holds on to the 2 cap, perhaps you can do the math. He should be fine to eventually catch up in points. Because if you see the green player, this is Khorne, and the red player is actually Tzeentch at this point. So I don't know. We'll have to do some mental math. I know there's a formula for it, but
that has like thrown me a couple times this whole game.
Yeah, I had good grades in school, pretty much straight A's. But then with math, it was like just in the pits of hell. I was just always bad at math. But
Ben Turin met me in college, and he has been a straight F student ever since.
Oh, man,
Took him to Jack in the Box once. Done for.
Dude, I still have nightmares about doing math homework. Like sometimes sometimes it'll be like, like a fever dream in the middle of the night, and I'll have like, flashbacks to high school math assignments and teachers calling me up to like have me do like a math question in front of the class, and I'm just like, oh my god. It still haunts me to this day, man. But down to the bottom objective, the two Khorne dogs, you're actually able to clear off their objective. Valkanos is holding this for now. Flying units, so the iridescent horrors as well as the big Kairos up here, none of them are actually able to capture objectives. Even if they land and walk on foot, they can't capture points, which I think is a really good balancing decision, because if flying units could capture objectives, I think that'd be a little bit unfair.
It'd be too brutal. It'd be too brutal, man, because you could just go fly them all over the place, especially if they have that's low on its barrier, I'll fly it out, let it regen, grab that objective. But these bowling alley corn dogs over here are getting roasted by the iridescent horror and that fury.
Yeah, and what's kind of interesting is Valkanos is kind of like creeping back in the damage value a little bit. Like he's still in the ballpark, really showing the tenacity of these Khorne Hound units. They're going to probably wreck these Forsaken, although they did miss their charge right there. But look at the Flamers.
Take a look at these Flamers eating into this unit of Chaos Warriors. But he does have some Hound units coming in to try and shut those things down. Maybe get some help by those Forsaken, though.
Oh man, look at that. It's pretty. Oh, look, the dogs went like right through the middle of the flames.
Right, it just lanced it.
Yeah, that was great.
Swashbuckling their way through.
Now, these are some Furies that were summoned in by Tzeentch. Furies are a very good peeling unit. Khorne dogs could probably 2v1 this fight, but with Forsaken coming in, I think that the Hounds of Khorne probably should be taken out there. 2 cultists are still alive, the ones from earlier, but the 3rd objective is now being taken by the forces of Tzeentch. The Changer cackles once again as they get up on the objective with all their pink and Forsaken, as well as the spawn of Tzeentch. So most likely, even though Khorne is ahead, I don't think they're going to have the manpower to wrestle. I think that Anticity was able to outvalue in most of the army trades. Khorne did have a moment of momentum where they came back, but that momentum was very, very heavily tied to their summoned units. And when the summoned units went away, I think the momentum went back in favor of Tzeentch, which is, really showing that Anticity was winning the fight, and then the summons were a bit of a false buffer, and he continued to win after that.
So you were talking about how the Chaos Warhounds and what they can do to Blue Horrors. We just saw a good little charge over here of a really low strength Flesh Hounds of Khorne unit get hit pretty hard by the shots from the Blue Horrors, but as soon as they got in there, they took out the barrier. Even a very low health Chaos Warhound unit, which is really not going to end up living through this, but still was able to do quite a bit of exchange. We see another one over here doing the exact same thing, but this time actually to great effect as it's a full health unit.
Yeah, and look at the 2 cultists being pushed off the battlefield. This would be a good time to grab those cultists and actually unsummon them, so you could actually bring them back later. And when you bring back a unit that you've unsummoned, it actually comes back with its abilities that it had before, even if you use them.
That's juicy.
Yeah, it's quite good with cultist units. But here we do get the Blood Crushers of Khorne back. These are this is the Khorne Lords. We do get the Khorne army ability, the Horn of Khorne used, and you can see how quickly the Khorne, cavalry can actually melt the Tzeentch forces if they can get the proper charge. But now we see the ebb and flow finally actually leading here for the Tzeentch. It looks like they're only a couple points, and they are getting 15 per second in the victory ticket, so they should be able to catch up there, and they will be laughing all the way to the bank. That is for sure. And yeah,
with gibbering jaws. So a term you used earlier was about the Furies and their ability to peel. Can you kind of elaborate what peel means in this particular sense?
So it's like much like classic RTS games. If you have like a unit, like a bow unit shooting, right? And you want to be able to run away with the bow unit, it's just something that runs interference. So that unit will fly in and distract the units that's attacking your vulnerable piece and tar pit them and lock them in place while your bow unit escapes. Looks like Khorne with a little bit of a Fleshhound second wind. They do also get their dogs in the middle, or not the dogs, but the Blood Crushers, which are kind of riding. I mean, these are kind of like English bulldogs are riding these giant armored beasts. But
canted in arms and everything.
Yeah, they're pretty great. The middle objective, though, still has a lot of Tzeentch units on it. We do have 2 units of Forsaken. Also, in terms of capture power, infantry do have the strongest capture power in the game, but as they lose models, their capture power goes down. So if you have an infantry unit like these Chaos Warriors of Khorne that only have 37 models over here, for example, they will be out-captured probably by a single entity like a Lord or something like that isn't a monster. So just something to take note of is as infantry get beat up, they do lose capture weight. And you can see the capture weight is still very heavily in Tzeentch. And that will be GG as the forces of Khorne are taken to town by the Kraken King.
Roast that corn from Siege.
Some roasted corn, yeah. I definitely enjoy some corn. It's good.
I could go for some roasted corn.
I've had that in a long time, like solid barbecue, yeah, with like some.
Dude, just grilled corn and just like slather butter on it, or like elote.
Well, you just nailed it. You just nailed it. What I was gonna say is like butter on it, because like like melting butter on like a corn on the cob is so good, man.
Oh.
But yeah, I mean, honestly, I liked Valkanos's. Like, I thought his army was pretty good. I liked it. The double cultist. I just think that first engagement was rough, and also the fact that he used his first 1,000 gold to summon in 2 Furies, which just got killed for free by Tzeentch. That was rough, because those 2 Furies, or like some equivalent costed unit, could have made a huge difference in that first fight, which I think could have given Khorne potentially the edge. But that first like 1,000 gold, that was kind of synced there, and then of course the cavalry not really being able to get where they want to go. You have like a 1,500 gold cavalry unit here, getting only 500 value back, right? So it couldn't quite find its home. He did have a big, he had a herald and reinforcements as well as a bloodthirster, it looks like. Yeah, pretty cool army for sure there. But that's only game 1. So we are going to be going on to game 2. Players will do their picks.
1, if not 2 more games.
Yeah, so we will see. And they can't repeat their faction. So Anticity cannot play Tzeentch again, and Valkanos cannot play the Forces of Khorne again in this best of 3. He can't play it. They make it to the finals or 3rd place match or any of that sort of good stuff. So we will see. We will see, man. What are your predictions? Who do you think we're going to see? I think we're going to see Ogres from Anticity. I know he likes Ogre Kingdoms quite a bit.
Well, it is a blind pick, correct?
It is blind pick, yeah. So we're obviously very early on. Many competitive tournaments, including the ones I run, we have like a pick and ban system where players can ban picks. But considering it's so early and nobody really knows what they're doing yet, like we're more or less just letting it be more free flow with blind picks, and then the meta will develop, and we'll eventually have picks and bans at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, I know Ogres are probably going to be one of the big picks here. We've seen the interesting Khorne, and we'll maybe even see Kislev coming up. But I really want to see Nurgle or Cathay, just the 2 bottom lords. I want to see just like a meme battle here between these two.
Meme battle. Nurgle actually is not terrible against Khorne. Tzeentch is a harder matchup, but like you can still do okay because Nurgle Forsaken actually defeat Tzeentch Forsaken pretty decisively with their poison and durability. And you can do quite well for yourself. And also Nurgle is kind of hard to snipe. Even with that flying goon squad that Anticity did have, you can use the Herald on like a Rotfly, and he's pretty elusive and he has a ton of healing. So there's a multitude of ways you can kind of do your thing there. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see what they end up doing here. I'm quite excited.
So it looks like Anticity is going to be jumping on to Ogre Kingdoms.
Okay.
And we're still waiting to see what Valkanos goes with. All 4 of our demon. Oh, whoa! Ogre Kingdoms mirror match is what it looks like.
Okay, getting a little bit spicy. I like that.
Getting some gut plate on gut plate action. I like that. I like what's going down.
Yeah.
So each one of the demons has a soul grinder, and I don't think we've seen one in today's matchups. Are those very matchup dependent, or are they just not as great in this
soul
play
grinders?
Style? Give me a little bit of breakdown on that.
It depends on the soul grinder. Like the Nurgle soul grinder is extremely good because it has a mortar, like kind of like poison wind mortars from Skaven. It does more explosion damage than overtime damage. It doesn't do any overtime, but it has really good explosion damage. So people don't expect Nurgle to have like anti-infantry artillery. The Tzeentch soul grinder is not bad. It has anti-large sniping. The Slaanesh one has anti-large melee with no shooting. I think the Slaanesh one isn't very good. I don't like it too much. The Khorne one is also not that great compared to their other options because you can't control where it shoots. It just kind of like berserks and just goes after whatever it kind of feels like shooting. Mm-hmm. So a little bit on the fence about that. But dude, oh my god, we're getting an Ogre Kingdom mirror match right now. Well,
this is going to be sweaty in a lot of like really lovely ways, greasy and sweaty.
The good part about this is too, in Warhammer 3 is now that players can pick a different like flag in multiplayer, they can like their armies will look drastically different. So and the flags will look different. It's much easier for mirror matches. But I'm expecting double Scrag, a Mass Gorger, like maybe some of the Iron Blasters, which are insane. The Ogre Kingdom's mobile artillery is just so good.
Yeah, and just to kind of, again, talk about that one more time, we kind of quickly went over it, but the way it will work now in multiplayer custom battles, you'll select your race, and then you'll select the flag, minor faction or major faction of that race, that will then color the faction. You don't have, which we had before, where okay, I'm going to choose this faction, and I'm going to then pull that faction's specific unit rosters. The rosters are the same across all races, it's just different coloration.
Yeah, it's definitely quite nice. And this is game 2 in the best of 3. We will see what the champions decide to pick. Ogres, who's it going to be? Greasus, perhaps? Greasus is anti-large. He's a little bit vulnerable, though. Greasus isn't super quick with like 36 speed, so he can be kind of pounded down by like lead belters and those type of units. So
Greasus only has 36 speed?
Well, I mean, have you seen the guy? Like, he doesn't...
I was like, even with his people mover, he's only got 36?
Well, I think he's just got
like
Nobblars. He's just got Nobblars carrying him, so I think it's Nobblars? I don't think it's Ogres, yeah. So he's pretty darn slow. It takes him a hot minute to get there, for sure. And Ogres have really good shooting, like lead belchers and even Nobblar trappers and like the Iron Blasters. I don't think Greasus would survive that. So the builds are almost identical. Well,
yeah, I was gonna say I want to see the Iron Blaster. I'm glad we're seeing lots of Iron Blasters right now.
Scrag's getting in there with his quadruple chin, and yeah, we have quad. I think we're gonna have quad Iron Blaster as well. Oh my goodness, this is just gonna be a huge artillery duel, which is gonna be crazy.
God, and Scrag is such a. There are a lot of different characters. Well, there's like 3 or 4 different characters you could have gone with for Legendary Lords for Ogres, but Scrag's a pretty fun one. He's a Slaughtermaster, was a former Slaughtermaster here, and well, I guess now still a Slaughtermaster.
Yeah, he's hanging out.
He's got these 2 stumps that have these butcher implements that he's pushed them into. He was not banished. He was thrown into this. He was banished into this undercave, and he fought his way out of this undercave and basically. I don't want to say allies, but befriends the Gorgers. And that's why the Gorgers kind of are always allied here with Scrag. And he's got, like I said, his implements shoved into his stumps that he used because his hands were cut off, that he used these butcher implements to kind of claw his way out, to break his way out of these undercaves.
He kind of has like the Iron Man origin story where he's like trapped in a cave and he has to like come up with all these devices to escape.
Rebuild armor and everything.
Yeah, so as far as the builds go for Valkanos, it's going to be... They do have a little bit of variance. It's Nobblars, double Iron Blaster, and Scrag. But for Valkanos, he's coming in with double Gorger. Now, looking at the Kraken King Anticity, he's going to be doing a double Iron Blaster as well. But his army is much wider. He actually decided to go with like mass Ogre Bulls. So he's got Ogre Bulls and does not have any Gorgers in his starting army. Although he's 100% going to be summoning some in. Gorgers are just super, super good in general. Yeah. And being able to stock and creep up on objectives, I think, is just so cost effective.
Okay, so you said Kraken King last time, and as I saw Zinch and I saw Carlos, and he's calling that Kraken King. Why do you call Anticity Kraken King?
Yeah, so
it keeps throwing me.
So Anticity was he won a lot of major tournaments in Total War Warhammer 2 using Vampire Coast. So they obviously have a Kraken thematic. So one of his nicknames, at least that I call him, I don't know if other people actually call him this, but it's just when I'm casting his games. Oh, nice little line of sight there, blocking those shots there from Valkanos. But I call him the Kraken King because I think it's very fitting indeed. But yeah, good line of sight. You can see they're utilizing the terrain a little bit, obviously with the objectives forcing players to fight.
Taking a shot and walking right back into it. Take a look at that.
Yeah, they're scooting and shooting. This is like some I don't know. I'm trying to think of like
some next level Age of Empires play.
No. This is very similar to like a shooter experience, like playing like Overwatch or something, right? Like using the terrain, but. Yeah, the mass, I'm really curious to see how this unfolds. Like, Anticity's build is so much wider, which makes me think he's going to play the objective game rather than go for army value. Because if you look at the build of Valkanos, it's, like, obviously quite strong. Gorgers will dominate Ogre Bulls in combat pretty badly with Scrag's buffs, but they can't be everywhere at once. Like, the capture weight of the Kraken King's army, Anticity, is just so good. Like, he's just going to be able to grab all these objectives he wants to. So, it's going to be a really interesting battle.
Yeah, and if you are brand new to the scene of Total War Warhammer, or you want to get into the Total War Warhammer multiplayer scene, I am Italian Spartacus, but my co-caster here is Turin. Head on over to his YouTube channel. He does a ton of multiplayer tournaments, a ton of multiplayer breakdowns, guides. He's probably the most experienced or the most premier YouTube channel when it comes to solely competitive multiplayer play. So you can go ahead and jump into any of those tournaments to find out how to get into this. I mean, it does seem like there's a huge barrier of entry and it's super hard to jump into, but the community for this is extremely welcoming and they really help you. Like Falcon, who's this individual we talked about that has won all these Everchosens, he's so willing to take people under his wing and teach people multiplayer. So it's a very like kind of welcoming community when it comes to new people jumping into the scene.
Appreciate the kind words, man. Absolutely. Ogre Bulls.
I lied about all of them, but yeah.
I lied. You see the Ogre Bulls getting blasted there a little bit. These are the basically the low tier Ogre infantry, and they do have access to shields. They got like kind of the same little haggard bucklers on their arms. What are those things like? Yeah, it looks like it's
Iron Fist. The name is from the Iron Fist.
Yeah.
So you've got 3 different Ogre Bull variations. Just your standard, your Ogre with 2 hand weapons, and the Iron Fist which is just going to be acting, like you said, as a shield for them, giving that little bronze shield action.
Yeah, and was that the same in tabletop as well? The ogres had access to like a couple different bull variants.
Yeah, so they had not necessarily a bull variant. You could equip them with different things. And we see the man-eaters here in the ogre roster, they have different variants, but they actually had a mechanic where they just had all these different weapons.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the black orcs also in tabletop having armed to the teeth was one of the names of their abilities. So we see this envisioned in Total War Warhammer as different unit variants.
Got it. Copy that. Okay, I did not know that actually. And look at the little like dancing here. It's pretty funny. Like both players are like moving their Noblars to try and grab the objective, but then they just get like shot off by the Iron Blaster.
Prodding and poking.
Yeah, Valkanos on the far side using his Gorgers to capture this, which is really funny because Anticity is probably sitting and looking at this objective, and it's just like, well, I wonder what's capturing that. Is it a Gorger or is it a Trapper? You know,
dude, it's just really awesome to kind of like just watch this like. The movement here from Anticity with these two Iron Blasters pokes out, then he'll take one conjoined shot at that one Iron Blaster, then go immediately back into cover.
Oh my goodness! And the ogre like Gorger duel on the far side. Okay, it looks like the Gorgers of Valkanos have been scouted, and Anticity's Iron Blaster is ripping some pretty nice shots into them. Oh no, the Gorger ambush! Okay, it looks like he did escape, and those Gorgers will be running with some Noblar support coming in. So yeah, a little bit of poking. Objective 1 has been taken by 3 has been taken by Valkanos. Objective number 1 looks like it'll probably go to Anticity. And the middle is certainly up for grabs right now as the Iron Blasters. Ooh, man, Iron Blasters hit so hard, man.
It's a 25% shot right there. Then now Anticity's Gorgers got hit up with these Noblars, which are now getting countercharged in by Gorgers, and more Gorgers coming around to jump on Anticity's single unit of Gorgers.
Yeah, just it kind of looks like they have mullets a little bit, the Gorgers, if you really zoom in.
Yeah, seriously, just these wet, dirty, like Andrew WK mullets.
Yeah, that's an old reference. Oh my god, I forgot he existed. Oh my goodness.
Dude, in college you look like Andrew WK. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh man, not at all, bro.
Jacked white t-shirt dude hanging out.
Yeah, having a good time. Gorgers on Gorgers though. I mean, it's just going to be kind of a little bit of a back and forth. They both have a ton of healing. Troll Guts going down here for Valkanos, going to be giving him a bit of an edge. And honestly, Valkanos is out trading here a little bit with the Noblar support.
Very handedly.
The Noblars are just taking a lot of the damage, allowing his Gorgers to fight a little bit safer. And the Iron Blaster, do you see the double Iron Blaster on the hill here for Valkanos? How beautiful is that? Just like sitting and just like raining fire on this objective, which I love. And they're so protected there.
Yeah, and they don't have line of sight, or the other Iron Blasters don't have line of sight just yet. Now there's one in line of sight, and they can both focus on it. But just like you said, they have a really good Overwatch, and those Noblars taking all the damage. Like, a lot of really good engagements here. On the right side, though, we see some of Valkanos's Gorgers basically getting a mirror of what's going on down below. So Noblars are jumping in to support those Gorgers to help take them out.
It's kind of like we talked about in the beginning. Anticity's build was much better for capturing with a ton of Ogre, Bulls, and Noblars compared to the Elite Gorgers. It seems like Anticity is kind of outplaying him on the objectives a little bit. Like Objective 2 is being heavily swamped. You can see the Ogres are just...
That center is pretty juicy for him.
The basic Ogre Bulls are really not bad against Gorgers either. They have good damage against light armor, and Gorgers have 15 armor. So yeah, the blob here of Anticity with Scrag doing well on Objective 2. On Objective 1 or 3, Valkanos is still holding it, but I don't know for how much longer. There's a bunch of Ogre Bulls and Noblars moving in there. And it looks like one on the far side is still owned by, I believe, Anticity as well. So, but look at the Iron Breakers, or the Iron Blasters, just getting blasted by Valkanos. That's a lot of damage. They're stacked up there. This is dangerous.
Dude, look at Scrag over here getting completely melted by this double Anticity Iron Blaster. Oh, that is good. He went from full health to like no health in one volley from both of them.
Yeah, that was pretty brutal for sure. But Scrag does have access to some healing. Ogres do have an army ability which can heal. And the two Iron Blasters of Anticity did also get wrecked pretty badly by these two. So we'll see if the sacrifice Scrag made was enough. But I have a feeling that Anticity is just going to be turning around with his two Iron Blasters and just giving Scrag the business right here. I don't think he's going to be escaping. And Anticity's...
He got caught by the Gorgers too, or the Iron Bull, or the Bulls. The Iron Bulls.
The Bulls! But I think the objectives game is just going so well. Like the wider build from the Kraken King, I think is just so dominant here at playing the objective game, and also just tar pitting the enemy Gorgers.
And it's something that you see with like these wider builds being able to really kind of surround and outmaneuver a narrower build like that, right? And that's the most like John Madden generic statement, but it really does hold. It really does hold true in this. Oh, those two Iron Blasters just took out that last Anticity's Iron Blaster there.
Yeah.
Bringing it down to a measly 522 health.
Oh, and look at that. Anticity tried to heal it with the Butcher ability, but it actually shattered because it took so much damage. So that was a big expensive army ability. But Scrag also gets taken out in the trees. Gets no-scoped. Oh my god, look at his death animation. Have you seen it? Where he just like lays against the pot?
No, he's just, I'm going to sleep, boss, forever.
Yeah. In terms of damage value, honestly, it's like dead even because Scrag is pretty cheap. He's only like probably 1,800, 1,500 gold. So trading him for an Iron Blaster isn't the worst thing in the world. But Anticity's holding objective 1 and 2. Valkanos is
that
holding
other
3.
Iron Blaster just got popped here by
Did
double shot. Yep, it's down to 655.
Oh my god, this could actually be a comeback for Valkanos because it looked like he was kind of in a losing situation. But if he keeps getting value trades on these big pieces, maybe he'll be able to do something. We'll have to see.
Sun's getting low. Sun's getting low, big guy.
Yeah. Kind of sad seeing Scrag there. You know?
Yeah, I know, man. I'm looking at this. Like, you keep talking about other things. I'll look at a Scrag just slumped here alone in the forest.
Yeah. After he suffered some like grueling trial to like climb out of some caves he was banished into, that's just his fate. Just to get.
He got his hands fully Dooku'd off, like cut off, and then this is how he dies.
Yeah, it reminds me of that scene from Shogun 2. You remember in like the cinematic when it has like the warrior monk versus the samurai, and he has that like death in the snow.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Dude,
like,
those were so. The Shogun cinematics were so good.
They were great, man. Way ahead of their time for sure. Mournfang Cavalry being summoned in by Valkanos, so he saved up for a pretty expensive unit. Objective 3 is still owned by Valkanos. And it looks like he's got his Gorgers over there and a fair amount of units, but Anticity's kind of swarming him. Just like Haggard, Ogre, Bulls coming in all directions, which I love this pick because, you know, Gorgers have become so meta and everybody just expects a million of them that he just decided to tarp at them with just tons of Haggard units. And it seems to be working. Granted, the Mournfang Cavalry, with their anti-large beat sticks, should be able to take down Gorgers quickly. And they do also have the Overwatch fire from the 2 Iron Blasters up at the hill, but...
Right.
Last thing I'll say here, Valkanos needs to get these Iron Blasters down on the objective. They have a lot of capture weight, and he could be taking this objective and then just sitting here and shooting down the middle.
Are you saying on objective 3 or objective,
on objective 1?
2 or 1.
Yeah, because those Iron Blasters are actually really good chariots too. They're SEM chariots. They can run over Noblars and help clear, and they can shoot from there too. And if he could get this objective, maybe he could get his way back into the game because Valkanos is... They're pretty even in terms of value dealt, but Anticity is just dominating on the objectives and just his swarming with the Haggard, Noblars, and Bulls, you know?
Yeah, and they just just missed that last shot to pop Anticity's Iron Blaster here. And Valkanos' Iron Blasters are coming out of ammunition anyway, so you might as well start to get some value out of them, like you said, get up close and personal with them. Yeah. One thing I actually did not know is that the Iron Blaster's missile shot is Sunder. I did not know it's Sunder's armor.
Yeah, they're freakishly strong.
They're so good.
So a little bit of a funny tidbit about Iron Blasters. So Anticity's more or less triple capped Valkanos, and now he's really going ahead on value. I mean, I'm looking around. I don't see much value for Valkanos left. I see some Ogre Bulls. He does have the 2, Iron Blasters left, but this again shows, like, in a Warhammer 2 battle, like, SEMs being alive in a late game situation like this would be very problematic to deal with oftentimes, right? But now that there's like more objective play and that's a big part of the game, like having these wider chaff-centric armies with like non-elite units, like smaller units, can be certainly viable as well. Granted, Anticity did have the double SCM, but he just kind of got sniped in that way. But you can see how they don't dominate like they perhaps would in an open field like land battle or something like that. But yeah, I think this one's probably going to go to Anticity. I don't see Valkanos coming back from this, although it was a really, really fun scrap for sure.
Yeah, and who is up when it comes to the standing right now? So we have Anticity 1-0 against Valkanos.
Correct.
So Anticity winning this pushes him into the finals, right? The first place finals. Yes.
Yeah.
Because then we have a third place round, a third place match.
Correct, my friend. Correct. We do have a bit of an attempt here from Valkanos in the fourth quarter. He does have the Noblars and Mournfang Cavalry moving on to objective number 1. Although I think with considering the deficit in points, he would need to triple cap his opponent. So this is very much a tactic with Nurgle. So what often happens with Nurgle, because they're slow and they don't do a lot of damage, but they're good at holding objectives, is Nurgle will basically they'll 3-cap you early or 2-cap you early and get a big lead, but then they start to lose in battle. So a really good tactic, if you guys are playing, is to essentially be like, okay, I have enough points to win at this point if I hold one objective. So what you do is you abandon the other 2 objectives and you fall back and sound the horn of Helm Hammerhand once more time in the deep, and you basically fall back on your last objective and just Helm's Deep that. Because it's much easier to just pour everything you have onto one objective, right? So that style is obviously strong, but in this case, Anticity is not only winning on objectives, but also in value, so it doesn't really matter there.
Yeah, and when we came, the victory tickets are about to hit up all the way here in direction for Anticity
Yeah.
as it comes into 4,800, and there's just no coming back from this one, Bob, here in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like the Kraken King's going to be claiming victory. I mean, 100%. And he's got all 3 objectives. He won on value. Valkynos did a great job, though. That was a really scrappy game. You know, the shooting with the big cannons against the iron blasters and the lords. I mean, that was pretty wild. But really, I think the build execution of Anticity and the game plan just won it for him. Like the wide build, play the objectives, and honestly, the Gorgers didn't seem to perform very well versus just hordes and hordes of Ogre Bulls and just Noblars. Like they just, the armor piercing that you're paying for with them wasn't pertinent, and they just really didn't do their job.
Yeah, like those strong picks, they do pay off, but not when you have such a weight of units for Anticity, right? Just so many units being deployed. Like you take a look at that's 515 to 490. That's what 1,000, and you have almost 500 more units coming in from Anticity, or 400 or 500 more units. So it's like just so many more bodies on the battlefield to absorb hits, to do more damage, whatever the situation is. Like you nailed it.
And seeing that battle too really makes me want to see Skaven in the game. Because like I feel like Skaven could just, since like 7,000 gold for Skaven in a starting army is quite a bit. Like you could probably start with like 10 Skaven slaves and a bunch of clan rats, and like imagine just tar pitting the objectives and then using poison wind mortars from behind just to like nuke enemies off the objectives. Like I think Skaven in vampire counts will actually be super strong in this game mode. I'm pretty hyped to kind of see them in action for sure.
Honestly, yeah, like this is all awesome and I'm loving it, but I'm really stoked to see when we get all these races in here and how it shakes, how these Warhammer 3 races play into Warhammer 2 races and vice versa. I think easiestly S+ tier is going to become High Elves, hands down.
No,
we all know what the High Elves is. No, don't come here with that rubbish.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one, man. I mean, Cathay really struggles in this game mode, and I think that High Elves are very similar to Cathay, so I think
No, I think they'll win. I think you're lying to yourself right now.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit on the fence about it. But, you know, again, once more people get their hands on the game, my experiences are just anecdotal, right? Like, I've only played against a set number of players, and, you know, everyone thought Nurgle was terrible, but then, like, lately Nurgle's actually been doing pretty good in the practice game, so there's certainly a lot to be considered here. Now, looking at the brackets, we see the Kraken King moving on to the grand finals. He'll be facing the winner of Crabling in HDS. HDS coming off a huge upset, defeating Felcon with actually a shutout in a domination mode game, 5,000-0. Which was really incredible. So, yeah, hyped to see this one, man. And I know Crabling likes to play Kislev, so that'll be quite cool to see.
Yeah, so a big question. I know you've probably seen it kicked around, and you and I are of the same mindset here, that I think that Lore of Ice is particularly good, above Lore of Tempest. And maybe this is just strictly from a multiplayer perspective, but what are your thoughts on Lore of Ice versus Lore of Tempest? Application, maybe wins a magic cost, whatever it is. Extrapolate, go.
So in multiplayer, Lore of Ice is better, in my opinion, 100%. In campaign, Lore of Tempest is probably better. So it's just really like, that's kind of a very simple one. Like in campaign, like the AI is pretty much, you know, I mean, it's obviously can be challenging for newer players, but when you're a more experienced player, like you can get the AI to blob up, and Lore of Tempest has more punishing abilities that are a little bit more cost effective in terms of wins of magic. Right. Like Lore of Ice with Katarine in campaign is pretty decent because she's got some unique perks for it. So like Heart of Winter can be okay on big blobs, but really Lore of Tempest is a little bit better in campaign, I think, but it's really not very good in multiplayer. Whereas Lore of Ice has more battlefield manipulation abilities, which are highly more used, like applying Frostbite, having a big AoE slow, Spirit Leech effect from Death Frost, which isn't good in a huge campaign battle, but super good in a multiplayer battle. And, you know, in general, Lore of Ice is more catered towards multiplayer, whereas I think, but it's still not bad in campaign. Like, you can totally use it and it's good. But just in terms of min-maxing, those would be kind of my points there.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Like, I mean, you take a look at the wins of magic cost of something like Biting Wind or Blizzard and Hawks of Misha. You know, you're looking at 12, 18, and 13 respectively. Yeah. And you compare that over to the Lore of Ice. Everything in Lore of Ice past Ice Sheet is a pretty pricey spell. I mean, Frostblade's is 7, which is not too bad, but your Death Frost is 14, your Chaos Sanctuary is 14, and then Heart of Winter is 24. So you do have some pretty costly spells that when you're looking at a campaign scenario where you do have access to all 6 of those spells without having to worrying about point cost, it starts to like, okay, now I got to weigh the winds of magic on this. And in multiplayer, you're looking for that highest utility per cast type thing. That's when I think Lore of Ice kind of shines to the fore above Tempest.
Yeah, campaign's a very, very different beast for sure. Although, you know, I think that if you are someone who's a campaign player and you're looking for a time to get into multiplayer, I would say Like, especially
Now's
Domination.
the time.
Because the multiplayer community will probably have a multitude of tournaments. Some will be Domination mode, some will be old school LAN battles. But Domination mode, I think, is very good for newer players for sure. I've noticed, like, I played games against people who have far less multiplayer experience than myself, and they've been able to perform pretty well because it's a whole new play. Like, knowing the dynamics of capture points, what will capture what, more than, like, you need to be able to look at the battlefield and be like, okay, my opponent has a plague bearer there. What do I need from my pool of reinforcements that could either kill it quick enough or could out capture that? Like, you have to do a lot of those type of like split decisions. So everybody's kind of on an even playing field right now, more or less. So it's definitely a good time. And also the escalating nature of Domination mode, starting with a smaller army that's easier to micro and moving up to a bigger force, I think is a little bit easier for newer players than managing a very big army. Granted, I enjoy both. I like having a slightly bigger starting army, but again, I think for like newer players, this is like, totally fine. And yeah, it's a good time to get in. So it looks like it's going to be Kislev versus Ogre Kingdoms. I don't think we've seen this one today, have we?
Actually, this is not going to be the set matchup. They're just getting their desync out of the way while we kind of keep talking.
Yeah.
And then we'll get their matchup set and going.
I'm curious. I think that Crabling will probably play Kislev, would be my guess. Because he likes them a lot. I've seen him practicing them, and he was very good with them earlier. Like, his chariot play was amazing.
And I'm honestly down. Like, I love seeing Kislev. Like, it's got such a cool aesthetic and everything. Yeah. So I'm really, really into it. Watch, this is not going to desync, and we're gonna look like fools.
They have such a powerful mustache for sure. Yeah, those ones are good. I really wish I could grow a good mustache just my whole life, man. It's been a struggle.
I mean, you just got to rub enough argan oil into anything and you can grow whatever you want. And I'm a guy who's bald, so you can take it from me.
Have you ever actually tried it on your Chrome Dome up there?
Okay, so you ever heard of Mane and Tail?
No, I don't know what that is. It sounds like
it's a horse.
It sounds like a fantasy novel that you would like see in a supermarket.
Yeah, no, it's just like a centaur man holding a woman. Like.
It has like Fabio on it or something. Oh my god!
It's a horse shampoo.
Okay,
like it literally is meant for horses, but you can buy it in a grocery store. And I had heard like there was like a rumor that had kind of went around at one point where it's like, yeah, no, it's really good for people who have hair loss because I guess it really helps out because there's like menthol in there too, helps clean the pores. Dude, I tried a lot of different things trying to get that hair to regrow, to jumpstart that hair. Spray spam on it or Pam on it, No, I did not do that.
some butter and mayonnaise, yeah.
Yeah, you just walk outside with a nice head of mayonnaise. Really helps the hair grow. Gets that vitamin D penetration.
Well, you had quite a bit of hair when I met you back when the wheel was invented in 2006, I think.
Back when we dealt with the first Black Plague and moved on from there. And, but yeah, I did. You didn't see it because I wore hats all the time. I was pretty self-conscious of it. And then I had a friend who was like, just shave your head, man. I'm like, no, I'm not going to shave my head. I'm going to look stupid. Then I shave my head. I'm like, I look cool.
Yeah, now you look like Kratos. So it's a pretty sweet deal.
Then I had another friend who was like, grow a beard, keep the bald. I'm like, all right. And ended up enjoying the look.
Speaking of Kratos, the actor who plays, who does the voice of Kratos.
Star from Stargate.
Yeah, Christopher Judge, he plays Teal'c in Stargate SG-1. Dude, he would be such... Like, who do you think he should voice? Imagine him in this game voicing someone. They should really get him.
Okay. He could be a really good demon of any sort, right? You could do that, something like that. But like, you could also do something cool with like just an undivided mortal champion.
Yeah.
Like, you could have a lot of fun with him. Like, oh man, what's his name? He's on the cover of the 6th edition, something, it's an Engra Death Sword, I think it is.
Yeah.
He's on the cover of the 6th edition Warriors of Chaos book. Just really, and then put like that not vocoder, but the voice manipulator that makes it sound like he's talking through a helmet. Like, oh man, boy. Like, oh yes.
That was a pretty good impersonation of him, actually.
Call me that again.
Yeah.
Boy. Oh. I'll be your boy.
That's so good, man. Yeah, he's awesome. He would be such a good character. Yeah, I wonder if you could do anyone from the Empire too. You could do like, I don't know. Yeah, I think like you're right. Like some sort of a chaos character, like some heavy metal, like Khorne champion or something, it would just be like perfect.
It looks like we might be in the wrong lobby here.
I will rehost it. No worries. Oh, it's fine. We can join up here. We can.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. There we go.
We'll get it squared away.
And it looks like it's going to be Grand Cathay versus Nurgle.
I feel like they're doing this as like a gift to us.
What people's champions right here, Crably and HDS, opening up their semifinals with 2 underdog picks. Remember, this is a best of 3 here.
Yeah.
But they do have some wiggle room. But that is what friends of the folk.
I feel like Nurgle and Grand Cathay are relatively like even. Like the matchup I think is like maybe slightly Nurgle favored, but it would be like 55-45 because the Grand Cathay monsters are really good against Nurgle. Nurgle doesn't have a single unit on its roster that has anti-large. So in order to deal with large though, like it's not as bad as you think because the Great Unclean ones are actually some of the best brawlers in the game. If you have an Exalted Great Unclean one going fisticuffs with like a Bloodthirster, he actually wins. If you have the Exalted Bloodthirster fight the Exalted Great Unclean one in sustained combat, the Great Unclean one will win. They're really fighty, but they're just very slow. So that's usually kind of a recipe for success there. So I'm quite eager to see.
There's a Mortis Engine effect on the Exalted Greater Undead.
Yeah.
Greater Undead, the Exalted Greater Undead.
The Greater Demon. Yeah, so the exalted big boy is quite good against like mass Cathay infantry too, and Cathay does like to spam a lot of infantry, so I'm quite eager. And this is actually a decent map for artillery. There's like kind of a big slope. You can like park your artillery and shoot across the map or down into the middle. So there's a multitude of options that we could see here. So here we are in the battlefield. Let us see how this duel goes. We do have the dreaded Miao Ying for Cathay. And she's great. Brings healing to the battlefield. She also has an amazing ability called Talons of the Night, which is a huge damage spell. So if Nurgle's blobbed on an objective, you can punish them. And it looks like there's going to be some yin and yang, although mostly some yin here. Look at this. It's just like all crossbows and guns and also a grand cannon. This is a wild build here from Crabling.
I just took a look at so I've played as Nurgle and stuff like that, but just to kind of look at the idle animation of the beast in Nurgle, it like excitedly jiggles it in place and like claps its hands like, oh, cakes and pies.
Yeah.
Like it's so funny, like it is so great looking.
Yeah, he's pretty great for sure. We got the Great Unclean one. He's going to be backed up by some Nurglings to hold objectives. We have double Beast of Nurgle, I think. No, single Beast of Nurgle plus a Cultist of Nurgle, which is a really good combo because the Cultist of Nurgle has armor sundering. So it lowers the armor of targets, allowing your little haggard demons here to get a little bit more cost-effective fighting. And if your opponent comes in with double Sentinel or like a big monster, the Beast of Nurgle is a very cost-effective little helpful SEM to bodyguard your Great Unclean one. So yeah, I'm hyped to see this, man. This is going to be a fun match.
And can you break down how the icon of eternal virulence works that is present on the Cultist of Nurgle?
Yeah, so he has the ability to summon Plague Bearers, which is quite nice for fighting on an objective. He has an AoE, like Nurgle has a ton of debuffs. So if you're fighting Nurgle in a blob, they'll lower your weapon damage by 8%. The longer you fight near him, you get your weapon damage lowered and speed lowered. It's just like being in the realm of Nurgle. Oh, Miao Ying giving a speech there.
Yeah, which is actually kind of cool. For those that don't know, in Warhammer 3, anytime a battle starts, you're lowered. It doesn't need to be a legendary lord. We'll just say kind of like a quick little, like a sentence or two speech, which is kind of fun. It kind of harkens back to the olden days.
It's pretty cool. I definitely get hyped with some good, powerful speeches. I hope Franz gives just like the best speech ever. That would be so cool.
People of the Empire.
Yeah. Brothers, we rise to fight this evil. But now in the middle, I mean, this is interesting. I haven't seen too many people try and use like cannons, but in general, I mean, good damage against the Exalted Great Unclean one, and Miao Ying has turned into her dragon form.
Yeah, I just watched it. I get too emotional with the animations, right? It's still too new to the game, like as far as it coming, like us not being exposed to it for hours and hours and hours on end. So like animations excite me a lot still.
Just crying tears over there.
Oh.
It's so beautiful.
It's so beautiful.
But, this is actually pretty good positioning for Cathay, because if Nurgle's going to be sitting down in the shooting gallery here, they're going to be able to just sit their crossbowmen like up on the high ground and just absolutely blast into the Beast of Nurgle and like, these Forsaken. And that cannon is actually doing pretty good work against the big boy there.
I was watching it kick off. I'm like, dang.
Yeah,
they're hitting them up.
Look at Miao Ying. She's battling the Beast of Nurgle, which she'll easily defeat. But if Nurgle blobs on top of her with like Forsaken, she has a really good blob punishing spell. But how is Cathay going to be dealing with this flank, do you think?
I do not know. I mean, because you don't have a lot of mobility with Nurgle. You have your Plague Toads and your Blot Flies, that's about it. So it's really kind of just hammering them as much as you can to weaken them so that you can get whatever it is in the way, right? Like you can move the Jade Warriors. You see Crabling kind of positioning some Jade Warriors. He's got his Iron Hail Gunners, which
did you see them melt? Forsaken. They melted those Forsaken, but like, of course, everything's going to be sunshine and rainbows for Cathay when they're shooting. But
and then those Plague Toads just hop on.
Yeah. Now it's going to get a little bit messier. And if I were the Nurgle player, I'd probably honestly just push up into this missile line, because the biggest weakness I found with Cathay is like defending their missiles. And like he's invested a ton in artillery. Oh my god, do we have a second Grand Cannon back here?
Yeah.
Oh my god, the double Grand Cannon. Look at this, blasting into the Nurgle Toads.
Double G Cannon going down.
That's so
and
much,
you do
so
know
much
here,
damage.
like, when you're looking at those Iron Hail Gunners, if you are, again, new to the game, they are using a gunpowder weapon. So if they don't have a direct line of sight or at least some sort of height over any infantry in front of them, they can't shoot. So it's kind of a tedious game of placement when it comes to Cathay, because those Iron Hail Gunners, stupid strong if they can get that line of sight going and those shots in.
What's crazy is like the objectives haven't even opened up yet. Nurgle is getting crushed so horribly on value right now. They're just...
the Plague Toes just kind of disintegrated out from the Jade Lancer charge.
Yeah. Nurgle's going to have to win on objectives because, like, oh my god, the Cathay cannons, like, I think the cannon sounds in this game just, I don't know if it's different than Warhammer 2.
Good, yes!
Yeah, it's awesome. And the big boy down in the pits is also getting shot with arrows, so he's just, again, waddling around like an angry toddler, just being shot by the...
with his bell, like, clean me.
Yeah, he's having a relatively rough time. I mean, this is a very interesting Cathay build from Krabbling. Like, most people just go with mass, you know, Jade, the big monsters and try and blob fight against Nurgle and snipe their SEMs, but the cannons from this high ground position are so good.
Watch this exalted Great Unclean One when it gets hit by the cannon. Just immediately gets knocked over like a baby who just learned how to walk. Yeah. And it just immediately getting poured on more damage from the Celestial Dragon crossbows and Jade Warrior crossbow.
Here comes the cannon that I'm watching. Okay, let's get this. He kept his footing that time. And up in the high ground too. I mean, Krabbling is just really outplaying in so many ways in terms of the battle. Like, Miao Ying here has been able to isolate this cultist and probably will be able to take that thing out, which is a nice value pick. Jade Lancer is picking off the harassing units. And the firing line that the Cathay forces have, like all these Jade crossbows sitting and shooting, it's like they're so spread out that it's so hard for Nurgle to shut down. And honestly, it kind of looks like Nurgle's just getting put in the trash can here, man.
Yeah, there's a Forsaken and Nurgle that had a full health that just got hit with the Talons of Night and dropped them to damn near nothing. Exalted and still getting hit in the butt. Headshot.
Yeah, he's going to be using Fleshy Abundance, which is a really strong healing spell. But guys, Krabbling literally has 8,000 value.
I was going to just say.
And HDS hasn't even broken 1,000 yet. This is just like one of the worst massacres I think we've had on the stream today. As the Great Unclean One waddles away, just a complete potato. And Miao Ying just handling that cultist. And Nurgle just getting shot to pieces, like as soon as they try and move up. And yes, they have the 2 objectives, but that's not going to matter if they have nothing on the battlefield. And look, he can't even hide anywhere. He's like looking for a spot.
Yeah, he just can't.
Oh, he found a spot.
Found like a little alcove, the smallest alcove.
Yeah, this is his hiding
2,000 health left, but Miao Ying's going to have to go for that thing, get it out of the way.
It's definitely risky to bring such a big target against like shooting missile factions. A lot of Nurgle players have been using Forsaken rushes against Cathay and Kislev to pretty good effect. Not so much Kislev because of the chariots, but... and then you use the Herald and the Rotfly, who's like impossible to snipe. But with the big boy just getting cannonballed the whole game and... you know, any reinforcements being barraged by cannons and just layers and layers of crossbows and spears everywhere. It's so rough for Nurgle.
These cannons are relentless. Like these Plague Toads that just came in the back line, like the cannons are just unloading on them and they're already at 50% health and they've been here for like 2-3 seconds. Like you can see that HDS is trying to like move them left and right, shuck and jive away from it, but Miao Ying has now got her target in the Exalted Great Unclean One on a cap .3 going in for it. Get a little bite of that.
We have the duel of duels. Miao Ying battling the big boy. I wonder if they have any sync animations. That'd be pretty cool to kind of keep an eye on for a second.
Please let it happen. Please let it happen. And this is not necessarily lore when it comes to the Exalted Great Unclean One of Nurgle, but Kugoth Plaguefather does do a big invasion into Cathay. We see that happening in the lore, which is pretty juicy there. So we kind of see this kind of coming together. In the lore here, Kugoth Plaguefather by Cathay is called Jinfa the Ever Pestilent. Oh. So again, a very loreful matchup here.
Pretty cool little fight. I mean, but you can see how good of a brawler the Great Unclean One is. Despite the fact that he's been a bit of a meme this game, like he still really was out dueling Miao Ying, and she's a little bit targeted.
Yeah, now she's in a pretty big world of hurt here.
She does have Earthblood though, and I don't know if he brought regrowth. Okay, he didn't, so there's no regrowth, but I think like Nurgle has taken so much damage that I just simply don't think there's any coming back for them. I think the damage value lead is just too big. And again, it's not unlike Warhammer II land battle that we've had countless games in Everchosens and various tournaments that, you know, the game is decided in like 30 seconds of battling, right? Like a big pendulum will break aside, the cavalry get on all the missiles, and you know the game's over in the first 30 seconds. And that can happen here. Granted, we are at like the 6 or 7 minute mark, but I would say this game's probably been over. They might not know it yet, but it's been over for probably about like 2 or 3 minutes, I think.
So the decision to turn Miao Ying back into her human form, strictly for spellcasting, or was there a different utility in there that I'm just not seeing?
So she can't cast her healing spells when she's in dragon form. She can only cast the Talons of the Night. Both of the Cathay Dragon Lords can only cast one spell when they're in dragon form. For her brother, he can only cast the Breath of the Dragon spell. and she can cast regrow. She can only cast Talons of the Night in dragon form. So to cast like their other spells like Final Transmutation, Earthblood, that type of thing, you need to be in the other form. And it looks like Cathay is coming in for the dreaded triple cap, man. This is a very impressive game by Crabbling. Like,
yeah.
Like I love seeing this like Cathay actually be used well. Yeah,
cannons, man.
The triple cannons against Nurgle, man. I mean, a huge mistake from HDS, I think, not bringing Furies. Like that is the hard counter against Cathay. Cathay really struggles to deal with Furies because they could just jump all over your cannons and they're very difficult to get rid of for Cathay. But yeah, you can see the lack of like dive in the backfield really hurting Nurgle here. So they just skip Barrage, man.
So you said that the cannons are hard to kind of defend as Cathay, so you can't use like Peasant Spearmen like in a Skaven Slave
so here's the
Spears
thing.
kind of scenario? Or like how does that really work?
Furies are infantry sized, so Spears don't get their bonus versus them. So like Spears do not kill them quickly and they actually take a ton of damage. If you want to use Jade Warriors, their output is really poor, so it takes them like 10 minutes to peel. And if you use Jade Lancers, their damage output also sucks. So nothing is in Cathay's roster is really good at peeling. But again, if they're allowed to shoot and get cannons set up like this, they can really do well. But it's like most Chaos players would be swarming them with Furies. But I think this is a matchup that perhaps HDS hasn't played much, so we didn't really know what to expect here, I think.
Okay.
Oh, the Dragon form is coming. Look at it.
It's so cool. Okay, so level with me. Who's your favorite dragon between Miao Ying and Zhao Ming?
I don't know. He's pretty cool because he's kind of got that like Uncle Iroh vibe from the Last Airbender, and you know the idea of like the idea of like a crazy alchemist is kind of fun. So thematically, I like him more. But in terms of playing, I think Miao Ying is far more fun to play, and I think she's quite a bit better. Look at the Haggard Beast of Nurgle coming to give these guys a hug in the middle.
Cakes and pies. I can't get over the Miao Ying attack animation. I'm sorry, Zhao Ming attack animation, where he like summons up a whole bunch of swords and then just slams into them like it's like an anime. It looks amazing.
Yeah, it's super rad. And oh man, seeing Miao Ying flying around in the distance, just like slaying that plague ridden up in the sky is so cool. But man,
that's kind of a funky bug there.
This is definitely like a tabling, and that's going to be GG, a Cathay victory, man. That was
victory. I think not decisive.
No, that's more decisive. Man, that was a really cool play from Crabbling. I think of all the games in the tournament, that was probably like, I know it was more one-sided, but like that build was so cool with all the cannons and like the Cathay shooting using like the elite crossbows, and like he actually made the Iron Hail Gunners work. I don't think I've seen anybody in early access make those guys work, or girls, I should say. Yeah, it was like super impressive.
Yeah, I really liked it being like completely unique and different, right? It was cool to see a showcasing of artillery like that and really having a go to town. Like we have not seen that once in the tournament so far.
It wouldn't work as
really
well.
Cool.
It wouldn't work as well against like Khorne and Tzeentch probably, but against Nurgle, I think that was a really good choice for sure.
So taking a look at Crabbling's like comp, I mean, obviously outside of stuff like the Grand Cannon and the what are those called? Celestial Dragon units, which is only one. It's almost entirely Jade Warriors and Peasants. Do you think that's the way to go against Nurgle?
Nurgle.
To meet that swarm?
Yeah, like Nurgle's pretty good against lead infantry, so you definitely want to like poke them with range. Or, so with Cathay, against Nurgle, you either play mass ranged like this, because Nurgle's really slow and can't punish it super hard, or you go with like double big Terracotta Sentinel. But looking at HDS's build, it seemed like he was expecting a big Sentinel. He had like 2 brawling characters and also had another Beast of Nurgle. Like his build wasn't wide, so it didn't have a good tools for shutting down ranged, but it was really good against SEMs, single entity models. But in the end, Crabbling just cackled all the way to the bank and didn't bring any of those. So I think that was incredibly strong for sure.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Like I said, I was jazzed to see like an army like that. That was really fun. That was really cool.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So we have Crabbling pushing ahead 1-0 here in the best of 3 semifinals. Now, remember, guys, whoever wins this will go on to fight in the finals against Anticity, and whoever loses this will go on to fight Valkanos in the third place battle we have. Both of those will be best of 3, correct?
Yes. Yeah, so we got 2 more best of 3s after this, so certainly a lot more competition to take place today, and we're going to have to see what they're going to be picking here for the next one. The next map is going to be, let me go ahead and check the old list here. We're going to be doing Galleon's Cove. So once again, going back to the Vampire Coast. Let's go ahead and let the players know.
HDS is going to be switching on over to Khorne, while Crabbling looks to be on Kislev now.
Yeah, I definitely...
So a matchup we saw last time on this exact matchup on this exact map, I believe.
Yeah, we'll see. Kislev versus Khorne, we saw that earlier, didn't we? That was
the Falcon match.
Yeah, the Falcon versus HDS. It would be really interesting to see what Crabbling does different. I think Falcon's initial build and play was really good. He just didn't play the objectives, and you know, it's kind of like if you wait too long, it can be like an oh no moment. It's kind of
Right.
like I've run into that in tabletop before when I'm playing like either Warhammer 40k or you know, fantasy essentially, where you're, you know, playing for these objectives and then like you just focus too hard on killing your opponent and then you're like, oh wait, this is an objective game, right? So then you like scramble, but it can be too late to come back. And it's very similar in domination mode. You need to be like aware of them, and it's not like you have to put in a ton of effort. Just like summoning like a 300 gold chaff unit to go like grab it is enough effort to usually get like 1 or 2 objectives in the beginning. So
Right. Which I think was it's a really cool evolution we've seen of like the tabletop game of becoming less of a kill everyone and become more of like an objective based game, like you said, because you have those really kind of cool ebbs and flows where you realize, okay, my army might be outmatched in a lot of these matchups, but if I hold these objectives where I thrive here and there, I can do well. Like in a lot of the Warhammer Fantasy Battle games that I've personally played, it was almost always just no objective, just 2 armies smash against each other. And when you're playing High Elves like I was against Ogres for the very first time, you're like, wow, my whole army got mulched in the first like turn and a half. And in a game like Domination or anything that's objective based, it gives you a chance to come back, which is less demoralizing.
yeah, absolutely, man, absolutely. And yeah, certainly high stakes, man. You know, in the with the current market of GPUs, I'm sure they're going to be fighting hard for this PC here. Also,
yeah, no, just frothing at the mouth.
We forgot to mention too, there's also a prize for second and third place. So for second place, you get 12 months of the PC Game Pass, and for third place, you get 3 months of the PC Game Pass as well. So the players, individuals in second and third place will be competing for those prizes. Now, the map is going to be Galleon's Cove, so artillery won't be quite as good. So that map was pretty darn good for Cathay's artillery. I would say of the 7 or 8 maps we have, I think that was one of the better ones. That plus the 2 open, Broken Leg Gully and Death's Pass. But this map is more of a brawler map, so I think Kislev will go for like a mobile cavalry hammer build if they do that. And it is going to be Kislev Khorne.
Yes, indeed. It is indeed Kislev Khorne. We already see Crabbling redding up, getting things a little bit of pressure here on HDS, but not really. And it should be interesting to see how this all shakes out here, because like we just said, the last time we saw a Khorne Kislev matchup, it was very one-sided after a certain point. And hopefully we have some fun things to talk about by looking at these rosters. We'll see once we jump into the actual battlefield. We'll see some fun stuff, I think, that you guys will really enjoy.
Yeah, Crabbling seems to be, like, of everyone who's playing today, it seems like he's had the most innovative builds for sure. Like,
yeah, definitely a champion of the people for sure.
Well, like, but yes, I think there's a champion of the people element where he's like trying to entertain, but I also think he's like schemed some things that are very different, which probably means like the people he's been practicing with may have not been like the, you know, same as the group that was like practicing with Anticity and a lot of these other folks. What I would really love to see would be some of the big monsters, of course, but yeah, who knows? Barriot's obviously super good here. Katarine, we saw Crabbling use Katarine earlier. The Frostfang ability is very nice, and Lore of Ice is good for slowing too, but we will see what they bring here as we load into the Eye in the North again. It looks like the players...
The King of the North!
King of the North! Yeah, it's going to be a fun one, man. I'm quite hyped for this. Kislev versus Khorne.
And I've been excited just to kind of see how, like I said, I have not really played around with the bear chariots at all.
Yeah.
In campaign, really.
Yeah.
And it's cool to see them used so much into such like devastating ability. Like I've really enjoyed using the bear cav. They've been a lot of fun. But dude, watching these bear chariots just buck through things wildly has been so awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty darn cool, man. The Bariots are very, very strong, and they're also incredibly good in campaign too. In my Kislev campaign, I had like a stack of like 17 or 18 of them, and it was just soloing like 3 or 4 Chaos armies by themselves. It's insane. Really, really powerful units.
The Doom stack. Oh, look who we get in Kislev's Crabbling army.
I can't believe
Big Bear himself.
I can't believe Big Bear is here. Hold on one sec here. One sec. Just got to message the players, let them know. Let's do other map. Same armies. We'll have them reload to the other map because they accidentally loaded into the wrong map here. So we will.
I was gonna say this looks interesting.
Yeah, we'll get them on the other map. Because obviously this one, you know, we want to give a little bit of variety here. And plus they may have built for the wrong map, but they will be loading in with the same armies, so it should be completely fine there.
Oh, looks like it was a victory for Khorne. Sorry, guys, there's that match. Moving on to the next one.
That would be so bad, dude. But yeah, we do have a big Elemental Bear. So that is indeed in the starting army. Players will be loading in with the same forces. Elemental Bear is an interesting one. It's very expensive at 2,200. Let me go ahead and make sure they get the right map here. So Crabbling, I think he's the host.
HTS is the host, it looks like.
Cool. So we'll let him know, and we're all set. Perfect. So HDS will be switching that in just a moment. We'll be getting going. But yeah, I think the Bear Chariots are pretty staple in this matchup. It's kind of hard for Kislev to contest the cavalry game, or not cavalry, but infantry game in my experience, because the problem is if you are with, for example, Kossars, right? Like if you go with Kossars, the Demons of Khorne are good against every single unit that Kislev has in infantry, whereas Kislev has to kind of roll the dice. If you bring the armor piercing Kossars, they'll trade well against the Khorne warriors, but not so much against demons. And if you bring the shielded warriors, they trade better against the demons, but it's still not great. So Khorne will pretty much always have the advantage in the infantry department. So I think you have to take advantage of your cavalry and some of your shooting, and maybe throw in a couple of sacrificial infantry to tank things. But man, I'm so excited to see how this elemental bear does. I have not seen anybody make the elemental bear work in like the 100 games I've played. So I really, really hope this thing actually like carries and does some big weight, because Crabling today has really been on a absolute roll of making these strange units work, you know?
Yeah, man, he's been on a tear, and I'm excited to see this too, because I haven't seen this period in multiplayer. So I'm hoping that it performs well, and Crabling has some cool little tricks up his sleeve. I mean, it's not 3 cannons of Cathay, but I'll take it.
No, I think this is better, dude. Sign me up for this. So this thing has a breath attack, much like a dragon. It's also unbreakable and has some physical resist, and in theory quite durable with 90 armor. So we'll have to see how it functions against the Khorne units. Maybe like a good anchor piece against Khorne dogs who don't have good armor piercing. But aside from that, if you're going to be going for anything of value, or in general, like the Patriarch is so good because of the Salix Lullaby. This is like a heal, and it's very, very cost effective. Has 3 charges, requires no winds of magic. Sign me up. So you can heal the chariots and the bear. In Tsarina, Katarine going to be coming in with the Heart of Winter, the Frostblades, and the big slowing ability. And looks like she will be... Oh, for a second, I thought Katarine was on the sled. I was like, wait, there's a sled mount.
I looked at that. I was like, oh, no!
I would be stoked if there was a sled mount there, but maybe someday down the road. But yeah, let's see what this Khorne Demon army has, man.
It's going to be a lot of hounds. In fact, it's nothing but hounds and furies, and then we have an exalted bloodthirster ripping through the sky. Like, that is the army in its entirety currently.
Yeah.
So a very fast attack, very mobile army against Kislev, which, I mean, this looks to me like a good idea to try and escape the war sleds, but you tell me, is this actually not so great of an idea?
It could work. You know, it's really going to come down to the engagement angle. I mean, if Khorne can get a full surround of the chariots with the Khorne dogs, like I think the Kislev army could buckle pretty quick, but Kislev does have a lot of terrain to work with on this map and various choke points and nice angles they can potentially take, so I don't think anything is going to be super easy in that regard. We'll have to see. If Fleshhounds of Khorne probably going to be playing the objective game at first, maybe summoning in like some halberds based on what their opponent's doing. Like against the Kislev army that I'm seeing now, like a single halberd unit would be very cost effective. Like you could be like, okay, I'm not going to go and skirmish with the Kislev army. I'm going to just sit back and summon 2 halberd units and have them defend objective 2 and 3, and then I'm going to use my mobility to bounce back and forth and support those halberds. And you could play that way instead of trying to chase the Kislev army, which is very mobile and has like some pretty good utility there. But I don't know. It's hard to say. And Kislev will probably summon in mostly cavalry and try and catch Khorne in a bad open field engagement or a bad angle, or catch them in transition, I would say.
So every single Kislev setup we've seen in the very beginning here, I think except for Falcon's, has had... Well, no, I think it's even his beginning start. Yeah, it had very heavy bear chariot play, right? These war sleds. It seems like that's really the meta that's been established for Kislev here. Is there any other way to really approach this opening foray?
Yes, but against Khorne, you really need the chariots, because like Kislev struggles to deal with Khornate infantry, so having the chariots is just super valuable. Like against Nurgle, you don't necessarily need the chariots. You can bring them. And against Tzeentch, I think they're very good, because Tzeentch has a lot of armor and pretty good infantry too with Forsaken. So it's really just kind of the spectrum of the matchups we're seeing. Like I think once the old world like gets added back with all those factions, I don't think we're going to be seeing like the chariots in every single matchup. But with the current roster of enemies, I think it's pretty viable. And do you see the bear roaring there? It's so cool.
Yeah, so just watch him just roar.
Yeah.
So looking at that bear stat line too, 48 melee attack, 20 melee defense.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's got a brutal 600 weapon strength, a lot of AP coming out of that big boy.
Yeah.
But at 20 melee defense, do you think that he's really worth that 2250 price point?
Well, that's what I was kind of articulating earlier. I haven't had much success with the bear myself. I find it just gets kind of tar pitted, and its low melee defense lets it get beaten down by the big, demonic monsters. But maybe he's going to be using the breath attack to really get its value. So Kislev did summon some Warbear Riders in. Obviously, Warbear Riders are a hard counter against the Khorne dogs. They have anti-large against them, and they're armored, so the dogs don't do much back to them. So I really like that inclusion against the quad Khorne dog. And now it looks like we're going to be seeing a slow push playstyle coming in from Kislev, as they do summon in the Kossar Spears, which are also not bad against Khorne dogs because they have anti-large and are pretty good leadership. So
Right.
I really like Crabling's adjustment here. Now, what do we see coming in from Khorne?
Oh, do we see? Oh, we see ourselves some Blood Crushers of Khorne coming in here as well, giving us a little bit more stopping power. And dude, it's just nothing. And some Chaos Warhounds.
Yeah.
So even more Warhounds. I just see like a lot of back and forth, kind of like you said before, jockeying for position.
Halberds in the trees too. Like, so what we talked about earlier with the halberds being kind of a staple here.
Oh, there they are. I was like, where are they?
You got a slow push against Kislev for sure. Like, just wrestle this middle objective and then like control the high ground one with a single halberd unit, because the amount of resources Kislev has to commit to get rid of a halberd, like alone on an objective, is actually quite substantial. So look at the Exalted Bloodthirster too, like using the terrain to avoid those shots. Really, really nice.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's something you definitely kind of notice when you get into these final regions, like these final portions of these tournaments, is watching the individual movements of units to try and avoid shots or avoid any kind of hits that they can. Any damage they don't take is damage that's not going to come back at them later.
I think Khorne might go for a Zerg here and just try and like pick off the Kossars, because I think in a blob fight Khorne would probably win with all their Furies and Fleshhounds, as well as the Exalted Bloodthirster. Is the Bear going to be getting a breath, though? It kind of looks like he's parking for one while the Chariots continue to shoot. Objective 3 is taken for Kislev. Some Dervishes and Kossars are guarding that. Objective 1 on the high ground is being taken by the forces of the Blood God, and 2 is
got a breath coming in right here onto those Chaos Warriors with halberds.
That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. Considering he partially dodged, that was pretty good.
Yeah, a little bit of a glancing blow. Still hit 25% onto him.
Yeah, I'm not going to complain. So the Bear is being swarmed now by Furies. It's going to take a while to escape that. Katarine looks like she's moving in, backed up by the Warbear Riders. Going to be a lot of anti-large, for sure. Those Warbear Riders will definitely take down these Fleshhounds, although they do miss the charge.
Oh, and now look at this. The whole Alpha Shreks coming in. We got the Bloodthirster, we got the Blood Crushers. Everything just jumping right onto Katarine. The Warbear, though, also swarmed with just some low-quality here Furies at the same time. And what do we got coming down here? We got a Heart of Winter.
That's a nice cast.
Constant damage.
It's a really nice cast, because as the Khornate army moves through... Oh, don't move that army into the Heart of Winter. That's going to be brutal. But
no!
The Furies did distract the Warbears a little bit, bought a little bit of time. But that Heart of Winter is going to be just value city. As you can see, Crabbley going up by like 2,000 value. It gets stronger as it goes. Look at the damage. 225 right now. Brutal, brutal work on this Khorne army.
And it's harder and harder to get out. It's now at that final stage, 60% speed reduction, 150 to 300 DPS. Like that is, look at the damage just ticking up so fast.
The Motherland endures as they grind down the Khornate demons, and the giant Frostbear just being a huge alpha. And just look at the Khorne army melting, man. That is brutal.
Yeah.
And
then another ice sheet to keep them in place.
Yeah.
You got the war sleds over there just dragging things around, like trying to get into any of these bloodletters that are coming to reinforce. Like that was a really good like 1-2 wombo combo.
Yeah, it was amazing, man. I really, really like Crabling's playstyle, man. Like the Heart of Winter, like a lot of expensive spells like that, a lot of multiplayer people will kind of turn their nose up at it and be like, oh, it's too expensive, it's not cost effective. But that clearly just won him the game, like I think.
Yeah.
Like it's going to be tough for Khorne to come back from that. Granted, they do have the big boys still, but Katarine seems pretty healthy. The Patriarch has healing, and the Big Bear is still fighting like a champ there, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, they lost a Khorne unit with halberds. They got some Blood Crushers really beat up right now that are probably about to die. Like, definitely a stronger value. And the Bloodthirster here got caught again, but look at Katarine's health right now, man. It's below 50% health. She will get some healing here from Salyak's Lullaby, or whatever one it's called.
That's, I think you were close. Yeah, you're close.
Is it the Lullaby?
Yeah, it's Salak's Lullaby, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like for some reason, like, yeah, go to sleep. Sleep.
I think a little bit of overzealous play here from Crabling. Maybe feeling a little bit overconfident after that really dominant engagement. He chases the big Bloodthirster with Katarine and just a Patriarch, neither of whom are like combat beatsticks, but you need to get the Big Bear in there. And it looks like he's trying, but he's kind of being pinned down by some of the Khornehounds, but he does have great mass and should be able to get there in a moment.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like you were saying, like as soon as Katarine started getting hit, Crabling tried to push that Big Bear mighty tough into that one.
Ice sheet
again.
Yeah,
yep.
Nice.
Slowing down that Bloodthirster, getting that bear to grips on it.
Dude, it's like the cinematic with the Trial by Fire cinematic, which was like one of the coolest ones.
Punches the bear.
Yeah, the bear coming in. The bear does get healed by Salak's Lullaby. The big demon is still being dragged down by the Patriarch and Katarine. Very, very persistent folks. And I don't know about the Winds of Magic situation for Kislev, but certainly a good opportunity here for maybe another Heart of Winter. And what's really cool about Heart of Winter is there's no friendly fire. So you can cast it on your Kislev army, and it will only hurt the enemies. The Ice Queen is very precise with her spells, to say the least.
Yeah. Yeah, you saw those Chaos Warriors of Khorne with halberds coming out of the trees there. Kind of deterred both those Kossovite dervishes and the Patriarch and Katarine off that fight with the Bloodthirster, kind of giving him a little bit of a chance to fight another day there.
You know what would be a really good summon right now by Kislev would be a Streltsy. Like, just parking a Streltsy up behind where those chariots are and just having it overwatch this valley, the Streltsy would absolutely destroy the Exalted Bloodthirster. I think starting with a Streltsy is a little bit too risky due to how good Khorne is at swarming, but once you kind of tame the hounds, I think it's a really good time to kind of summon those in. Now, as far as other objectives, Objective 3 is being owned pretty heavily by the Kislevites. Objective 1 is owned by Khorne at the moment, but Crabling has been sending Kossar Spears up there to kind of control that objective, and Khorne does not really look to have a response. It seems like they're more focused on trying to survive in the middle.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Like, and there's 2 units of Kossar Spears, so they'll grab it quickly.
Yeah.
The Bloodthirster's getting some reinforcements and some Chaos Warhounds, and the Winged Lancers here are just kind of holding on with their Unbreakable kicking in. And that's an example of Unbreakable being used right here as a good tar pit, not so much even just to keep the unit alive. Like, that when Unbreakable kicked in, they were able to keep that Bloodthirster there for a little bit, and I think that HDS was like, all right, well, I'm not going to waste my time here, and he moves off.
Khorne is starting to, like, get back in value a little bit. Like, the gap was really bad for a while. It was like 4,000 or 5,000, but they've closed it down to like 2.5, and it seems to be going a little bit better. Khorne did bring in the motorcycle, so the Blood Shrine of Khorne is here.
Ghost riding right there. Did you see that thing making donuts?
Yeah, he was doing great, man. But now the big demon, I mean, the demon could snipe Katarine if she's not careful. Oh, the steel chair coming in. Katarine does take it. Stand your ground active, but this is dangerous. Got to be careful here. You could definitely throw this game if you're not careful.
Absolutely, man. Ooh.
Overcast damage. Is that a Heart of Winter?
Yeah.
Ooh, another
Heart of Winter going down. And it's a good one, too, because it's going to hit right into those Chaos Warriors of Halberd. Chaos Warriors of Khorne with halberds that are going to be the heavy deterrent to those big guys. And look at that, man. Look at the Bloodthirster. He just can't quite get out of it.
Well, he's slowed by the Heart of Winter, too, and he's also taking damage from it. Like, Katarine is so metal, too. She's just, like, moving in and chasing down this greater demon of Khorne, even though she's taken so much damage. I think in terms of lore, she's, like, one of my favorite characters. I think a really cool paradigm, and did you notice how in all the campaigns, when the advisor goes to talk to the various, demons and lords, like, most of them, like, are kind of gentle with him, but then when he goes to the ice court, she just, like, freezes him instantly and just,
Do not speak to me.
Yeah, she's so cool. But the Khorne army getting buckled in the middle, the big ice bear just is such an anchor for this force,
And take a look what happened, man. That Exalted Bloodthirster has been banished back to the realm of chaos by Katarine. She frosted him out of this joint.
Dude, that bear is so cool. Look at that thing, man.
Dude, Bears beats Battlestar Galactica right there.
Yeah.
Oh, and there goes the Harley, just right into a bridge embankment.
That was an awesome play right there. The Elemental Bear claiming victory, and I think the forces of Khorne have. The Blood God will not be collecting his tithes today as the motherland endures, and we have the chariots. We got Snow Leopards mixed in here. Snow Leopards are an excellent anti-large tool. We actually didn't see that. The Snow Leopard was mixed in there, kind of poking the greater demon, which I think helped. And
I didn't even see it.
Yeah,
it's so easy to. So is that the summon one, or is that the one like an actual unit?
It's an actual unit. Katarine cannot summon them. Only the Ice Witches can.
Oh, okay.
Khorne with a little bit of a desperate play here in the fourth quarter. They got some Bloodletters and Hounds down here. A nice attempt by HDS, but I think Crabling just has a complete stranglehold on this game, and the top objective is going to be super hard to wrestle. Kislev does not give up objectives easily. They have really, really good leadership and become unbreakable, of course.
Damn.
Kind of like dwarves in a way. Similar. Like, their base leadership values on the Kossars and like Zargard are actually really good, really good,
So she loses her Summon Panther in multiplayer?
Correct. In campaign, you can get it on the skill tree, but in multiplayer, she does not have it. She instead has Frostfang as well as a ward save item. Whereas the Ice Witches do not have either of those, but they do have access to the Leopard Summon. So it's a little bit different, but Katarine is quite good because of the blob busting that she has. Like, with the Frostfang plus Heart of Winter combo, she can really do a good job. But yeah, Khorne definitely in the danger zone, surging down, giving us one last show here as the Spawn and Halberds...
the Spawn just kind of like huckle their way over, like, yeah.
It's very symbolic of how this game's gone. Just some haggard Spawn, like, I'm too weak, Anakin, help me.
I can't hold him much longer. Oh, watch them like bulldozer head over heels right there, like, oh.
Dude, Zarina is so cool, just riding her bear, like, shoulder to shoulder with the giant elemental beast.
I think that's what makes her so cool as a caster character. On a bear is that she actually is extremely formidable, right? She can jump in there and really kind of deal out that damage and really just kind of mix things up in the cookie jar, which is a lot of fun. Yeah. Usually, like, you play with a caster character, you're very guarded with them, and you do definitely have to be, right? Like, the Bloodthirster got some really choice hits into her, but I do like that you can really use her as a bit of a shock unit.
I mean, the Elemental Bear didn't get a ton of value, but it certainly it made a statement. The opponent, it crushed the morale of the Khorne forces, I think. And Katarine insane, almost 3,000 value. Those Heart of Winter casts, I think, just like were so brutal. Without the Heart of Winter cast, I think HDS would have had a good fight there, but yeah, man, that did so much damage. It like slowed the army, and it was just some nasty stuff for sure. So now we will update the bracket. We're going to be moving on to the grand finals.
Yes.
No, the third place. Yes, and then we'll do grand finals. Most of my tournaments I don't do third place, so this is new to me. But
this is new to me. So this is for the third place here, and remember, whoever wins third place will get a 3-month subscription to PC Game Pass here, courtesy of Microsoft. So big thanks to Microsoft on that one. And then we'll go through the grand prize once we get to the grand finals.
Yeah, it's going to be good, man. I'm pretty hyped for this matchup. So do you think we're going to see some more Cathay? I mean, I think maybe we have Valkanos versus HDS now. I'm trying to think. I know Valkanos likes to play as Ogres. We've seen him play Ogres a bit. And HDS seems to be very much a Khorne guy. So I think we'll perhaps see something in that kind of site here.
I think what's going to happen is a Slaanesh mirror match.
Oh my god, that would actually be pretty wild, because that's like then there's no excuses. It's like whoever had the better micro and better engagements is just gonna claim the day, you know. Yeah.
I mean, that's why I think it'd be really fun to see, because it's like you see a lot of mirror matches and it becomes pretty grindy, but just the glass cannony nature and like the flanker special rule for Slaanesh, I think would make for a really wild mirror match. I'm not a huge fan of mirror matches, but
the Ogre mirror match we had earlier was actually pretty fun to watch. And, you know, they're going to be more common now, because in Warhammer 2, we had 15 playable factions in multiplayer, and here we have, 7. So it's going to be, you're going to run into it more in tournaments, especially in blind pick. But yeah, obviously, the old world will eventually be added back in. We're going to have, 22 with the 7 plus that, and I assume there will be more stuff coming between then and now. So, like, there's going to be, man, when this game is, like, towards the end of its life, there's going to be so many factions probably. It's going to be insane.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait. I can't wait to see like that full roster. Like, imagine balancing like that internal headache of balancing all this. Like, we've talked about StarCraft and how that's like one of those big premier RTSs, right? That's like televised everywhere, and that's got 3 factions.
Yeah,
and like you talk about Warcraft, right? Like, there's not 22 factions to try and balance. It's like there's always going to be a funky faction somewhere in there. But I think that funk is what kind of makes it fun, is to watch people like Falcon become like masters at stuff like High Elves and other races that are typically not as seen as these top tier. It makes for a really fun play, I think.
The Cathay cannon play was probably the most shocking thing. I mean, like, the Elemental Bear was certainly shocking, but in terms of like the triple Cathay cannon, oh my god, I think they might be doing a mirror match. I'm not sure.
I think it's a Khorne mirror match.
Blood for the Blood God. As punishment,
Skull Throne.
As punishment, we should make them play a Nurgle mirror match. Just make them switch and just have to have these huge blobs grinding against each other.
The people have spoken.
Yeah.
Be gone with your Khorne. Bring on the Nurg.
Yeah, so I think we've seen everyone except Slaanesh today, interestingly enough, because Slaanesh has been hyped in the past couple days as like someone who would be an unholy terror in this game mode, but I think it is a best of 3 now, so they can certainly take some more risks for sure. But looking at HDS's profile here in the game, he actually even has Slaanesh as like his profile picture, I think, right?
I can't tell what that is. To me, it looks like a weird little peasant.
No, that's the Slaanesh picture, I think.
I can't tell.
I mean, you would know better than me for sure, but yeah, I think HDS has the old Slaanesh there. Yeah, the wild man.
It literally looks like a funky peasant to me. I don't even know what I'm looking at right now.
Maybe you're looking at something different. We'll never know.
I mean, for me, you're still Fred Durst on my screen.
Oh, really? So yeah, okay. So you have like
oh yeah, that is definitely Slaanesh's. That is definitely.
Yeah, I was like, how can that look like a peasant to you? Yeah. It's like literally the icon of Slaanesh.
Yeah, I was like, I'm looking at it, and I'm like, I see an unkempt peasant. And now I look at your screen, I'm like, I see Wookiee, the symbol of Slaanesh.
Yeah, I see Wookiee there on mine. Yeah.
I wonder why I see Fred Durst.
Yeah, it's weird. Who knows? It's conspiracy for another day. But yeah, Khorne mirror match. Like, I think in terms of infantry, probably one of the more cost-effective infantry choices would be the dual-wielding Khorne warriors. I think they are like ubiquitously pretty good there. Like, they'll outtrade pretty much all the other Khorne infantry except maybe Exalted Bloodletters. Mm-hmm. But the issue with that is if you go with a bunch of infantry and then your opponent comes in with the Harley Davidson squad, they have like all the wild hogs, then they're going to just run you over with the skull cannons and like the blood thrones. And so it's really curious here. I have no idea what approach they would take. Maybe like a wild double skull cannon build. That could be really fun, but I don't know, a little bit of a gimmick, I think.
I mean, even just cheap bloodletters, that's AP and anti-infantry for 800 points. At least like that can fight up to a lot of the other things in the infantry roster. But Yeah, like you said, there's so many wild angles you could take with this. Hopefully, just someone going with just nothing but soul grinders.
Yeah, the Corn Soul Grinder is interesting. It's really good in combat. It has excellent combat prowess. And what's cool about the Corn Soul Grinder is it also does fire damage in melee. So it imbues a healing debuff when it hits you. But on that same note, you can't control where it shoots because it's kind of like rampaging. So the other Soul Grinders, with the exception of Slaanesh, you can control where they shoot and like snipe things and have more tactical play. But Corn is just kind of yelling angrily and just kind of, it shoots randomly. You can kind of like guide it because you can point it at what you want it to shoot, but it just like, it's not always great. Yeah. So
have you seen the soul grinder like sync animations?
No, are they really cool?
They're amazing. So like the corn one, when it fights another soul grinder, it uses like a laser eye attack.
Yeah.
Like there's so many cool things. Like the animations behind these soul grinders fighting is really, really, really awesome.
I'm gonna tell the players save their builds here. So Valkanos and HDS.
That's right, because we got to do a little desync.
Yeah, maybe we'll get to the bottom of it. But another element could be like one player just goes for like an SEM goon squad, right? You could be seeing like double Bloodthirster with double Cultist and just trying to see that. But we kind of saw that earlier in the Ogre Kingdoms mirror match. But the Ogre Kingdoms that went for like a more narrow sniping type build actually lost to a super wide build. But I mean, that was Ogres. This is Khorne, so I don't know. Blood will spill and Khorne will be pleased one way or the other.
It's all he cares about.
I mean, of all the Chaos Gods, Khorne probably has the most infighting, right? They literally have like gladiatorial arenas and like and one of their things in campaign is like you can have like infighting in your camps to like raise your like carnage meter or something, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing for Khorne is he doesn't care where the blood flows as long as it flows.
Yeah,
like he doesn't care if it's his own disciples. Like that's the big thing is like, oh, you're gonna besiege the Brass Citadel. That's just gonna make Khorne happier. Yeah. Like everyone's gonna die at the foot of the Citadel, and he's just gonna love it the whole time.
Yeah, he's enjoying it, man. He's definitely.
And then he comes out with one fell swoop of his sword and kills everything.
It's like when Wookiee used to eat like wet food, he would just like smash his whole face into it, and just like getting in there. Oh man, it's pretty gnarly. If you've never owned like a flat faced dog, like a pug or something, when they like a lot of times when they eat, they just literally plant their face, like bury it in the food.
Well, my roommate's got 2 cats, and listening to cats eat wet food is probably one of the more revolting things I've ever heard.
Yeah, that's pretty foul for sure.
That's all I hear, and I can hear it through a closed door, and I'm like, "Good Lord, what's wrong with you 2 little goblins?" And they look at me like, "What's wrong with me, human?" Like, "Oh, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt your feasting, cats."
Yeah, look at that. No desync there. It looks like
no desync. We made it.
It's magic. The Chaos Gods smile on us, and here we are. The first
guys, as
for third place.
As we've said before, we are on an early access build, so if you notice anything as far as weird little bugs, stuff that it does kind of not make as much sense, or maybe there's desyncs like we've seen, or like any kind of unit stats, some of those things might be changing here by the time we do get to launch in 5-6 days. So we will see how that goes, but always a kind of general disclaimer of any time you see an early access build.
So for the Forces of HDS, he decided to go with a halberd build with double foot cultist and some spawn and a bloodthirster. Now, for the forces of Valkanos here, he actually went with the goon squad. So Valkanos went with bloodthirster, backed up by a second bloodthirster. Why not second breakfast? And he does also have some bloodletters up in the high ground. So the builds are very similar in some ways with the double cultist bloodthirster, but Valkanos does have far more gooning. So will it be good? I don't know, because I think if HDS has good micro and doesn't sit still, like, there's no way that the Bloodthirsters can catch it, like if it doesn't want to be caught. And secondly, in Warhammer 3, you can toggle flying units to land on the ground. So if HDS wanted to, he could just land his Bloodthirster like on top of his own halberds and just sit there and and enjoy some good times.
Yeah, which I'm glad they finally brought in that ability to land these flying units. I think it just is really awesome. Like I'm stoked that we've wanted it for so many months and years, right, across all 3 games, and it's cool to finally have it.
Yeah, it was definitely one of the more stressful aspects of Warhammer 2 multiplayer. It's like you would load in with Empire against Vampire counts and be like, I'm going to bring the Prince and Emperor Franz. It's going to be great. And then like the Vampires have like 30 air units, and you're like, oh god, like why can Franz not land his Griffin on the ground to avoid dying in the skies? Right. But now that you can do that, it's going to change the dynamic of so many multiplayer matchups for sure. So here comes the Halberd squad moving up to the middle. I certainly like this. Like the Halberd army is much more sustainable at holding an objective. So if I were HDS, I would simply just hold the middle and then put like park 1 Halberd unit or even a spawn in Halberd on objective 1 and just use your Halberds all day because Valkanos' army is not good against Halberds. Like nothing here. I guess the Bloodletters are.
Well, that's the thing, like you said, like when you take a big goon, you got to worry about those halberds a lot more.
Yeah.
Oh, the glaring glare off that snow on that peak.
I know. I'm trying to like stay in the shadows so I don't get blinded by the snow glare.
The third cap point. Stay free of it.
That's actually kind of a thing too. Have you ever been like, you've probably been skiing or snowboarding or something, and like you can actually get like sunburned like pretty good on the snow because of the like reflection.
Yeah, and you're higher up, so higher altitude. But I'll tell you, the last time I went snowboarding, I hit a 6-year-old child that was learning how to snowboard from his father, and I was 300 pounds at the time. So I'm almost positive I've killed someone, and I have no idea that I'm probably wanted someone.
Oh god, bro, that's so funny. I can just imagine the image of that.
Dude, I hit him, and the kid went flying, like, off into the... And the dad was just like, my back! And I'm like, oh, no. And I was young, and I left. I was like, I'm not sticking around. I'm not going to get escorted off the mountain for this.
Oh, that's one of my favorite stories of all time. Oh, my God, dude. Yeah, that was when I... Because right now, you're a lean, mean, like, 200 pounds or something, right? I would imagine. But you were, like, you were the big boy earlier, yeah? Back at that point?
Yeah, I'm 207 now. I was 308 back then.
Man,
and I killed a child.
That's wild shit, man.
Did I just confess that on stream?
Yeah, you did. So Spawn of Khorne holding the objective number 1. Look at that. So you can see that the Chaos Furies of Khorne were actually able to land on the ground. So instead of like dying up in the sky to the enemy Khorne force, you could just land them. Though, even though they're on the ground, though, they still can't hold objectives. But yeah, I like this style of play, like the halberd hold. I mean, both players have 2, summons of Bloodletter, so they should be able to kind of balance out evenly there. And yeah, I think HDS has got some really solid positioning right now.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. They're definitely going to get that 3rd point at this point.
Yeah, they're going to get those 2 at the very least. He's got more infantry. He's got more foot-based characters. You can also see that the Exalted Bloodthirster has landed on the ground for HDS. And now we're seeing the first summon of the Cultists. These are going to be the Bloodletter summons, which are super good against Halberds. You can see Bloodletters are so good at cutting through infantry, but remember, they are temporary, so they're going to need to get some good value here to really pay for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there's a big whole swarm coming in here. You got the lingering goon squad behind, trying to find an opening when they're going to pounce, when they're going to jump on this.
Yeah, they're going to be flying in right now, I think. I think they have an opportunity to get some good punching in on the Cultists and or the Bloodletter here. But yeah, more or less just blood for the Blood God. Not too much to really articulate. We got a Fury duel up in the sky. Objective 1 being taken by the Spawn, and Objective 2 is being contested right now. So we will see who emerges after all of these summons wear off.
Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things where if you're playing Khorne, so what are Khorne's mechanics? Go forward and kill something. Like that's what you got to do right now.
Yeah, Bloodletters are so cost effective against like armored infantry. You can see that the Bloodletters are really putting a huge hurt on these Chaos Warrior Halberds. But the summons, let's see how much time they have left. So looking at summons here, okay, another 8 seconds left on those summons before they disappear. But the Goon Squad is actually able to catch this Bloodthirster. For HDS, he's probably going to want to go back to his flying stance and just try and like fly away from that because, man, oh man, that's not going well. But here comes the Skull Crushers.
Right, and so here's a question. When you have units capping a point and you do have like your general, like these Bloodthirsters and your Exalted Bloodthirster landing, does that add any capture weight?
No, it doesn't. So flying units cannot capture and summon units cannot capture.
So period, not if you have your own units already on there trying to cap?
It doesn't add to the weight at all, which I think is good because you would get factions like Skaven and Vampire Counts, which could just like literally spam triple summoner and just drop a million zombies on an objective and out-capture you, right? So it's a good thing they don't do that. Now, the Bloodthirster of HDS in a little bit of a pickle here. He's fighting 2 cultists, but then that kind of does expose him to the Goon Squad once again. So the double Bloodthirster beat squad. Yeah, look at that damage, man.
Just swinging out of nowhere.
Yeah, they got their whips out. I think only the Exalted one has a whip. You have to earn that one. Khorne doesn't give you a whip.
You gotta earn your whip, man. It's just like Castlevania. You start with a leather one, you upgrade to a metal one.
Yeah, so they're doing good there. Exalted Bloodthirster running around. Valkanos a little bit ahead in value, largely due to the fact that the Exalted Bloodthirster of HDS has taken quite a bit of damage. But now, this is where the paradigm of this battle could change. All of these summons for Valkanos have kind of withered and died here, and now you can see that the Coronate army of HDS is getting halberd surrounds on these monsters. They have Blood Crushers here with Skull Crushers with really good mass, and it seems to be a little bit more of a sustainable build, just like we talked about earlier, and I think the second objective is going to be taken by HDS.
Yeah, HDS got blah, 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 blah. Valkanos is going to have to push out of there. Yeah, thank you. That's a good one. Valkilmer is going to have to push out with his Goon Squad. I'll be your Huckleberry.
Yeah, it's a great movie. But yeah, a little bit of a misplay here by HDS, like chasing those guys. I think like maybe chasing with one unit, but he moved off the middle objective, which may allow the Bloodletters of Valkanos to maybe ninja that, although it still looks like it's being mostly contested. So neither player has a substantial lead in points right now. It's mainly just value trading. And look at the score. HDS actually passed. Oh, and he summons in some Furies from the back to actually tar pit the Exalted Bloodthirster. So it looks like the coin is certainly flipped here, as Valkanos is the one getting gooned now.
Yeah, he's trying to kind of turn this back around on him, trying to get some value out of this little situation going down. And I mean, it's just kind of going back and forth. It's just corn on corn action, man.
Yeah.
Like you said, you can't really say much other than, yep, stuff's dying.
So a little bit unfortunate there for Valkanos. His Bloodletters did take an attack animation that further surrounded them by these Skull Crushers.
Yeah.
Skull Crushers have amazing armor piercing, and I would say if HDS can trade his Bloodthirster for Valkanos this year, that's a pretty big win for him. And this is the danger of trying to like fight near somebody's spawn, is now, you know, HDS is going to be getting way more summons and reinforcements in, and he can use the Corn Dogs. Look at that beautiful play. He gets the Corn Dogs and actually traps the Bloodthirster up a little bit and is nibbling at his heels as he tries to flee.
Oh, just yipping at it, man. Just
He's
like
crumbling.
keeping it in, and then, yep, he's crumbling away.
Beautiful play by HDS there. I really like that. That was just so good. And he's also winning on the objective game. I believe he has one. I'm not sure. Yeah, it looks like he has 2 objectives to his opponent's 1 right now, and is actually capturing the 3rd also. And that's the risk of going with the big kind of chunky sniper squad in the beginning. If you don't succeed in your snipe, you're going to lose on battlefield control.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it looks like he's going to lose both of his Bloodthirsters from this.
Yeah.
His HDS just squeezed his Bloodthirster out, but Valkanos still has both of his invested here with what his... Oh, there goes his general. And if they can try and knock out this other Bloodthirster, that's a pretty solid trade here.
Yeah, seems to be a pretty decent little lead here for HDS. However, let's take a look at the reinforcements coming back in. Okay, so Valkanos did re-secure Objective 3 with a Cultist Summon, as well as some Corn Dogs. And Objective 1 is also being threatened by some mobile hounds for Valkanos. So despite having a relatively tough trade with his big monsters, Valkanos is using the mobility of Khorne to outmaneuver the much slower army of HDS, which is mostly halberds and infantry.
Yeah, HDS's Harley Davidson here, his Blood Shrine of Khorne is getting kind of overwhelmed by some Exalted Bloodletters, but he's getting some relief in from some cultist forces to kind of keep that swinging the other way. And we also have the other Exalted Bloodthirster dying out, and the other Bloodthirster dying out. So the Bloodthirsters are gone.
Yeah, that was definitely a much more cost-effective trade for HDS. So those
100%.
Basic Bloodthirsters cost 2,300, and the Exalted one is around 2,500. So that's like a massive, massive loss just to get his one Bloodthirster. In terms of value, you can see about a 1,200 point lead. Neither player has enough of a point lead to really be getting a huge advantage in terms of deficit points, so they're both getting 16 supply. So honestly, it's just going to come down to these kind of mobile engagements at this point, but I still think that HDS can just keep playing that halberd style, considering he's got more units, and just sit on these objectives and try and win the game that way.
Right, yeah. And HDS is up here 11.5 to about 10 from Valkanos, so we see a lot of damage coming out from both sides. It has been pretty hairy.
Yep, so objective number 1 being taken back by HDS. Objective number 2 is owned by HDS as well. And 3 is being resecured by Valkanos. It was previously owned. Oh no, that's actually, no, those are the dogs of HDS. But yeah, that's not going to last for long.
I have been getting so confused with like who's who with like the amount of like just corn on corn action. I'm like, oh, that's those HDS.
It's really good though with the fact that we get the different banners. That makes it a lot easier to kind of differentiate. Yeah. But these Chaos Warhounds of HDS are going to get taken to town by these Fleshhounds for sure, and they'll have to flee the scene. Now back up here, we do have a Corn Dog Civil War. So we have the Corn Dogs of HDS being swarmed by the Fleshhounds of Valkanos. Quite cost effective. Skull Crushers should do pretty darn good against Fleshhounds. They have a ton of armor, 130, and I think the Fleshhounds have good weapon strength, but only a little bit of armor piercing. Although that's more than you would think.
Against the fury of the Skull Crusher.
I know, they're such a cool unit. I feel like, man, I think when I remember when I was like 11 or 12, I went into like a Games Workshop store and I saw like the big meaty corn monsters, and yeah, it really calls back to that era, you know, like the super heavy armor and just intense looking, you know, edgy.
Just like that over-the-top fantasy style. Like the very first thing I ever saw was High Elf Archers. And for some reason, I really liked those.
Of all the things in Warhammer Fantasy, I would not guess that like an elven archer unit, like a High Elf Archer would call to you, you know?
You know, and it really wasn't the archers themselves. It was when I played like the first match of because it was 4th edition, so it was Bretonia versus Lizardmen.
Yeah.
And to see like the Knights in Shining Armor just skewering lizards, I was like, this is sick. I like this.
Yeah, I feel like with Lizardmen too, like a lot of kids who like played with those giant plastic T-Rexes probably just ended up playing lizards. Like it's kind of the same transition. All 3 objectives now are almost owned. No, 1 is owned by Valkanos right now, but that's not going to be for long, as HDS did summon some spawn from his side of the map and moved over there to grab that. So really nice play with these spawn. And he owns 1 and 2, and now HDS is getting a pretty substantial lead. Valkanos is like barely hanging on to one objective here.
Yeah, I mean, there's been we're leveling off when it comes to damage here, but just like you said, HGS is up about 1,300 points in that the victory. I keep wanting to say death tickets, but victory tickets here
Death tickets
against. Oh man, it's just it's so easy for me to jump onto it.
If Valkanos were to capture 2 objectives somehow, I mean, HDS's army is far less mobile. And you can see that's why the value is getting close, because Valkanos is using his Fleshhounds to get really cost-effective trades in open field. Like, these spawn that are kind of overextending here are being, taken out by the Minotaurs of Khorne, and there's Fleshhounds swarming them. So that's why the value is evening out, because of these open field picks. But the objective play and the fact that HDS is kind of, sitting here and hanging out and really, really just doing a good job holding those, I think is the big factor. But if Valkanos can double cap him soon, he might have enough time to come back. We will see, but it's going to have to be really darn soon, and I don't think that's going to happen. I think HDS will have enough points to win by holding one objective, and that forces Valkanos to deal with that, which I don't think he's going to have the tools to do it.
And you see this a lot in any game, like first-person shooter RTS, where it is these domination point control points that once you get to a certain threshold, it's like mathematically you can't catch up. Like even if you were to take all 3, like you just won't be able to do it beyond a certain threshold and time limit, right?
It's much like Sacred Sites and like Age of Empires. There's kind of a point of no return, but although in Sacred Sites and Age of Empires, I believe if you're on it, it like stops the countdown or something. So if it's being contested, but it's a little bit different.
Warsong Gulch, remember those good old days?
Oh, that was some crazy times. Yeah, so looks like I don't think there's any comeback here. Like there's too much of an entrenched position. We have Bloodletters and Spawn, which are unbreakable. Tons of infantry capture weight, and Valkanos' army is very mobile, which is nice, but they won't have the capture weight against the infantry to like wrestle that objective. And like Minotaurs of Khorne were very good for securing that objective up in the high ground, but they're not going to be good against this Halberd blob, nor will they trade super well against Spawn. I suppose they would beat Spawn with their anti-large, but still not going to feel great. So Valkanos, is he getting this objective? It looks like it is being contested, but HDS up on the high ground does have some Bloodletters here, and also some Corn Dogs coming in the back here. Man, dude, I've been saying that all day. I just want one so bad right now.
I do now. I'm like, I can't stop thinking about the crispy crunch in that first bite of a corn dog, and the fluffiness of the corn dog.
Like 1990s
cornbread.
1990s fairground corn dogs were like the business. Yeah. Before you,
or even like a bowling alley corn dog.
Oh, no, that's pushing
disgusting
it.
and beautiful.
That's pushing it.
Don't knock on my bowling alley corn dogs. Thank you very much.
Oh my god, bowling alley food. Yeah, that's some 90s stuff for sure. But the points it's point of no return now. At this point, you can see that HDS has got way too much going on. Valkanos once again getting nice little value trades to keep himself in the game, but just the wider, less gooning style build of HDS has proven to be a little bit more effective here, as it's not as dependent on just getting a really like high micro play. It just kind of is really good at just holding these positions, which your opponent now has to play on. And in this case, a couple of Bloodletters coming in, which would have been useful earlier against the Halberds, but that will be a victory for the Brazen Throne and HDS as he claims victory in game 1.
He pulls up ahead 1-0 in the best of 3 here in the 3rd place match. We're going to be seeing 1, if not 2 more games here before we jump into the finals.
Yes.
Which is another best of 3, which will be between it's Anticity and it is going to be Crabbling, correct?
Yeah, it's going to be a great tool. I really I liked HDS's build a lot. Like I like how it was safe against the gooning. It had good staying power. The gooning builds are definitely good, but it's like high risk, high reward. You're kind of like rolling the dice a little bit if your opponent has good micro. But some factions you can goon easily. Like Nurgle can't really get away too well, but Khorne is quite mobile actually.
Yeah, especially in a situation like this where you are doing a mirror match and you just have no idea what's going to be coming out of that gate.
Yeah, whatever comes through that gate, you will hold it.
Hold it, the day of shattered shields.
Yeah, the good old ogres charging through the gate here. So here's a little look at the brackets. We have Anticity versus Crabbling. Right now, we are in game 2 of Valkanos and HDS playing for 3rd place. But alas, we will see what they pick here, and we will get the next map set up. We will once again be going back to the old Silver Spire, which is a nice elven map, and we'll see what they bring. It would be pretty funny if they get another mirror match. Like, I feel like that might happen, like a Tzeentch pick here, with like how much everyone just loves playing Tzeentch and Khorne because of how easy they are. I think that could be what we see.
I think it's Slaanesh. I think you're just kind of
no way.
No way. I
actually don't mind Slaanesh against Slaanesh can do okay against Tzeentch and like trading model wise, but in terms of like lords, Slaanesh lords are so squishy that they just get gooned so hard by the Tzeentch casting. And in Warhammer 3, it seems that missile attacks are like super heat seeking. Have you noticed that? They do like full 360s to chase you now, a lot of them.
Yeah, like they really home in a lot better. Like it's really scary. It's really scary.
Yeah, it's some wild stuff for sure, but we'll see what they pick here. I'm suspecting an Ogre Kingdom pick from Valkanos would be my guess, and for HDS, I don't know. I think he's going to play like Tzeentch probably or something. That's my 2 cents. Ogres and Tzeentch would be my guess here.
We've seen it a lot too. I think of the factions, we've seen Tzeentch and Khorne, and well, you know what? Actually, I think we've seen Kislev one more than Ogres.
Yeah, Kislev is 2-1 today, which is pretty respectable. They've won 2 and lost 1.
We've seen. Have we seen Ogres 3 times?
Yeah, we saw Ogres in the really like lag heavy match we had in the beginning, and then
that's right,
the dreaded match, the cursed match, and then we had an Ogre mirror match, which was kind of fun too.
Right. So.
We have Slaanesh from HDS. Yeah, I was like,
yes,
he's sporting Slaanesh in his like avatar here. I would be super surprised to not see him pick Slaanesh. You know.
It has happened.
I wonder what Valkanos picks.
Happened.
I wonder what he's going to play. Or although maybe he's just teasing with it. He might just be like looking at the roster, you know? Yeah. I don't know.
He better not, man. He's got the symbol up.
No, don't tease us like that. Oh, Ogres versus Slaanesh. Okay, this is interesting. Slaanesh does have very, very good anti-large. Slaanesh has the Exalted Keepers, which have anti-large and like 80 speed and are just great snipers against Ogres, but they're very glass cannon. And then you also have one of the best cavalry units in the entire game, which is the Hellstriders of Slaanesh, the basic variant.
So good. They're so good.
100 speed, poison, anti-large, super good. Because Ogres are lightly armored and they're large. It's like the ideal trade for Slaanesh. But you're a glass cannon. So if you take bad engagements and like fight the Ogres head on, they're just going to steamroll you. So definitely got to watch out.
Yeah, and I do like that. Even just like Marauders of Slaanesh, you know, they're not amazing, but they have anti-large. Even their base Marauders have anti-infantry. So it's like that's the nice thing about Slaanesh. On just the bottom tier, 400, 450, 550 are each one of their respective Marauder units, and they do good at what they do. Either anti-infantry, anti-large, or just holding the line with really high melee defense on their Hell Scourges. So it's like you get a lot of cool utility out of these 3 units.
What's really cool about Slaanesh too is the fact that all of their Marauders are immune to psychology. So if there's like a terror causing unit, they're going to be like mostly unbreakable. Granted, the Ogres don't really, I think, have too much terror on their roster. Like if I'm looking here, let's see who causes terror. Yeah, I don't know.
Stonehorns.
You have some ways of doing it through abilities. Like the Ogres have an army ability called Massacre, which is their second army ability, which Ogres can use it, and it makes all their units in like a radius basically cause terror and get like a combat buff. So that can happen. So that could be useful. I think that the Giant causes terror, the Stonehorn causes terror. But aside from that, like I don't think any of like the Ogre infantry. They cause fear, which is nice, but
yeah, fear for sure. But no, yeah, I think it's like Stonehorns are it.
Dude, the Ogre theme song is so good. The trailer.
Like the biggie. The one that they sing, like the CG trailer.
Yeah, dude, I love that so much. And there's like some people have put like extended versions on YouTube that are like an hour long. And the other night I was playing a Ogre campaign, and I just let it run for like 20 minutes in the background while I was playing.
Let it play. Yeah. Let the boy watch.
Yeah, it's so cool, man. It's so cool. Yeah, the theme song. I'm trying to think like. I wonder if there's any way that you guys, if any of the chat moderators from CA can do a poll. It'd be interesting to put up a poll to see what people think is the better theme song between the Ogre Kingdom's theme and the Vampire Coast.
Oh,
that's hard, man. That's hard because Coast was so good.
I think Coast.
Yeah, you think Coast?
Coast.
Yeah,
Coast was just so damn good.
I don't know. That for me, it's contested because like the Ogre bit with like the stomp. When they start stomping under the table to like the beats of the song, it's like so cool, man. I was like, I don't know. I think it's so hard to say, but the Vampire Coast one really is like an earworm. Like when you get it stuck in your head, it's like, yeah. I remember like when it first came out, I was going around my house like, and every time I saw my dog Wookie, I was like, oh hail the Wookie. Like it was just like every time I went around, it was just like this nonstop thing, you know. But yeah.
Well, I will tell you right now, Turin, that in a poll between the Ogres and the Coast,
it's up.
Ogres are winning right now 44%. I'm sorry, 55% to 45%. Ogres versus Coast with 44 votes for Ogres, 40 votes for Coast. But that gap's narrowing. It's getting closer and closer. Oh, Coast is pulling ahead so hard.
It's really good. Yeah. It's pretty even. Yeah.
Oh, 78. Now Coast is 52% to 48%. We got like last 2-3 seconds of this poll, and Vampire Coast wins with 91 to 82.
Okay, that's pretty. Yeah, I would. Vampire Coast was like pretty iconic for sure. That was like the first time they really had a soundtrack like that too, right? Like
right.
now,
and, like just watching the trailer, how like now it's kind of become like a repeating motif of the trailers. But you watch the trailer and it's like every time on like the beat, like, and all those cannons like go off in the trailer.
Yeah,
and we see Big Bess for the first time, Big Bertha, Big Mama Jamba, and it's like, oh man, that was great.
It was. They're really good. I think like my other favorite themes are the Empire, like in the Karl Franz trailer. Like I think that trailer was like honestly, even to this day, like even though it's like what almost 7 years old now, 6 years old, is like still like one of the best trailers. Like the epic music, and then the dwarf trailer too, like has such good music.
Good.
Yeah, so good. When like Thorgrim's like, "Let them come," and then like you just hear the roaring dwarven cannons. You're like, yes, like so
even
rad.
I can even admit that like watching any of like High Elves are obviously my favorite faction. I talk about it all the time.
Yeah, they don't really have a cool soundtrack.
Yeah, they don't really have a cool anything. Like, yeah, the Eltharion one was kind of cool to see them like kind of like parallel Dark Knight, but it didn't have like the level of epicness of all the other ones for like the Dwarfs or Empire or Vampire Coast and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like which other soundtracks are really good. I think Empire was one of my favorites. Dwarves. Bretonia's trailer's pretty sweet too. Like that kind of like serene, like Arthurian, like kind of like music they have is super cool. Yeah, it's got that epic feel.
That I actually really did like that one. I put some of that music in a couple of videos, but I think when we were doing Everchosen way back during Vampire Coast, Dogbird had told us that the people who did that trailer music had stuck on to do, I think it's the Three Kingdoms trailer music too, or something like that. They had done a couple CA projects. Yeah. So they're in more than just simply Total War Warhammer, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's rad. That's very cool. And sorry for the delay here, guys. Players, like, there's some stuff on the line here. So they're just like, I've been watching. They've been changing their builds and fine tuning. So it's just, we're not going to rush them in the top 4 of this tournament here. So we have loaded in finally, and we have the dreaded Ogre Kingdoms led by Valkanos versus HDS with look how cool that Slaanesh icon is. It's like a giant like Cthulhu monster. You see that?
I love it. Like I like that you can just choose the different symbols. Like I think that's one of my favorite things.
So for the Marauder army of HDS, he's going to be Slaanesh. He has a combination of basic Slaanesh Marauders backed up by Slaanesh Spears. And my favorite thing about this is that the Slaanesh Marauders that are anti-infantry, they have claw arms. But the ones with spears, they just grew longer claw arms. Have you ever looked at that? They just have like longer. Yeah, it's hilarious.
Absolutely. I love the hell out of it.
Yeah, so they have the claw arms and then just a mass infantry build from Slaanesh. What is this? With the Herald of Slaanesh, and she has the Fury Summon as well as the Snare ability and the Lash, which is like a wind spell, and a single unit of the Fiends of Slaanesh, which are just really fast armor-piercing hunters. So like shutting down Lead Belchers, shutting down Iron Breakers. Not Iron Breakers, but what are those things called? The cannons?
Iron Blasters.
Iron Blasters, yeah. It's been a while since I've eaten.
Help me, Anakin.
I'm too weak. And yeah, I like that Slaanesh army. Now, what do we got for the Ogres, my friend?
It's got an Iron Blaster. You called that. A double Hunter with the Scrag as well. Scrag's going to have some healing capabilities here. So we're going to see him having Troll Guts. He's going to have Bull Gorger and Brain Gobbler as well to help out in breaking some leadership. But we also see some Noblars, and it's going to be a double unit of Gorger hiding in the forests over there as well.
No surprises, yeah. Pretty strong army. This is such a weird Slaanesh build.
I love it though. I love the mass infantry.
Yeah, I mean maybe it'll catch the Ogres off guard. I mean, most Slaanesh players that I've seen and kind of been testing have mainly been spamming like absolute mass cavalry and just like zerging and like overwhelming positions with mobility. But in this case, like just a Marauder, the other Chaos factions don't really have like a infantry like this, I suppose. Like Nurglings aren't very fighty. I guess Khorne's infantry are just more expensive. Ooh. Gotta watch out for that Herald though. That Herald's hiding in the trees, yeah. Gotta watch out for
Iron
that.
Blasters already just took a couple of shots in those Fiends. And just to kind of reiterate here, guys, we are in the third place best of 3. HDS is up 1-0 against Valkanos. Mm-hmm. So he's got to try and clinch this one to win that third place, or Valkanos tries to scrap back and get a rubber match going here to jump to stay alive in this third place round.
Yeah, so it looks like Slaanesh is honestly just going to be playing objectives. I mean, they have Marauders on the low ground, which are going to be capturing that. They're going to be contesting middle with a ton of infantry, which should out-capture that Ogre army. And yeah, like the Iron Blaster shooting at infantry looks bad, but that's super good for HDS. Yeah. Like, if that thing isn't shooting something valuable, you're winning.
450 points, 400 points, however many it is for whatever unit he's shooting at for the Marauders, like,
Yeah.
great value.
Yeah, he got like 100 gold value off that, which isn't a big deal. Now, what's I kind of like about this infantry bait and switch, although we don't know if it's going to be a switch yet, but like this infantry is going to force the ogres to summon a ton of anti-infantry tools, which then Slaanesh with their 100-speed cavalry could swarm the back objective with like a bunch of fast cavalry in their second army, you know, that they bring in.
Oh, please let that happen.
I think it will. I think it will. Yeah.
Just the Arthur the Aardvarks just running all over the place.
It's going to be wild, man. Here comes the Marauders of Slaanesh. They should be able to massacre Noblars pretty quickly. Yeah, Noblars have a high model count, though. They have 160 models, which is pretty insane. And Scrag's got his big ingredient spot. Here he goes. Pretty cool animations.
Oh, and see, now I guess you could say the nice thing here for Valkanos with this is that Scrag's getting some kills. And those kills are going to go into his cauldron, into his pot. And that has intensity that builds over time. So the more kills that he makes, the more that base weapon damage, AP damage increase happens from 0 all the way up to 20% map-wide for Gorgers.
Yeah.
So this can be a way for him to at least get some value out of these kind of low-value trades here.
A couple inefficiencies, though, from Slaanesh, which I think are hurting them quite a bit. He's, like, hiding the Herald a little bit too much. And also his Fiends haven't really been used, nor has the Soul Grinder that he summoned. They were all kind of sitting in the shadows. And a really good intercept here. On the far side, the Gorgers of Valkanos were able to find some of the Marauders of Slaanesh and pick them off before they could get that back objective. So,
look what's happening by this Iron Blaster, though.
Oh my god, look at this big Slaanesh army coming in. Fiends and Soul Grinder. It's about to get hog wild in here.
And all these things have this, the flanking attack of Slaanesh here, that's going to actually, the Hellstriders don't. Never mind.
Yeah, not every unit has devastating flanker, but most of the demonic cavalry do. And but this is going to be kind of rough. Like the Soul Grinder of Slaanesh is a really good anti-large fighter. But the two Ogre Hunters for like 800 gold are really going to trade super effectively here. So Fury Summon coming down from Slaanesh. In the middle, we get the big snare, which also lowers. Yeah, it looks really cool. But the Furies jumping on the Iron Blaster could be very good here.
Yeah, but again, trying to use that devastating flanker, trying to get those Furies in. It's an all-in pot here right in the center, right? You've got Scrag, you've got the Herald in on it. Furies onto the other blaster over there to try and keep it down with the Gorgers coming in to support that.
Well, and what's really good about Slaanesh Furies, although, that's a really interesting thing that I think should be changed. So it seems that the Herald does not summon Slaanesh Furies. It summons Chaos Undivided Furies, which don't have armor piercing. That's a little bit of a shame. You'd think Slaanesh would summon Slaanesh Furies, but...
Actually, yeah, I thought that's what that was.
Yeah, because Slaanesh Furies are actually really good at like killing something like an Iron Blaster because they have amazing armor piercing. But
did you see that great movement here by Valkanos? He saw that HGS saw these Hellstrider... Valkanos saw HDS coming in with these Hellstriders of Slaanesh, and he popped Dismember on them. That is one of the Ogre abilities.
Nice.
Castrated that acceleration speed and charge speed on them pretty significantly, and they immediately pulled off from that main pocket of combat.
Yeah, it looks like they're maybe going to maneuver over, but yeah, Scrag and the Gorgers are able to intercept them. Granted, Hellstriders are good against all those units. More Slaanesh Spears coming back in, and Slaanesh is bumping and grinding here in this engagement relatively well. The value is close, and the Ogres were ahead for a while, but maybe there's a chance. Oh, look at the big debuff. So that is a snare, but it also lowers leadership. Now, the way Slaanesh's army ability works is that when units get low leadership, wavering or breaking, they actually get their army points. So lowering leadership is very good for them.
Yeah, it's crucial for them because that's how they're going to get their army abilities, and there's some abilities that individual characters don't even get unless those things are tripping off. Things are wavering around them.
This is actually really good for Slaanesh. The fact that the Soul Grinder here is just giving the business to Scrag is a huge win. Granted, the Slaaneshi army is kind of starting to fold a little bit as the Ogres do pull in some elite Mournfang cavalry with great weapons, but I would say if Slaanesh can get their tithe here and actually take down Scrag and then just retreat, that would just be Value City. That would be so strong.
Yeah, they did just lose their Fiends right as those Mournfang charged in, so yeah, they do have to they can't stay in sustained combat for too long. But you do see that HDS is pulling in some Slaanesh Chaos Furies using that Vanguard deployment, trying to finally get some good damage in, while the Soul Grinder tries to finish off Scrag, who is broken right now at about 1,000 health.
A little bit of a misplay with those Furies, sending them into Noblar Trappers. Their shooting is kind of poor, so I don't think it's worth allocating 500 gold to shut them down. But the Furies do swarm back in and occupy the rest of the force, and you can see, actually, the Ogre army took quite a beating here, and the Herald with, how much speed? 100? Is able to break loose and get on Scrag here, while the Soul Grinder actually trades super effectively against the Mournfang cavalry. Look at that.
Ooh, and Scrag slumps against his pot by the Herald.
Not the Scrag.
Gets finished off.
It's so sad, dude. Oh no, he didn't.
Look, going down, big guy.
No, it's different this time. Look, he's laying sideways.
Oh.
Yeah, no. The last time he went down, he was like, that's kind of cool.
It's like resting against it. Okay, all right. Different death enemies.
Showing off his quadruple chin. But yeah, the Soul Grinder is surrounded here. But man, the Soul Grinder's been a beast. It like took down.
It's taken a lot of fighting.
Yeah, and it's like terrifying. The Iron Blaster beat up those Mornfang cavalry, and if those Furies can jump in there, they might actually be able to save it.
Yeah. Where's that Herald?
Herald's in the backfield.
Now down to the third victory location.
Oh god, don't get caught. He needs to move. Okay, it looks like HDS did see this at the last second. The Mornfang cavalry are hunting, but Slaanesh has a bunch of Hellstriders coming in with anti-large, and there's going to be some sort of a spell here, but he missed, I think. Oh, he tried to snare them, but I think he misclicked. Oh, what a shame. That would have been really good to snare them and break their charge, but overall, Hellstriders.
I think we got to return.
Ooh, what's this?
We're going to have Fascination dropping on them for some DPS and rampages them, so it's going to effectively lock them in place and take a good amount of damage there.
Yeah. Value trading is still going slightly in the favor of the Ogres as they do finally break down that Soul Grinder. And the middle objective is still being held by the Ogres as well. So they're winning on value as well as objectives. But it's close enough that if Slaanesh is able to get some isolations and kind of good gooning opportunities that I think they could pull the game back. You can never really underestimate Slaanesh because like even if it's going badly, they're so fast that they can just appear places and really get these great picks. And much of the Ogre army is low. I mean,
the Soul Grinder did a really good job of bringing that Iron Blaster, the Hunters, and that Mornfang Cav all pretty low, or the Gorgers are all pretty low. So, like you said, if they can try to capitalize on that, it'll put them in a really good position. And getting those Hunters out of the way, especially.
So I don't know what he's doing with these Hellstriders. These are the anti-large Hellstriders. He's charging them into Mornfang. Mornfang are pretty armored. I think the better choice against Mornfang would be the Seekers of Slaanesh. And there goes the whip from the Herald of Slaanesh. But yeah, Ogres seem to be kind of comfortable now, just barely holding on by a thread, but still seem to have a much more potent army than Slaanesh right now.
Yeah, those Hellstriders are just getting eaten up.
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing some damage to the Mornfang, but they went from full health to no health pretty quick, and they're starting to waver out.
Yeah, the big boys have a ton of armor, and like Gorgers were also on the northern flank, just kind of nibbling on them, and I think they're going to be forced back. I think maybe Slaanesh like not playing into the middle, like going for the back objective, something like that, but they need to bring some armor-piercing cav to kill the Mornfangs, because, yeah, here's the Seekers. These guys will trade much better.
Yeah, I think the kind of initial trickle in from the start really kind of put HDS on the back heel there. But I think if he can just try and, like you said, get some really good favorable engagements here, it can really push this forward, because it's not like the Ogres are winning hand over fist right now. They have things that are really holding on by a thread.
So that was a really good play by HDS. He brought in a Cultist, summoned them, the Demonettes on top of the Mornfang Cavalry and the Gorgers. And the Demonettes do have a ton of armor piercing, and they will get the, I think, well, they didn't charge, but they are attacking from the back, so they're still getting quite a good surround here. And that was a really big value trade, and maybe they'll be able to push back the Ogres here. We'll see.
Yeah, and HDS is using these really beat-up Hellstriders to screen out those Mornfangs on the right over there, trying to at least just buy some time to finish off that Mornfang situation and really kind of... Oh, look at the Herald just went right in on that Hunter.
This is very, very dicey because the Hunters are both anti-large. If they were to jump in on the 2v1, they might be able to take down that Herald, but right now... Oh, the Hunter's down!
He takes one down!
Nice gooning right there for the Herald of Slaanesh to definitely turn around and get the other one while she's at it. And, yeah, I mean, if she could get that guy and then go Super Saiyan and take down the Iron Blaster as well, that could be a potential grounds for a comeback. Granted, the Ogres are still accruing a lot of value from those big cavalry and those Gorgers, man.
I think right now HDS is trying to like use the fact that maybe RTK is not realizing what's going on with his Hunters, because he just pulled the other cultists in to help slash out that other Hunter who was just kind of sitting there taking the damage.
Oh my god, the other Hunter's down for the count. Look, he's gonna...
And now he's got that Iron Blaster that's pretty open up to these Hellstriders that he can maybe try and finish off.
Yeah, he needs to get
he just
over
had the Gorgers engaged.
Yeah, the Gorgers are definitely problematic, man. Look at them, like 4 models and like 6 models just fighting to the bitter end. But if these characters can jump on top of the Iron Blaster, like Slaanesh is a faction that can really triple cap anyone really, really quickly. If like you start to win the tide of the battle, it can be super fast.
Look what this Herald's doing, man. Just going for the single entities, doesn't care. Just bucking them right in the head.
Yeah, this Herald's been really good. I mean, it hasn't gotten a ton of value, but it's like been good at finishing things off. And
yeah,
Slaanesh has like armor piercing across the board, except on Hellstriders and Marauders. So yeah, pretty good there as the big beast does go down.
Just taking out those Hunters, taking out the Iron Blasters. Pretty much doing it single-handedly, which is great.
Yeah, Gorgers are so strong, though, man. They're so strong. Looking at the... Man, there was a huge spike in damage, actually, there for Slaanesh.
Whoa!
They got a...
Scrag's back?
Yes, so when your Lord dies, you can resummon them, but it costs a ton. So, for example, it takes... When your Lord dies in Domination mode, you can basically pay you have to wait a period of them healing, which takes a long time, like several minutes, and then you have to pay their full cost, which, in my experience, typically isn't worth it. Because you've already used a lot of your Winds of Magic on Scrag, probably, so you're just getting like kind of a Haggard Lord, whereas like summoning more units is probably better positionally, but situationally, if you have like a cheap Dwarf Lord who costs like 800, summoning him back in isn't a bad idea, you know?
Yeah, I mean, The Hell Shreders were doing a lot of damage here to Scrag, and then they just got that rear charge in from the Gorgers,
Yeah.
mulching them apart. So, I mean, that kind of ended up working pretty
They
well
might be
here.
able to jack this objective. Like, if anybody could like have a fourth quarter comeback here, it would be Slanesh. But in order to do so, they're going to need to get someone on objective 3, which the Ogres have no one down there right now. So it certainly wouldn't be bad to just like detach one cavalry unit and just swarm after that, you know? And Slanesh is taking the middle.
I think the big thing though is like looking at the victory tickets up top. You're at 4,700 pretty much.
Very close.
So
it's very close to winning.
Yeah, it's pretty much a done deal here for the Ogres.
But if you summon 2 Vanguard mobile cavalry units and got onto objective number 3 in the next like 15 seconds, you might have enough time. But I just don't think he's going to be able to wrestle the middle either. It's just like didn't have quite enough. He was actually it felt like a rather close game, but yeah, he just couldn't quite get those engagements, and the big Ogre Kingdoms held on. Gorger's proven to be just crazy staying power, you know?
That was incredible, man.
Yeah, it was a good game. Really cool showcase of Slanesh too, like seeing their sniping ability, and I mean, Scrag got punished, the Soul Grinder was good. Trying to think about the big inefficiencies in fighting, like what went bad. Really, the Marauders in the beginning were just really not good.
I just think like, that hanging back in the beginning, and like, sure, let the Marauders take like the brunt of it, but I think the late to the game play with the Fiends who never really were able to come online and stuff like that resulted in HCS not getting the most out of that initial engagement.
Yeah,
like all of his Fiends really didn't get a chance to do much.
Look at the Gorger value, 1700, just so foul. The Iron Blaster didn't do that good that time, but Gorgers, like each of them got like plus 1,000, and the Cavalry did really good too. I think the infantry play from Slanesh was the weak point. Like the whole point of that Slanesh opening was to like wrestle that middle objective, but they didn't accomplish that. So like, yeah, there was the Fiends hanging back. The Herald was hanging back a little bit too long. I think if we had more of an Alpha Strike in that first infantry engagement, Slanesh might have won the game. But alas, the Dark Lord Valkanos will claim victory, and we will be going 1-1 here in the series as we prepare for the rubber match here in this Duel of Fates. And we will see what these champions pick. I'm excited, man. This is going to be good.
This will be. So it'll be again. This is the best of 3 here. So we're going to see whoever wins this one takes the 3rd place prize, which is a Game Pass, of course.
Yeah.
Coming out to us from Microsoft. So a 3-month subscription for 3rd place. So big thanks to Microsoft for that. And then the winners of 1st and 2nd place will both get 12-month subscriptions to PC Game Pass. Again, big thanks to Microsoft.
It's going to be cool. Sea of Claws is the map. Players are going to do their old picks right now, so we'll see what they do here in the shadows. We'll have to find out. And I think probably Tzeentch is on the table. So who have we seen from Valkanos? We've seen Ogres.
And Kislev.
No, that was a previous series. So we've seen We've seen Ogres in the Khorne Mirror match. Yeah.
Yes, that was it. So then we've seen Khorne and Slanesh now from HDS.
Yeah, so probably a Tzeentch pick. I'd really love to see a Wild Nurgle pick or like a Cathay pick or something like that. That'd be really fun.
Oof. Bring me some of that variety, man.
Cathay's kind of like could have the advantage of being in a situation where like nobody plays them really, at least in the practice rounds that we've been doing. So like they might not know what to do against some units, you know, like that
that wild card.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll take a quick intermission. I'm going to fill my water real quick, and so too will the great Italian Spartacus, and we'll be back in just a minute. So just hang with us, and we'll see you guys in about 1 to 2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we return, and it is time, and you are certainly in for a treat. It is going to be Tzeentch versus Nurgle, so we're getting another Nurgle game. I think Nurgle needs some. He needs his comeback. That game earlier was so brutal and just so rough that I think the big man needs a little bit of love here.
Dude, and this is perfect. Like this is the matchup. Like Tzeentch and Nurgle hate each other. There's a really cool like little bit about the Year of Woe, which is this scenario in Bretonia's history where Kairos Fateweaver actually goes to steal all of the 12 artifacts of the companions of the Bretonia, and it goes to snatch all of them up, and they're down to the last one. And it's like really a last-ditch effort of defense for Bretonia against Kairos at Mousillon. And it ends up that like Nurgle's like, no, I like Mousillon. I'm not going to let this happen, and attacks Kairos from the rear just because he hates Nurgle. Nurgle hates Tzeentch so much that he just wouldn't let him have the victory.
It's pretty epic. That's like some Skaven level shenanigans, like how in the the Gotrek and Felix novels, like Thankful is always like backstabbed and betrayed by like the other Skaven clans, and just like they're always about to win, and then something just terrible happens. It's kind of like that. Chaos is kind of like that too.
Yeah, exactly. And it's Kugoth versus Kairos too in that fight, so it's a pretty cool thematic fight.
That is pretty cool. Now, you know what else is neat is the build of Nurgle. So typically Nurgle doesn't do super well in the Air Force against your boy Tzeentch, but Tzeentch did not bring a giant chicken. They brought the Herald of Tzeentch. So Nurgle is here with a massive Rotfly Air Force. He's got 2 plague drones, which are the drones being rode by demons, which are a little bit stronger. Oh. And then he has the 2 of the basic Rotflies, all of whom have really good armor piercing. So backed up by a Herald of Nurgle, which if you guys haven't seen him, he has an excellent AoE heal called the Locus of Fecundity, which is free, in conjunction with a couple other heals like Fleshy Abundance. He might be able to just stomp the Air Force of Tzeentch. It's going to be really interesting, but Tzeentch does have ground-based shooting to help with Pink Horrors.
But instead, he's got double Doom Knight to go against that Air Force, and double Blue Horror, double Pink Horror, and with a Herald of Tzeentch here with Blue Fire and Pink Fire, as well as the Chromatic Tome. So this should be a pretty fun fight. I'm stoked to see these Doom Knights in action.
Doom Knights are really cool. They trade pretty evenly into Rotflies, honestly, because Rotflies don't have a lot of armor, so it's like just sort of a very heavy-duty fight. But Nurgle, again, has healing. Tzeentch does not. Tzeentch has shields, so they can run away with their superior speed and regenerate, which is very strong as well. But I think that the Nurgle Air Force would win against the Tzeentch Air Force based on the pure numbers. But if they fight underneath or above the Pink Horrors shooting up in the sky, suddenly we're going to see a relatively bad fight, as it looks like a little bit of sniping going down on that Herald there.
Yeah, I love the effect of Blue Flame going out like that. How it like shoots all wildly, then converges on one point.
Yeah, it's a really, really strong spell, and it basically has like 100% accurate heat seeking. It's really, really crazy for sure. So yeah, it looks like there's going to be a rumble in the middle as far as reinforcements for the old man Nurgle. It's going to be Nurglings to just tar pit. Okay, and for Tzeentch, what have we seen summoned in? Okay, now the Nurgle Air Force is looking a little bit more questionable as we get some Screamers. Yeah, we get Screamers in there.
I'm loving this. I'm like, oh yeah, let the boy watch. Let this commence. This is going to be juicy.
Absolutely. And what's really good about the Herald of Tzeentch, in Tzeentch in general, is if you take overcast damage, it actually hits your shield first and then just regenerates. So with Tzeentch, in these initial phases, you just don't even have to worry about overcast damage. Just go bananas. And yeah, good sniping. I mean, Nurgle can heal to full with 1 spell. If they use Fleshy Abundance, that Herald will go back to full health. So it's a pretty even trade in terms of wins and magic, I would say.
Man, I just can't wait to get these disgusting things fighting these things.
Yeah, so the Rotflies engaging against the Furies. They obviously do some big damage, mind you, but Nurgle needs some Furies of their own in order to win this. They summon some Plague Toads, which I don't necessarily agree with. I think if you're going all in on the Air Force, you need to like focus on winning that. And I think they got some Furies there, but the Herald and the other Rotflies need to move in. This one Rotfly unit is getting hammered. The best play that Nurgle could do would be to swarm in and use an overcasted Invocation of Nurgle to heal all those guys.
Yeah, and right now you're getting pretty much a whole reverse swarm with with Tzeentch onto this one Rotfly unit, and then these Doom Knights holding back the Herald and other 2 Rotflies. So a very interesting strategy with one Rotfly sneaking in to try and pop that Herald of Tzeentch. So it's an air battle. It's like watching Independence Day right now. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly
Eagle 1, Fox 3.
It's not going bad for Nurgle. I mean, they just got a Locus of Fecundity, which is a nice healing and Fleshy Abundance. I don't know if he overcasted it, and he also used Curse of the Leopard, which is a melee damage reflection ability. So basically, it shoots damage back when they hit you, which is quite cool. And Nurgle is almost always behind on damage value. They're always in the pits of hell in damage value. You can't really take it at face value because of the healing. But a big mistake here by HDS, massive mistake. Sending in the Nurglings, that's a no-no. Just send the Nurglings to go hold Objective 3 and Objective 1 and just fight the Air Force fight. Like, you don't have to charge into an entrenched Tzeentch missile position, although it is buying time for his Air Force, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just an Air Force game right now. Like, more like Screamers that just kind of piled into this pocket. You've got some Plague Toads coming down and some Nurglings and Forsaken? Yeah, Nurglings and Forsaken coming down the hill to join up with these horrors. But Nurglings are jumping into these blue horrors too, trying to shut down some of that play.
Yeah, I mean, the Air Force fight is actually starting to go a little bit better for Nurgle. As you can see, the Herald of Tzeentch is actually poisoned and taking damage. Screamers of Tzeentch quite beat up. Doom Knights are actually both at like half health, give or take. Yeah. So, you know, Nurgle is definitely getting that old bump and grind going. And if they were to summon in some Furies, that would just completely change the dynamic of this Air Force fight, because it would tar pit the Doom Knights.
Every time you say bump and grind, I lose it. Like, it's so good.
Look at the Toads jumping in, dude. Just the Wookiee creatures. Yeah.
The Toads have such fun animations, man. Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, I think this is like a no-brainer, right? But like Plague Toads, they just kind of they outvalue Pox Riders, right? Like the ones with the Plague Bearers on top. Like, they just seem so much more useful for their point cost and what they're doing.
Yeah, they're like a tar pit unit, but unfortunately, the Flamers of Tzeentch are definitely going to be cooking some frogs here. Yeah, they're getting
Y'all want some gator legs?
Yeah, they're having a bad time. But Nurgle is kind of winning the Air Force fight. I mean, if they can actually break off these Doom Knights, then Nurgle's going to be having a lot of dynamic play in terms of their their Air Force, right? They're going to be able to move all around the battlefield, whereas Tzeentch will be far less mobile. I do think that Nurgle needs to capture the other objectives, like send a Nurgling over there. They're really focusing on this fight heavily and throwing away a lot of units into those the entrenched Tzeentch position here.
You know, watching this Air Force fight from like the bottom and watching like the Blot Flies just kind of like fall down and just like dissipate into nothing, or the Doom Knights fall off their Roombas and everything. It's been a lot of fun. Like, that is a really cool little Air Force battle.
Roombas are definitely like the most accurate analogy for them. And the Doom Knights are more or less crumped, and Nurgle did actually win the Air Force fight, but the ground fight is going pretty horrible for Papa Nurgle, as the Flamers are just cooking them. Although there are some Chaos Furies of Nurgle that could jump on those Flamers of Tzeentch. I don't know why they're not. Just a little bit of a lapse in micro there, but man, Nurgle needs to start playing those side objectives, because the fight, they usually win on objectives.
Melting those Furies now.
Yeah.
They didn't get attacked, they're just going to get cooked.
Yeah, definitely a big mistake. And he notices it, I think, at the last second, like, and charges in. But those Furies could have potentially actually dragged those Flamers down and did some good work. But
yeah,
honestly, this game, it was, I would say, the execution of the Nurgle plan was great. The Air Force fight was good. But the execution of the ground-based play was very poor. And I think, like, playing the side objectives and not charging into that position, like, it just hurts so much to see those, like, Nurglings and Forsaken moving into this position without any air support, you know?
Yeah, and then just getting cooked by Flamers that are like just behind pink or blue horrors.
Yeah, they're definitely getting the work in. Nurgle does have one objective. Objective 1 isn't being taken by anyone, I don't think. Let's see. Yeah, some Nurglings are now going there, but like, I don't know if that's going to be enough. Nurgle is very good at enduring and taking a beating, and has tons of healing, but God, these Flamers are doing so much damage, man.
And they're just completely uninterrupted right here, right? Like, I mean, these guys back here have been sitting there. You got 58 total kills, now 63 kills with almost 1,041 damage dealt as gold value. Like, it's
brutal.
That's pretty brutal, yeah.
And one of the advantages Nurgle has in this matchup is actually their Forsaken. Nurgle Forsaken defeat Tzeentch Forsaken in straight up fighting, which is very cost effective. Plague drones of HDS moving down onto the blue horrors, they need to be up and on top of the Flamers. Like, those are the things that are wrecking his whole army. Like, aside from that, Tzeentch has pretty terrible stopping power here. But with these things just going ham, although I guess they're about to run out of ammo. So that's one way to deal with them. Just eat it in the face until they just run out.
Until they're out of it. I mean, that's, if you think about stuff in lore, that's a lot of the way that Nurgle operates. Is just like, yeah, keep throwing bodies at it, and we'll use the bodies to go over the wall. You know, just have to stack up.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
We got some Plague Toads though, sneaking around to that third cap or position number 3.
Yeah, the Plague Toads are pretty hilarious. Definitely one of my favorite units. They're a little bit funky, but they should be able to defeat blue horrors in combat. Up on the high ground, we do have Forsaken of Tzeentch and Spawn moving towards the Nurgling objective. Up on the high ground, 1. And Nurgle's probably going to be losing middle here soon, as their army is crumbling to ashes.
Yes, sir. And I mean, we could still have a pretty full health Herald, as they're going to be losing. I'm sorry, the full health Tzeentch Herald, as we're going to be losing that Nurgle Herald. Gerald.
You know who's actually really, really good in this matchup too for Nurgle is the Soul Grinders, because They have the mortar bombardment, which just absolutely destroys like blue horrors, pink horrors, like those entrenched positions. Yeah,
units.
Well, not tight packed per se, but it's like they're in loose formation more or less. But it shoots 3 or 4 shots and just sprays all over their formation, which is very, very strong. Yeah. Oh.
Spray got a Slanesh involved.
I know, it's getting wild. The Plague Toads on the backside are chewing through the blue horrors and should be able to win eventually. It's going to take them a while, as it does everything for Nurgle. Objective 1 is held by Nurgle as well, and they are up on points, but man, oh man, that like infantry-based fight with those flamers being able to use all of their ammo just went so badly for them.
Yeah. I mean, HDS had to eat all of that flame from Volcanos, and that's kind of rough.
Yeah, now the old Toads and Rotfly is going to be teaming up on the flank, but it looks like there were some reinforcements that were got there from Tzeentch. Oh, it's the remnants of those Doom Knights.
Sneaky Doom Knights, yep.
Doom Knights have insane leadership. I think their base leadership is something like 80. They're so hard to break, but like Nurgle's mobility this game, actually, like if they could have just played the mobile game after winning that air fight, not committed so much to Tzeentch's like flamethrower position, I think they could have won this game for sure. And now it's going to be very tough.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of horrors there in that center. You have some spawns.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a full strength Forsaken back there. I don't think there's much left in the pipe.
In the old Nurgle tank. So Fecundity
is
going
down. Tankaroo.
Fecundity is a really good ability for Nurgle. It's their second army ability, and it's a plague that spreads across your units and heals them. So it's like a healing plague. Their first army ability is called Curse of the Slug, which is a big AoE slow plague, and then their final one is called Rot Glorious Rot, which is a plague that spreads and does damage. So Nurgle has actually some of the better army abilities of the demon factions. Like the second and third one are both very good. But yeah, Tzeentch capturing objective 1 from Nurgle. Objective 2 is being taken by Tzeentch as well. And objective number 3 is going to be probably for the Changer. And Nurgle is going to be definitely not happy about this.
Yeah, and that's the kind of cool thing about Nurgle as far as like general mechanics go. When you brought up Fecundity and how it has that chain mechanic of chain healing. Well, they have other spells that are detrimental, that are, hexes and damage spells that are chain as well. So they'll jump to the enemy units. Like, it's a really cool Nurgle exclusive thing.
Yeah, Nurgle's trying to get this objective. They are contesting a little bit, but when the blue horrors get there and they have their obviously objective capturing weight, they're going to be able to do that. Nurglings also have pretty terrible damage output. They're really good objective holders, but like not great at fighting in terms of like against other demons. Against blue horrors, I guess it's a bit of a grind, but if the horrors get their shooting attacks, they should be able to beat them.
Yeah, it's that flaming and magic attack. It's just offering you an egg in this trying time for sure.
Yeah, an egg. That's so random. But Nurgling's up in the top, going to be trying to ninja objectives. This is kind of like the end of the road here for HDS. He does have a little bit of money saved up. Could like do a double Plague Toad ambush, so he could take like 2 Plague Toads to try to overwhelm these Forsaken. But generally speaking, I think he's too far behind. Nurgle usually will be about 2,000 value behind their opponents, which is compensated for by their healing. But being behind by 7,000, I think is a little bit too much. Tzeentch is just out-traded heavily. They still have their Lord. They still have magic. Nurgle is just kind of a potato here, and they're waddling around.
Nurglings everywhere.
Yeah, they're adorable little creatures, but you can definitely tell a lot of the players in this tournament don't practice Nurgle because the builds, the Air Force build I thought was quite cool though, but
God, the slimy noise that Nurglings make when they move.
Oh,
it's like listening to cats eat. That's the sound it makes.
Yeah, it is like the cat eating. Nurglings I think have some of the best animations in the game though.
Dude, the way that they just whip each other around, like, it's so awesome.
And they're just like flying randomly on the screen as they get like destroyed. It's just like, it's so ridiculous. But a victory for Tzeentch. And with that, Valkanos will be claiming 3rd place in the tournament. So congratulations to him. And the grand finals are upon us.
Indeed. So here's a question. And I know this is a question that's kicking around a lot of people's minds. We've seen how punishing and how good Tzeentch is. And we definitely know the weaknesses of Tzeentch, right? Anyone gets up in that face, it becomes a bad situation.
So it's pretty funny. This is more or less answering your question. I was working on a guide for Nurgle and for Khorne, and I was going through the strengths and weaknesses of the factions. Then I got to Tzeentch, and I had my notepad out, and I was like, okay, what are the strengths of Tzeentch? And it was literally like a full page long. And then I went to go like, all right, what are the weaknesses? And I was like, shit, they don't have any. Like they're like literally Tzeentch is just like very good at everything. Like they have amazing infantry via Forsaken and shooting infantry. They have great armor, great mobility, great magic. Like they just don't have any weaknesses really, I don't think.
So here's the actual question though, is it's like I'll appreciate that, but like how do you think that's gonna shake out when the full roster comes this way?
You're saying for the old worlds?
Yeah, well, yeah. When we get Immortal Empires or whatever, when all factions are here, do you think that CA will try to nerf Tzeentch in its current iteration, or they'll wait to see how they play against the grander meta to then get an idea of their true strength and weaknesses.
For Tzeentch,
Do you think that
yeah,
think they're only super strong right now because they're limited to 7 factions?
no, I think Tzeentch in general. I think the big issue is the regenerating shields, like being infinite.
Okay.
Which is really like, because basically any healing mechanic that can go infinite is just really, really too strong. Yeah, and aside from that, I mean, like, their sniping ability is just incredible, especially in this game mode. When you start with like smaller armies, you really feel it. Although in open field, like Warhammer 2 style battles, Tzeentch is really probably top tier as well. But that's not to say, like, we haven't seen it today, but I played a lot of games with the players here in like the top 4 and top 8, and we have had Tzeentch lose quite a bit in practice matches, but it seems like today they're just, like, Tzeentch is massively favored versus Nurgle in my experience, and I would say Tzeentch versus Khorne is somewhat even. Tzeentch versus Ogres, somewhat even as well. But we just haven't like run into those matchups with Tzeentch yet today. But in general, like Ogres and Khorne, and even Kislev, I think, can actually trade very well into Tzeentch. But we just haven't seen that happen. But
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just didn't know if like, yeah, you know, they're really great in the specific matchups they're doing, or they're just really great in general, or hey, you know, once other factions come in, they'll be good, but maybe not as good as against these, or whatever your kind of thoughts were on that, because you definitely know that like you have a sense for that long-term meta of what it might look like when Tzeentch starts to play up against an Empire faction or a Skaven faction, what have you.
Yeah,
So,
it's, you know, what's kind of an interesting paradigm about that is I think many of the old world factions will be better than the new factions at first, because they have way more lord options. They have way more units because of the DLCs. So their rosters are much more fleshed out. Whereas, like, if you look at Nurgle, for example, they have glaring weaknesses. They don't have any they don't have dedicated anti-large. You know, there's just like a lot of things missing. Like, they don't really have a good legendary lord in multiplayer. Like, Kugath is good in campaign, and multiplayer he's extremely niche. Like, generally on the border of being bad. But, you know, Nurgle will eventually, I'm sure, get some updates where they get like additional legendary lords and characters that will address their weaknesses. So I think you could take a faction like Empire or someone who's got multiple DLCs, and they would probably be stronger than some of these factions, honestly.
yeah, and it's just like Warhammer 2, right? When we got the rest of Warhammer 1 races in there, they had a little bit of a curve to kind of catch up with all the regiments of renown, and like you said, fleshed out rosters to deal with. So a really good point. Just because I know that's definitely something that's in people's mind, and I think the way you just described it like kind of puts it in pretty good perspective.
But like, I think Tzeentch could compete with most of the old world factions. I think Ogres could too. Like, Gorgers and Iron Blasters are just a little bit OP in my opinion, and they have like a couple units that are just super effective. Khorne is an interesting one. Like, Khorne dogs are really strong, but I don't feel they're like as oppressive as like some of those other units. And it looks like we have the first match actually, which I love that Crabling has just been like staying in character all day. It's going to be Anticity on Ogre Kingdoms versus Crabling on Kislev again. And he's undefeated on Kislev today. He hasn't lost a single game. So I'm really curious to see how he deals with Ogre Kingdoms.
Yeah, I think that this is it. This is the grand finals here, right? We're at the best of 3. And remember, these guys are now competing for a computer. If you want to show that bad boy off while they're finishing up their builds,
yeah,
we'll go through the specs of this as we do. Now, again, both of these competitors will be winning that 2 12-month subscriptions, one each, one for first and one for second place for PC Game Pass. So again, huge shout out to Microsoft. But this PC here, it's got an Intel i9 12 series. The latest 12th gen, the 12,000 Skynet Super Soar. It's got DDR5 memory in there. They got that clock speed, got that bandwidth. You're also going to be looking at an RTX 3080 Ti, which is just juicy. It's going to have that top-end graphics. You're going to have that ray tracing, that DLSS. And then also it's going to have 4.0 PCIe solid state, as well as that custom artwork, that key art here for Warhammer. But jumping into this game, let's have some fun here.
Oh yeah, Ogre Kingdoms map's going to be Death Pass, so a good shooting map. Little Grom, you know, artillery, archers, Streltsy, all pretty darn viable in this map. And it seems that it's going to be the Tsarina most likely for Kislev, which we've just been seeing nonstop, which is really cool. And for Anticity, of course, we're looking at the menus right now, but we'll switch to the perspective once the game opens. It's going to be using a Slaughtermaster, so a basic Ogre Lord of the Great Maw.
Yes, indeed. And it's fun too because I don't think we've seen Ice Guard at all today, so I'm excited to see them here in this matchup.
Yeah, Ice Guard are, I think, a really good like niche, like kind of one-off unit. Like, I like them quite a bit as just having like 1 or 2 in your army, because against Ogres, like if you bring the Glaive Guard, they have the anti-large, which is quite good, and on top of that, they have the Frostbite arrow, so they can like slow down targets. So looking at the Kislevite army here, we do have the Tsarina Katarine, who's going to be coming in with the Heart of Winter again. So we've seen Crabbling just be an unholy terror with that spell. Yeah, crazy. Double Kossar Spear, a great choice. Kossar Spears are anti-large, and they're kind of like Spearmen in a way if they have to be. We got some Armored Kossars. We have a Patriarch for healing, a Snow Leopard for anti-large, and then double Ice Glade Guard, or Ice Guard. I always call them Ice Glade. Ice Guard with glaives. So what do we have for the big kingdoms here, for the ogres?
In the big kingdoms, we have got lots of Ogre Bulls. We've got the double Iron Blaster, and then a good amount of Noblars. We've got our Slaughtermaster here of Great Maw with Rain Gobbler and Bull Gorger here. So it looks like he's just going to try to push with a lot of these Ogre Bull bodies, not a specific anti-infantry or the Iron Fist variation. Just trying to look to get some good charges in there and maybe disrupt some things. And use those Noblars for chaff. I
love that playstyle, like the wide playstyle of just using like a ton of these units. And you can see the Kossars did get blasted pretty bad by the Iron Blasters here. But it's still only like a couple hundred value. But yeah, that still hurts really, really bad. Iron Blasters are just like a freakishly strong unit. There's actually a little bit of a funny thing. If you're playing with an Iron Blaster in campaign, guys, or even in multiplayer, granted, don't do this in multiplayer, you can shoot the Iron Blaster at a target, then you can go into manual fire mode by hitting the insert button, and you can shoot it again immediately. So you can rapid fire shoot Iron Blasters, which we have banned for this tournament because it's basically cheating. But in campaign or whatever, then yeah, treat yourself. But
that Snow Leopard took that shot in the face and lost 50% of his health.
Yeah, a little bit ambitious sending the Snow Leopard in like unprotected here. Like the Iron Blaster is able to just scoot and shoot so darn well. And I wonder if Kislev will summon in like a little Grom to try and shoot back against them. But right now it looks like they're just going to be playing the side objectives and not really meeting the ogres here on the middle of the battlefield.
Oh man. Whew. We just saw Crabbling just juke out another shot from an Iron Blaster into that Snow Leopard that probably would have finished it off.
Yeah, the Iron Blasters hit like freakishly hard. It's basically shooting like 4 or 5 cannons. Like if you're looking at like an Empire Great Cannon, it's like a handful of those. And oh no, not right down the pipe. If you line up sideways, like you take so much more damage. And already 1,000 damage value dealt here, which is a very rough start for the Kislevites.
Hey, on your stream turn, if you want to go ahead and...
Oh, there's a random 0 up there. What is that?
Yeah, so you got a 0 out of nowhere.
Oh my god, where did that...
0 is the hero. Turn wants everyone to know. The Snow Leopard took that shot, but then we got the Iron Blast ripping again down the Armored Kossars and the Kossars.
We'll fix that after the battle's over. No worries, my friends. But nonetheless, Tsarina Katarine rotating in the middle. Looks like Kislev is going to be getting some sort of a missile push. But I would like to see maybe like a little bit of little Grom play or some sort of anti-artillery, but maybe...
I haven't seen one, so I definitely want to take a look at that little Grom in action.
I don't know if he's brought one, but so far the Ogre poke has just been super foul. But they have a lot of their army is invested in the Iron Blasters, so maybe they will be a little bit, kind of weaker when it gets into more entrenched combat here. Ooh, Gorgers. We do see Gorgers. Ooh.
Yeah, just say the Gorgers making their way onto that third point with some Ice Guard trying to shoot them with glaives.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how this fight's going to unfold because the Ice Guard glaives do have really good combat stats and might actually be able to defeat the Gorgers with a little bit of help from the Armored Kossars here. But the Ogres have a huge goon squad. The Slaughtermaster, the Great Maw coming down with a bunch of Ogre Bulls and Noblars and things like that. Kislev engaging in the middle pretty aggressively, but Tsarina did get hammered by those Iron Blasters. Yeah. And the Ogre Kingdom's Ogre Bulls are now jumping on top of the Kossar Spears. So that should be good for Kislev, though. The Spears should trade well here.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm looking back here at this third point, the Gorgers are getting done up pretty hard, but they do have a big reinforcement coming of that Slaughtermaster. One thing to take note of here, one that's new with Warhammer 3, is those Ice Guard with glaives have charge reflection. So when bracing, this unit deals additional damage when attacking charging enemies. So those Gorgers got a big mouthful of damage on their charge, which I think helped to kind of keep them well balanced out.
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be some sort of a buff going down from the Slaughtermaster. And also, we don't have the buffs from Scrag here this time as well to buff up the Gorgers.
Oh man, look at these Kossars though. They're going to get a face charge in from that arm, from those bulls right there, right at that cap 3. Oh, right in the face.
Yeah, looking pretty rough for the Kislev infantry. Obviously, the spears can trade well into the bulls, but if there's Noblars supporting on the ground, they absorb a lot of the spear damage, which normally would go there. And honestly, this looks like just an absolute smashing as the Ogre Kingdoms are coming to get you with the OP Iron Blasters just nuking pretty much all the Kislev characters. I mean, Katarine's trying to get back there, but the problem is with Iron Blasters is they have 66 speed, and if you chase Iron Blasters into the enemy deployment zone, they're going to be able to summon things to protect them a little bit too easy.
Exactly what's going on right here.
Yeah, Tsarina surrounded. The Patriarch is trying to free her from the Saber Tusks. And overall, I just think in the end of the day, Crabbling was not prepared for the Iron Blasters. I think maybe a little Grom or two could have been pretty decent, but I don't think bringing that in your starting army is normal. But having at least a couple maybe in reserves with how good Iron Blasters are potentially going to be is going to be necessary, right?
Yeah, I mean, Anticity is just keeping that double, basically double points of damage on top of Krabbling. Like, he just got into that back line here of Kossars with an Ogre Bull charge. He's got some Nobblers
Oh
coming in
no!
to support
Look,
them.
you see the dismember on
Oh
Katarine?
no! Katarina ain't going to be moving from that.
She's trying to juke, but with the 65 speed debuff, that's going to be... Oh my god, that cannon's
Look
going
at
to...
that thing's right... Oh! Right over the head!
I think one of them hit her, actually. She took a little bit of damage here, but...
Just grazes the crown.
Yeah, trying to jump there. I mean, is anything else going well for Kislev? I mean, I guess they are starting to normalize some value on some parts of the battlefield, but Ogres dominate objective number 3. Objective number 1 is being wrestled by Kislev, so they're actually doing well there. But with the leadership core of Kislev just getting absolutely destroyed here by these Iron Blasters in the backfield, yeah, this is just... I think it's going to be too much for them to handle.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look too at the points, right? Like, Anticity is up almost 2,000 to nothing with the victory. He's up 3,000 some odd points, like 2,800 or so some odd points when it comes to outright damage. And Katarine has fallen.
Katarine has fallen, yeah. She got taken out by the old Iron Blasters. And objective 1, though, taken by Kislev. Certainly some very scrappy play here from Krabbling, but I think this may be one of the first times he's experienced this build, the double Iron Blaster, which has really been circulating as a very, very meta build for the Ogres. And back here we have the Snow Leopard, we have the Patriarch trying to get on top of those Iron Blasters. The one advantage about him, them being busy back here, is it gives Kislev more of a cushion in the other fighting, but the Ogre Chaff and Noblars with the Ogre Bulls just seem so good at just pushing these objectives.
Yeah, and now the Hunters can start trying to get in there and kind of tie those things down. They're going to lose some pretty high-value single entities, but like you said, that does kind of free up some stuff in the backline with these armored Kossars and whatnot trying to get online to just take out the individual Ogre Bull packs that we've seen across the map.
Yeah.
Like the Ice Guard killing some of them off and whatnot. And we get a Winged Hussar charge here.
Yes.
Right. The cost of... Oh, those are dervishes. Those are dervishes.
Yeah, it still looks
into the
cool,
Iron
though.
Blaster. Damn right it did.
Still looks cool. One objective taken for Kislev, and it is the Ogre Kingdom objective, so they've taken one of them in the back. And the Ogres have been kind of stuffed in their deployment zone for a while, but I think that the Kraken King has too much of a lead. He's up super, super high here. Almost 3,000 of the victory tickets. And here in the middle, yeah, Ogre Kingdoms have that as well. Kislev trying to push back, but I mean, they lost 2 super expensive characters. Like the Patriarch is tar pitted back here and dying. And Katarine is not cheap either. On the bear, she costs upwards of 2,000, and she's very good, but also with being gooned by those Iron Blasters. And they still have ammo and still could be used to kill infantry too, which is crazy.
So are you surprised that we've seen no Kosteltian?
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen him. I think he would be pretty good, especially in this matchup for where Ogres like to snipe. But again, maybe Krabbling hadn't practiced against this double Iron Blaster thing, and I think he's really feeling it for the first time. I do firmly believe that Iron Blasters need a nerf. I feel like they're way too strong. Their damage output and mobility is just crazy.
Just watching Iron Bulls run into Kossar, just smack them with their club and launch them.
Yeah.
Watching them fight dwarfs, they throw dwarfs. Oh my god,
they actually pick them up and throw them?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's ridiculous. I can't believe that. Yeah, Ogre basic infantry are pretty darn cost effective, but Kislev has great answers for them. The Winged Lancer charge. Hey, at least we're getting a nice cinematic charge here at the tail end of the battle.
Give it to me.
But yeah, the Kislev shooting is super good against Ogres, in terms of everything except dealing with the blasters. But the problem is the Iron Blasters are so mobile, and I don't think Little Grom has the DPS to actually bring them down, in my experience. So that would be a little bit problematic. Over here, we do have an engagement on Objective 3. See that? Ogre Kingdom's in a bit of a desperate fight for some Armored Kossars. And,
yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh, Snow Leopards.
Trying to take down that Slaughter Master.
See the Snow Leopards creeping up there?
Yeah, the double cat pack coming right in for that Slaughter Master, that great mod, trying to get him down.
It's a great choice. It's a great choice.
And you look at them hounding after him, too. Right through those Noblars. I don't care.
Those are Noblar trappers, though, so they do have the trap ability. Although I don't know if they were standing perfectly still when that went off, but 2 Snow Leopards will easily take out big Ogre characters. And honestly, are probably one of your better answers against Iron Blasters. Oh, which character?
It was the Snow Leopards just got locked in place, I think, by the... what's it called?
The Trappers?
The Trappers, thank you. Yeah, the Noblar trap just kicked off.
Yeah, and those guys are definitely little trolls. Objective 1 still held by Kislev, but not for long. A couple Gorgers were summoned back there, and Ogre Bulls with Iron Fists. In the middle is still pretty dominant for the Ogres. It's pretty much point in return. I would feel very safely that we could probably call this a GG here. Krabbling might not be aware of the score, so he's going to keep fighting, but it's looking like it's a very, very dominant victory for the Ogre Kingdom, showing just how truly powerful those Iron Blasters are. Definitely probably upwards of 3,000 value on both of them.
And it's funny too, because you look at the Ogre roster and it is not huge, right? Like even looking at it from a tabletop perspective, they don't have a whole ton of units to pull from. I think the roster's
Oh
almost.
my god.
It's almost complete. It's definitely missing, like I think 3 or 4 units. But still, you can just do so much with just simply Ogre, Bulls, and Noblars. That's really what this army comprises of. And then your 2 Iron Blasters. We saw 1 or 2 units of Gorgers, and we saw the Slaughtermaster, but there wasn't a ton of variety here. Like, you can do a lot with just a little here.
Yeah, and my experience too with Ogres versus Kislev is that Kislev has pretty good matchups across the board. Kislev is good against, I would say good against Khorne, really good against, quite good against Lanesh, really good against Nurgle. They outplay Cathay typically, but the one really bad matchup for Kislev in my experience has been Ogres. Because even if they don't abuse Iron Blasters, like we saw in this case, 3,000, 2,300, crazy value. Lead Belchers are super good against Kislev. Like, they nail their cav, they snipe their characters. So Ogres just have a lot of good tools against Kislev in my experience. But again, that's not to say Kislev can't win, but it's certainly hard for them.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Totally agree with you.
I think you're right though. Like Constantine, like instead of Katarine, and cut the Patriarch, and then have a much wider army, like to be able to kind of threaten the Ogre backline, or maybe crumble their formations a little bit quicker. Would have been really good.
Indeed, it'll be juicy to see like what the future holds for Ogres, right? Like,
yeah.
They're Yetis, Thunder Tusks, Bruisers. Like, those are some of the things you're missing. Or like even Kislev itself doesn't have like a tried and true combat hero. We get like a support hero in the Patriarch, and we get a caster in the Ice Witch. So it'll be fun to watch these rosters kind of fill out and shore up some of these gaps in their rosters.
Yeah, absolutely, man, absolutely. I think Ogres are going to have even if the Iron Blasters did get nerfed, I think they would still be like a really strong roster. And I think Ogres are a solid S tier faction. I think Kislev is an A tier faction. I think they're really good, but the Ogre matchup is very tough for them. Very tough for them. But honestly, that's their only really bad matchup. And that's what's cool about Kislev, is they're really dynamic across the board. And even their bad matchup, I've seen Kislev defeat Ogre Kingdoms with like very wide builds and using the Snow Leopards to goon things. Like, they have a lot of cool tactics against them as well.
Yeah, and it's like I said, like the Ogre roster, like we have yet to see Man-Eaters, we've yet to see Iron Guts, Giants, Stonehorns. What can you say about some of those units that maybe people want to see? Like, are they just not as super cost effective in this situation, or did you just get so much more value out of a cheaper line to then supplement with bigger things?
Yeah, I think the Noblars are super essential here, because like Kislev has a lot of spear units. Like, they have the Kossar spears, and like if Ogres fight them head on, it's kind of tough. But I think you really need to have like the Noblar support, which is super essential.
Right.
The dreaded Noblars. Does Kislev now, as far as like Kislev's like tabletop lore, they're obviously being fleshed out a lot more now, right? Like, before, Kislev probably didn't have as like, do they have all their legendary lords? Are there like some famous characters that were missing perhaps? Like, what is that all about?
So a lot of it actually is not necessarily. So Boris, one of their legendary lords that was in the allied contingent. Tsarina Katarine, one of the legendary lords that was in the allied contingent. Now, both of these characters, when Boris dies, Tsarina takes over.
Yeah.
Like, she's not necessarily an active character until that point. And when we see the rest of the roster actually is, for the most part, like, there are some things that are not included, but Streltsy, Winged Lancers, we would probably see something like Griffin Legion, which would be probably a regiment of renown of those Lancers, the Bear Cav, the Kossars. Those are all things that we've seen in that allied contingent, and even other things, like I said, is horse-drawn cannons that would simply be broken down and set up quickly. So seeing those things in the future, but for the most part, a lot of what we saw in the allied contingent exists now in the game. Now,
it's pretty awesome. Yeah.
It's cool to see that the way that CA and GW or whatever extension thus of has envisioned it is they've seen, oh, okay, well, this is all hybrid. And when you read a lot of those units, they're like, oh yeah, we use a bow and arrow and an axe. We use a gun with a bardiche at the end of it. That's your Streltsy. So it's like you start to see these things coming into Total War Warhammer. I think when a lot of people speculated this, they're like, well, the whole thing's probably not going to be hybrid. And now when it comes in, it is indeed all hybrid. So it's interesting to kind of see that come together.
And they're good units too. Like, armored Kossars are amazing. Like, so you can get an armored Kossar. They'll go in there. They'll be able to beat like many of the lesser demons, like Nurglings and blue horrors and things. And then like if there's a greater demon flying above your head cackling, they can draw their pistols and shoot at it and like really bring a lot of utility. And it doesn't feel like you're suffering for that hybrid unit. Like, a lot of times in Warhammer 2, like hybrid units weren't used too often because like you'd rather just take something that's better at its unique purpose. But like with Kislev, it feels like it works. But dude, I
agree with you.
I don't know if I can believe my eyes. We literally have Anticity playing the absolute sweatiest faction here, Tzeentch, and the true hero Krabbling on Grand Cathay in the grand finals. Yeah, man, that is a crazy play. Because if Krabbling loses this, that's game over, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say Anticity is up 1-0 here. This is best of 3. He's got to do whatever he can to stay in this.
Oh my God, Grand Cathay, what? So we saw the cannon build. This map is going to be Mountains of Morn, which is an Ogre Kingdoms map, and it's very terrain heavy. There are a couple positions for artillery, but like I don't know how good Grand Cathay's artillery will be here. I have no idea what Krabbling's going to attempt. Like, is he going to go for mass air force? Because in my experience, Cathay's air force loses to Tzeentch's air force because Longwiz don't trade well against Doom Knights.
And we have yet to see junks. And so, from your experience, would you say the junks are just not?
The junks. Let me just tell you, the junks are true to their name. That's like the most. That's the most accurate way. I mean, maybe in campaign you can make them work, but in multiplayer, the junks are truly junk. And like, okay, here's the thing: you spend all this money on a junk, right? It's like 1,500 for it or something, and it's like, and then. Right. You know, you're giving up ground control on objectives. Secondly, Tzeentch can literally summon in like one Fury and just kill it. And then in order to defend it, you have to summon in like a full Longbow Rider, which even gives up even more ground real estate. So, and it's like its damage output is pretty negligible. It's not very good. So they're pretty hilarious. I mean, if Krabbling manages to win this game against like the strongest faction with Cathay, using like, oh my God, do you see this build that he's brought? Yes. Zhao Ming in double. What is this, dude?
While you were talking about it, I saw it the whole time, and I was like, I won't say a thing because
oh my God.
I can't contain myself.
The Wuxing war compasses with that's so haggard. What is happening here?
Double compass, bro. The golden compass comes to life. A bear never leaves home without its armor, and we're gonna see it today here against Anticity. This is a flex if Krabbling wins, man.
If Krabbling wins with this build, he should just win the tournament. It should count for 2 wins, and they should send him 2 PCs.
Just put it to rest right there, Bob.
Just send him like 5 PCs for this.
Send him 2 PCs.
Yeah, just send him 2. All right, so I'll take a look here at the Cathay army. We have Zhao Ming,
please.
The Iron Dragon, and I would imagine he's going for a Final Transmutation build because the Master of the Elemental Winds, which is a Cathay ability, each unit that you have that has this ability augments the damage of your spells by 10%. So having 2 Wuxing War Compasses plus Zhao Ming, you're going to have 30% extra damage on your spells. So, yeah, you got Peasants and a Terracotta Sentinel, and oh my God, man. This is just a wild build. No healing, and Anticity going for a very typical anti-Cathay build, which is Doom Knights.
I mean, and look at Krabbling already just hiding the Wuxing Compass. It's like, it's here for a reason. It's here to boost up my magic. I'm going to hide these things back here.
He'll need it, though, in fighting. I mean, and they do have 80 armor. So against, like, Doom Knights and Chaos Knights, which Anticity is going for a mass armor rush, the way that Krabbling could have probably just gotten a free win this game is if he had gone with Miao Ying plus a double Sentinel, Anticity's build would have been super weak against it. Like his Doom Knights do nothing against Sentinels. Like, nor does... The Chicken does okay damage, but... Was that a Metal Caster? Oh my God, he brought Hounds of Gehennis as well as Plague of Rust.
Can you do me a favor? Can you zoom in on the Terracotta Sentinel just so people can hear the epicness of it moving, like the clashing of its armor and everything? Like, it is such a cool centerpiece model, man.
It is. And you know what the funniest thing about the Terracotta Sentinel is? Have you ever seen The Exorcist where it does a full 360 head spin when it turns around?
What?
It's so funny. It does The Exorcist. It does like the full 360 head spin if it turns too fast. It's hilarious.
Does it vomit though too?
No, it's totally safe.
It's totally safe.
Iron Hail Gunners being brought in. So these are the guns, and the Wuxing War Compasses are hiding in the back, which I think is a mistake. Like, just have them with your army. Might as well. I don't.
I mean, they do have the Harmony multiplier, which we haven't seen Harmony really used a whole ton here, but at least the multiplier exists on them.
Yeah, and but it needs to be like, I think, in range for that to work. I'm not sure.
Yeah, absolutely, it does. They have to be. It has to be within that circle that it has to give the Harmony multiplier. Period.
I wonder if Krabbling's using the Wuxing War Compasses as bait. Like, hey, come back here and fight these, so I can summon something to attack you, like some halberds. It's you got to be careful though, because Krabbling's army in a blob fight is really scary. Because Zhao Ming, the Iron Dragon, with 30% extra damage from his Final Transmutation, could absolutely wreck this elite army. Like the Doom Knights of Tzeentch and the Exalted Lord of Change really could be in for some huge danger. And did you hear the yell when he transforms?
Zhao Ming just went Super Saiyan. Holy
Dude,
crap.
that yell when he transforms is so cool. Oh my God, I'd never heard that, or at least I didn't notice it. That's so
Me either.
that's some
God,
heavy
so
metal
awesome.
stuff. Okay, there's
Indeed.
going to be a spell from Tzeentch, but like it's only a couple peasant spears.
Little Gehennas.
Yeah, it's not worth it. That's going to do like no damage, but I have no idea how Crabbling intends to protect these Iron Hail Gunners against this like swarming Doom Knight build. Like no idea. Jade Warriors being summoned. The Wujing War Compasses need to be used in combat. Like I don't think they're worth sitting back there. They cost like 1,000, and they only give you 10% extra damage if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know what he's thinking with that, man.
I don't know, but I'm excited to see how it goes down. Maybe he's using it for the Winds of Magic, like power reserve boost there. You know, you get the Nexus of Elemental
Yeah, they have
Winds
the
and it
Nexus
helps
of
power
that.
recharge. But
And it does stack, you know. So right now he's getting 40% extra
ooh,
recharge.
he just brought 2 more Alchemists onto the table here, and they both also have
Mastery
the
of
Elemental Wind capability here.
So
yeah,
now,
Mastery of Elements.
now the final transmutation is going to be doing 50% more damage, which is pretty crazy. But like, this might work against like a really new player, but I highly doubt Anticity is going to make the mistake of like letting that happen.
Oof. Forsaken just getting a little char there, but just eats through the barrier there. Nothing fancy, nothing crazy.
That's the problem with Tzeentch, because like, yeah, he got a cute spell there, but like it did 0 damage. Like it's going to literally reheal before he can capitalize on it. That's why I think there needs to be a cap on Tzeentch shields. It feels a little bit too strong. Zhao Ming here, just going to get tar pitted by Doom Knights, and yeah, it's not going to be great, but this is a good time for Final Transmutation, but I don't think Anticity is going to let that happen. He'll probably run away as soon as he sees it cast, I think.
Yeah, he's just kind of baiting him around, pulling him all over the place. He's huffing and puffing. That's kind of weirding me out.
Yeah, Chaos Knights here are going to be charging into the middle, but Iron Hail Gunners do turn around and rip some decent shots into them, getting through the shield. Spears will surge in and hopefully, for the sake of Cathay, do some damage here. But really, let's watch the Iron Dragon and see if he's able to get some big AoEs. Oh, he landed on the ground. Check that out. Nice play there.
He brought it down because I was saying the Alchemists have no abilities. They're strictly here for that element. We do see some reinforcements coming with Jade Warrior Halberds trying to help them out there. But like you said, it's kind of interesting to see this like pull around. The Jade Sentinel scaring off those Chaos Knights of Tzeentch, trying to cap that second point there for Cathay. Or hold it for Cathay. Keep it for Cathay.
We really need to see the final transmutation now. It needs to happen. But
something's going. I think he's switching back into human form to do that. There he goes.
He can't cast it. And I think Anticity is going to see this coming and probably will be able to avoid it. Here it comes. 50% more damage on this.
Here it is. And he drops it right onto the Lord of Change here. Look at that, doing the damage. He's pulling the Lord of Change out of it, though. It's pulling into a little bit of those Doom Knights, but
that's the problem.
Enough to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, pretty good on the big chicken for sure. And it eats through his shields. But the problem is, a lot of that damage is just going to regenerate on the shields on the Doom Knights. They barely took any, so that's what makes it really strong. But I really love Crabling's entrenched position here with the Sentinel and the guns in the middle, kind of holding that. But so far, he's up on damage value dealt, but I think that Tzeentch's sustainability will be very problematic because the Jade Warriors do get swarmed here pretty good.
Yeah, the Jade Lancers over here pinning back the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch, and the Terracotta Sentinel comes in to help. Oh, big boom.
Such a cool attack animation. Chaos Knight's going to be moving back into the Iron Hail Gunners. It might get Last Samurai a little bit. Yeah, they take a big volley to the face. And, I mean, Crabbling is winning on terms of damage value against Tzeentch, which is very, very rare, mind you. But the objective game is going for the Kraken King a little bit too well. I'd like to see some Jade Warriors move to Objective 3.
Look at that second objective. See what's going on here. You got the Furies in on those Iron Hail, and you got some Forsaken charging into those Spearmen over there, trying to put some pressure on there as more Forsaken come in. But they tied up those Iron Hail Gunners, so they got a big shot to the face. With with some more Doom Knights even coming in as well.
Honestly, a pretty colossal mistake not using the Wujian War Compasses in combat. They actually do hit pretty hard in melee. You just like sit them on top of your Peasant Spears. And they also do provide, I think, the Yang. Yeah, so if you have them like near some archers, it can provide that. Because now what's going to happen is Tzeentch is going to overwhelm the middle. And Anticity might get some decent values from trades, but he's going to lose all 3 objectives, I think. Like, I don't see Cathay holding this middle objective unless the Sentinel gets back there.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a little bit of a back and forth here with Zhao Ming and with the Exalted Lord of Change, but it just doesn't seem to be particularly worthwhile here. Zhao Ming's taking a pretty heavy beating.
Yeah.
I can probably have those Doom Knights come in and help reinforce him. But like you were talking about, with the Wu Jing getting supported by peasants, he's getting supported by these Jade Warriors with halberds. They're coming in to try and relieve that center.
Dude, his attack animations are so cool. When Zhao Ming was like jumping up in the air and shooting fireballs and stuff. Yeah, he actually pushed back that chicken pretty well.
Yeah.
We could see another final transmutation here. Zhao Ming does have the Jade Warrior Halberds protecting him, which should give him a little bit of sustainability. But Tzeentch is taking control over the middle objective. I do like the Peasant Horseman of Crabbling.
Transmutation coming down.
Ooh, okay. Where is this on the blob fight here?
Yeah, right onto the Legendary Lord blob fight right here.
That's pretty good. It hits the chicken. It also hits the Spawn and the Forsaken here, giving Crabbling some good damage value. I mean, if he can keep getting decent little trades like that, nice breath attack too.
Yeah.
Are the Wuxing Compasses in action yet?
They're starting to kind of make their way make their way downtown over here. Actually, oh no, those Iron Hail Gunners, I just got pinned and destroyed. I thought they were getting destroyed.
Sad times. Sad times. You need to get the Sentinel up on that middle objective, though. It's super essential. And Zhao Ming's doing a pretty good job this game. I'm actually quite impressed with his performance. But the reason why his sister might be a little bit better is because she can heal herself and the big Sentinels as well.
Man. Yeah, that second objective now going to Anticity. Zhao Ming has gone into dragon form though and pushing away from the Exalted Lord Change and Doom Knights chasing in heal, trying to get back into like the center pocket here. Like that left flank is just completely gone for Krabbling.
This is the problem. If in my experience, if Cathay starts to lose objectives, they have a horrible time recapturing them because the damage output on their infantry is really poor and the mobility on their infantry is quite slow. They're relatively good at holding objectives. Like we saw Krabbling, a nice little Golden Hounds right there as a deterrent, but we saw Krabbling hold the middle objective quite effectively actually. And at several points in the battle, including now, Krabbling has been ahead in terms of the damage overall, but Tzeentch like gets all that shield healing, which it doesn't get taken into account with the damage value, and yeah, they're just so good at grinding.
Oh, dude, and look at those horrors just jumping into that Terracotta Sentinel. I actually can't. I think the Wujing compasses are both dead.
So how did they even die?
I don't know. That's why I'm looking all over the map for them, and I.
He might have unsummoned them, but like to get because you can unsummon units that are at full health.
That might have been it, because the alchemists aren't here either, and they were at full health.
So I think Krabbling unsummoned the units to get a partial refund, which gives you half back. Because there's no way Tzeentch could have killed them that quick. They have 90 armor and a lot of HP, so he was probably just trying to get more bodies. And since he already used probably all of his Winds of Magic on like 2 or 3 final transmutations and other things like that, he's probably just looking to, just get some units to hold objectives at that point, because those units aren't terribly useful for that.
Yeah, it's got some Chaos Knights of Tzeentch coming in here from reinforcements for Anticity in the far back. At least give them some pressure, some mobile pressure on that left or right side. You can still see, though, that the Krabbling's trying to fight for dear life on that second objective, but take a look at Zhao Ming, man. He's below 25% health, he's not in a good spot, and he's got 2 big things coming his way.
Yeah, it's looking like he's in the danger zone for sure. Cathay needs to get their Sentinel on top of the objective here to get a little bit more capture weight, because it's kind of, if you look at where its feet are, it's fighting right off the objective, which is going to hurt. And the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch are just going to be so tough to remove without halberds. Plague of Rust going down, and maybe some sort of a follow-up here. We'll have to see. Oh, dude, I love that animation. So switching back into the form here, he does get hit by a Tzeentch bombardment ability, and I think there's going to be one more final transmutation to go out, but I'm really impressed that he's been able to out-damage Tzeentch's army in terms of value, but at the cost of objectives, and Cathay really has to make sure to sit on those objectives, because they have, like I said, against Tzeentch armor, it's going to be so hard to recapture those.
Yeah. Here's a question for you. So let's say Zhao Ming gets off final transmutation and then dies right before it goes off. Does it stay in effect if he's dead?
I'm not sure, actually. That's a good question. I can't quite recall how that works, but I think the spell will keep going. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be stopped because of that. So we do get the Hellstorm rocket battery in the back, the Fire Rain rocket summoned in. It's the Fire Rain rocket. It is the Cathay version of the Hellstorm rocket battery, which is actually very good against Tzeentch in open field at shooting blue horrors and pink horrors and things like that. But that is probably going to be game over as the forces of Tzeentch stranglehold Cathay. Really interesting build, honestly.
Points are up. The victory points are up there.
But props to Krabbling for out-damaging the Tzeentch army. Like, that actually went pretty okay for him. I think if Krabbling had not brought the Wujing War Compasses, and maybe not brought the Alchemists, and had just brought a second Sentinel, and fought with halberds on the objectives, I honestly think he would have won that game. I think if Krabbling had brought double Terracotta Sentinel against that armor build, those units suck against Sentinels. You park 1 Sentinel on each objective, stack them with halberds, and I really think the Tzeentch army would have struggled to get them off. But
I think, honestly, he could have kept the Alchemists. They're 300 points apiece and just dump the Wujing Compasses.
Yeah, totally.
Like, okay, get the effect you want, but then, like you said, jump in another Terracotta Sentinel, get a lot more punching power.
The problem with the Wujing War Compasses is you're not only paying 1,300 or 1,100 gold for the Elemental Mastery, but they also come with bound spells. They come with Heaven spells, which you're not going to use those. So you're basically paying gold for that. And they weren't being used in melee either early on, which I think was a pretty colossal blunder. But in the end, the Kraken King Anticity clearly has figured out the powers of the Changer, and it utilized them very well in this tournament to honestly defeat almost every foe with, I think, Tzeentch or Ogres. But yeah, very, very wild stuff. And congratulations to him. He's going to be winning the grand prize as we update the scoreboard here.
A beautiful grand prize, too. A lovely NZXT custom built out arted case from Creative Assembly. Just to kind of go through the specs one last time. Remember, they'll both be winning 2 12-month subscriptions for the first and second place. both going to those gentlemen.
And third place will be winning some as well.
Yeah, a 3-month subscription for that third place. So one more time, thank you to Microsoft for that. And that PC itself is going to be that 12th gen chip, Intel DDR5 memory with an RTX 3080 Ti, a PCIe 4.0 storage, and lastly, of course, that custom built lovely case.
I have no idea what any of that means.
It's like Braille. Don't worry about it. You just got to rub your fingers on it enough and you'll understand it.
Yeah, fair play, man. Fair play. Well, congratulations to Anticity. Of course, showing that he has the true mettle of a multiplayer champion, and he is going to be carrying over his tournament success from Total War Warhammer 2 over to Total War Warhammer 3. If you guys haven't seen him on YouTube, he has an excellent channel, which is obviously has a combination of great multiplayer content, campaign guides, really showing the efficiency, and he does crazy challenge campaigns too. He's one of the few multiplayer guys that's also super good at campaign. Like he does these campaigns where just these insurmountable odds, declaring war on everyone, just using crazy challenges. So definitely make sure to check him out. And also congratulations to Crabling, a champion of the VM clan, and has done well in countless tournaments as well. So congratulations to him. But overall, it's a lot of fun casting with you today, man. Certainly got to see some Cathay. We had a Cathay win. Nurgle unfortunately remained in the old trash can, but he'll be back. Nurgle isn't as bad as people think. I think Nurgle's got some tricks up his sleeve.
I'm excited to see how this meta shakes out, see what it's like when we get bigger rosters, regiments of renown, stuff like that. I am overall loving it. Yeah. Loving it.
So, GG, well played. Congratulations to all who played today. We had over 40 competitors, so thank you guys for setting aside your afternoons and mornings and nights to play. It was a lot of fun seeing you guys in action. And of course, salute to those who have fallen in the top 8. We had some heavyweight contenders for sure. But in the end, the Kraken King getting some really good repetitions in, learning the ways of domination mode, and Tzeentch, and really showing his enemies no mercy. So congratulations to him. And again, Spartacus, thank you for joining. If you guys haven't seen Sparty, make sure to check him out on YouTube. He does all sorts of great stuff. Total War, tons of other awesome games, and is a true champ.
And as always, too, guys, if you have not checked out Turn and you want to get into the competitive multiplayer realm, he is the man to go to. He has probably the best channel dedicated purely to competitive multiplayer. He covers how to build guides. He covers a bunch of different multiplayer battles. And I think he might cover the most competitive tournaments of any YouTuber, I think, when it comes to competitive multiplayer matches. He's got tons of those always going on. So if you want to jump into the multiplayer realm, you want to jump into this, kind of get your feet wet, now's the best time because everyone's learning this stuff for the first time with Warhammer 3. So jump in, have some fun. It's a very great community to learn. So head on over to Turn's YouTube channel and check that out.
Appreciate it.
And also a huge shout out and thanks to Creative Assembly for hosting this, of course, and getting all of the prizes lined up for us and helping out with any of the creative assets and everything. It has been a hoot.
Yeah, it's been great. Yeah, no, if I did the assets, it would be like literally like Microsoft Paint, like just crooked drawings, and it's so bad. But all right, guys, that's it. Once again, ladies and gentlemen of the old world, appreciate you all. We'll see you back. There's going to be tons of tournaments and great fun happening over the next few months. So hope to see you guys there. And that's it for now. Take care, my friends.
Take care, guys.